just basically the entire world already admits, when you go all the way back to the origins of knowledge, that everything is already dependent on a stationary plane of existence. So all science and technology and engineering is not correcting for magical movements, right? All science and engineering technology is not correcting for curvature. And that's just how plain and easy reality is. It's a presupposition that says, oh, it just appears that way, or oh, that's just we experience it this way. And there's all kinds of magical excuses why. The point is, the flat earther doesn't have to explain anything. Just that easy.
Yeah, it's like if you're going to do a science experiment, like let's talk about chemistry real quick. You're going to do a chemist experiment. You're going to do an exothermic reaction, right? Well, that exothermic reaction is not dependent on any sort of spin whatsoever. It's completely dependent from it. I like to talk about chemistry because it's actually the most relatable, like mathematically and everything, and it's something that you can actually observe. It's the complete antithesis of the globe. It's not dependent on any sort of dictation of a globe.
Hey, hello. I was speaking about
Right. So, like, okay, let's take you have a beaker, right? And you're going to do a certain reaction in it. Well, let's scale it up 10 million times and let's make it the size of the Atlantic Ocean, right? Well, the Atlantic Ocean, you know, apparently is dependent on tides caused by the moon and gravity and all this rotational, globe nonsense. But in reality, if you were to observe that reaction, it wouldn't be dependent on any of those variables.
Well, I think he came back now, so maybe he wants to speak again. We can see where he's at.
yeah. So you're saying we did like so much cruel stuff, and like killing humans and all. Like we spoke before, right? Remember? We like
Of
kill
course, I
people.
remember. Yeah, Gemsy was
People.
there.
Yeah, we kill people on Afghanistan, etc., etc. Yeah. So
Yeah,
you're
man.
saying that. So you're saying that if the Earth was flat, we wouldn't have any of that.
No, I'm saying that I can't tell you what would happen if they didn't tell us this lie. I honestly don't know that. I would have to be some sort of magician. I can't do that for you. But what I can tell you is that we have the highest levels of rape, torture, and murder in this society in the past several hundred years, when we were told we lived on this ball and that we came from monkeys. So the crime rate has exponentially skyrocketed, and now this world literally kills, I don't know, 5 to 10,000 unborn babies a day because we're told they're just salamanders and lizards in the womb of a woman. That's how destroyed they have made human beings now because of these pseudoscience satanic religions. I don't have to explain it. The entire world admits it. Look where we're at.
Okay, I agree with you on that point. Okay, but okay, so you do eat non-vegetarian. You're a non-vegetarian, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that question. What was that?
Are you vegan?
No, I'm not vegan. I'm just a Christian. No,
Yeah, I know
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm
Can I ask how old are you again?
Wait, say again, Sid. What was that?
Can I ask how old are you?
I'll be 40 years old next year. I was born in 1982.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So for nearly 40 years, I mean, you have been eating animals.
I still eat them. Yep.
He's coming after you now. He's coming after you now.
But this is a side topic. I'll let you do this, but the other guys might want you to go back on track. But try to wrap it up with this eating thing.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Don't you think killing animals is cruel?
We are in a fallen world. There's a lot of cruelty that is now normal that we have to live with because of the things men have done. Yes.
My comprehensive knowledge in while speaking English is very low. It's
No. You're fine. You're just fine. Listen, I have children, and I have a cousin that's 13 years old with a disability, and he knows everything on TV is a lie, and he goes around and yells at people. It's the most beautiful thing ever. He has a disability, and he's smarter than most adults that I know. It's just fine. Do not worry about your level of intelligence. It has nothing to do with that. It is a spiritual conversation. They lied to you, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they told you. You have the ability to break out of that slavery.
As I was speaking about, being non-vegetarian and vegetarian, I'm saying that you're killing like so many animals, and if you want purity, if you want to be with God, so don't you think killing animals is wrong?
Well, first of all, I have to stop the lies that are brainwashing millions of children. And then I can start working on the other issues of what sort of things we should be eating. I don't have that ability because so many people have been mentally destroyed by a satanic cartoon religion of magical balls flying in space. So none of us have time, except for maybe the vegans, to worry about the dietary issues that we have. I literally just can't worry about it. I worry about my own, but I'm not going to tell other people what to do when there's literally all these crimes going on that are much worse than eating animals that probably shouldn't be killed the way they're killed. Hold on, I agree. The way that they kill animals is an abomination. It's pathetic and disgusting. That's the world we live in. Whose fault is that? It's not God's, right? So again, it's always the problem goes back to men, but we have to start with the real issues first. Should I care about the millions of people that are being murdered in these false wars? I think that's more important. The United States has killed 500 million people in the last 100 years for wars they can't even give us a true reason to why they happened. Bro, you know what I mean? So we're talking about millions of innocent people being murdered by these governments, and then everybody says, but why would they lie? So apparently people think it's okay to trust mass murderers. That's the problem I'm trying to deal with. I'm trying to tell people stop believing in mass murderers. That's all. That's my job, bro. I can't tell people stop eating pork. I just can't do that right now. Go
I
ahead.
agree with both you guys, man.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's definitely spitting facts right now. Glad to hear it.
Amen, amen, a person. So, Sid, basically what I want to tell you is that we have to get our priorities straight, right? And I think that's what this is about, is that these people in this room, or the thousands that have come to this realization, realize that this was the biggest deception. And once you get rid of this deception, aren't you going to have a much easier time getting rid of all the thousands of other lies? Because that's what they do. As soon as you take the foundation of this deception away, which is magical space balls, it's over. It's all gone. And then now you have a chance to actually not, be senile, and you can have a relationship with God and not be crazy and think you're on a spinning magical ball. And you can actually talk to people and teach them the reality too. That's why it's beautiful. Truth is the only thing that matters, man. But we're certainly not going to tell you to do anything, though. And that's one thing that you'll realize, that the one thing I can agree with everybody here is that they're not going to force you what to do, but we just don't want to be lied to. And if we're lied to, we're going to call it out. And anybody who's done that they're the ones who are going to be made a fool of. And it's just going to give us another example of what happened when people believe in this religion and have to defend it. And then, in fact, here's the big kicker, Sid. The reason flat earth is so big and so growing is because so many people hate it. That is the fuel for this truth. When people are attacked because they find out this is a lie, that's what motivates all of us. That's why I'm here. If there wasn't thousands of people hating on this topic and slandering us and calling us stupid, I wouldn't be here. I'm here because this world hates this topic, because it destroys their paradigm. And that's why I love it. I love being the minority. And I'm one to a million, one out of I don't know how many to every flat earther there's a glober out there. It doesn't matter, but I love being that small minority, because there's nothing better than being the David and Goliath story, bro. What's better than that?
What about Enoch?
Well, that's a little bit farther. Enoch, that was, what do you want to, Enoch what? Enoch fought a giant?
No, I was just messing because I was in the room that night when you and Gregory were having that bait on the book,
Oh
and
gosh, no, don't do it. Don't do it. We already had somebody. Don't bring it up. It's not. Yeah, we're just trying to help the gentleman out. He's here and he's being honest with us right now, and we're
yeah,
just trying to keep it to the bare essentials right now, and that's what this is
yeah,
about.
yeah,
The bare essentials of reality, knowing that we've been lied to, and these people have woken up, and we're all different people. Sid, I got to tell you this. Make sure you know this. Every single one of us is different. Every single one of us has a different understanding. So what I tell you is not going to be what the next guy tells you and the next person. Everybody's going to tell you maybe a different understanding. The one thing we can agree on is that we've been lied to by this world and that we're not living on a magical ball in space. That's it.
Do you think there's another great deception, or do you think this is the only great deception?
There are many great deceptions, but that we can't. I've been told by moderators that I cannot go to those topics though right now. And so I'm just going to stick with this one deception.
Okay. Well, yeah, because I agree with you. Heliocentrism is one of the great deceptions, and I think quantum mechanics is another.
Right. Well, if someone wants me to name some great deceptions, I'll say things like serpent seed, gap theory, things like that. That's Scientology, things in the, whatever. There are there's thousands of deceptions, and most of them are actually all of them. Here's the crazy part: are to discredit the Bible.
Yeah. What I was just trying to point out, like the main deceptions that kind of encompass a lot more.
Yeah, Satan does his job well. We would never be able to talk about flat Earth if we talk about all the deceptions. Let me tell you.
Yeah. I think a lot of them are kind of like feed off of each other, kind of like the heliocentrism and quantum mechanics. I think are kind of like intertwined to a large degree.
Yeah, you know what, guys? I try to make it as simple as possible. I say, let's go outside, plant a garden, and that's what matters. I don't honestly care about what's under the microscope. It can be interesting at some times, but what matters is seeing God's creation as a whole, just seeing, the birds and the bees, the
Well,
flowers and the trees. You know what I mean? The simple
I
stuff
think
that we actually
if
have
you
gotten
really want to
away from.
change things, if you really want to change things for the better, I think we need to address the main problem at hand, where all this corruption converges at an apex. And I say that would be academia. I say academia defines what happens within our political systems, within every facet of our lives. It all stems from what comes derived from academia.
Okay, well, I certainly don't have a solution, but I want to tell you something is that I don't want to change anything because God's word is working out just fine. And he allows the evil of this world to do many things. Without the evil of this world, there would be no solution. Without a solution, there's literally no glory to God. And that's kind of the whole point that everybody misses, is that there was supposed to be an evil enemy. Every time we buy a video game, guys, the bigger, the badder the bosses and the more evil they are, the more we love the video game. It's very weird how the human psyche works when it comes to fiction. We watch movies, Godzilla versus Kong, and because they're such monsters, that's awesome. But then when it comes to reality, we go, why would God make a monster? It's really confusing because for some reason in movies we love horrible monsters, but in reality, apparently everybody just has to be a robot. And why would God allow these things? So that's when it comes down to this, it's really weird because we admit what we love. We just don't want to love when God does it. Really weird how the psyche has been destroyed by this world.
That's interesting.
So I can't change the world. What I can do is my job, which is correct. And that's the thing. I don't want the world to wake up to this. I don't want the world to all of a sudden turn around and say, okay, everything's fine now. And we're on a flat earth. That's not going to solve anything anyway. And I'm actually very happy to know that this world cannot wake up to this deception because that gives me job security. Thanks. It's when it comes
See.
down to the individual, though. When I meet an individual like this, I'm absolutely going to help them with everything they ask me of that I can help them. When it comes to the world, let it burn.
I get you. Yeah, I mean, those are some strong points. You know, you have to have good and evil to understand both and make the right choice. So definitely have some good points there.
I take it back to make a garden, see, what kind of plant. I mean, if anybody has just a small, tiny patch of land where they live, just try to put some water on it and you'll be shocked, depending on where you live, of course. It's easy for me because I'm in the Southwestern United States, so everything's a clean slate. You would be amazed what just grows out of the ground and how many beautiful flowers and ridiculous things, because that's the kind of ridiculous thing that I'm interested in. I'm interested in God's creation. That's it. And I'm just trying to get everybody to go back to just appreciating literally just the animals, the topography, the land, the fruit, things like that. That's what matters. That's why God made things this way, right? And that's what
Well-
we've separated. We depend on, we depend on grocery stores. Every single one of us has to go to a grocery store to survive now, right? That's a separation of us from reality, right? And that's something that we have to do now. That's just how it is. And not everybody can just transition off the grid. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, plant a tree, add some water to your backyard, and appreciate God's creation. That's the best thing you can do. And show your children. That's it.
Have you seen some of these people? I think there's a couple in China that have been there for over 2 decades planting these certain types of plants in the desert, and I think they've covered over 266 hectaacres or whatever they call it. And there's another guy in India who did something similar in the middle of a desert. And what he did was he took the sandy desert and he took a licorice stick and planted it into the ground, and it decomposed. And as it decomposed, it brought fertility back to this and created soil where there was sand. And he was able to plant some eucalyptus trees that wick down, I think, 200 feet into the underground aquifers and naturally pulled water up to the topsoil. And he created a huge forest in the middle of the desert, and it's like a nice refuge for all types of animals and elephants and stuff to come to his forest. And I just thought that was so inspiring, man. Like, I'd like to do something like that one day.
Yeah, isn't that an amazing miracle that you can turn trash and decay into life? And that's the cycle that only God could create that way. Yeah, you put the dead things in the ground, all of a sudden now the soil can bring forth anything.
Yeah, he was able to transform a desolate wasteland into a fertile, lush, beautiful jungle and gave refuge to like thousands of animals. It was pretty neat. And speaking of trash, I seen another dude. He was collecting water bottles and putting them in burlap sacks, and ended up creating this giant floating island. And he's got plants and trees and all sorts of stuff on his island. It's kind of neat. Really good idea. But yeah, I think humanity needs to get back to that, just turning trash into fucking beauty.
Well, the problem is that it's going to get worse. Now, again, we're not going to go into that, rabbit hole right now. However, that's, there's just certain things I don't even think we're allowed to talk about in general on the server, which we shouldn't, because obviously we could get in trouble for that. But we know it's going to get worse. That's the reality.
What do you mean?
And that's why they're well, I'm not going to talk about it here because
Well, obviously, but what are you alluding to, in other words?
the mark of the beast.
Okay. So are we talking about singularity?
The whole way. Well, it's very simple. Obviously, there's only two sides to reality. So singularity, if you want to call it that, which I don't, but the world is the world. So there's two sides to the truth. You can either be for the world or you could be for God. And I'm just saying that that's why they have set up these circumstances in the past year and a half to make us take things so that we can maybe buy or sell. Now, that's not the mark of the beast yet. What they're doing is that they're setting it up so that we are conditioned for the mark of the beast, obviously, in the next 10 years.
Yes.
My point
Yes.
obviously is, how did the Bible know about that thousands of years ago? My point is, obviously, there's only one truth. And without that truth, obviously, there is no success. And it's not, and here's the biggest thing, is my point. We cannot fix anything. We are the reason everything has been destroyed. All we can do is admit we were wrong, give ourselves to God, and hopefully, ask for his forgiveness. That's it. That's all we can do, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think about Neuralink, Elon Musk project he's working on?
I don't even add apps to my phone, so I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I don't even trust them to put things on my cell phone, let alone me. I mean, I'm obviously all anti everything that.
So you haven't I take it you haven't heard of this Neuralink yet?
No, not really. To be honest with you, I stick to what I'm good at. So I already have too much on my plate, man. I don't want to know I just don't trust technology anyway. I don't pay attention to media, Elon Musk, anything they say. I just don't care anyway.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we kind of have to be aware to a degree, right? So that we can navigate ourselves properly.
Well, I'm trying to start off with what's easy to explain with the deception. And then obviously, if people know what I'm telling them is true, they're going to know Elon Musk can't be trusted. They're already going to be able to defend themselves against these other deceptions. That's the easy part. I'm trying to get their foundation to be rearranged and realize that obviously the magical spinning space religion is not reality. And if I can get them to understand that, then that's just where I go from there. If it's as far as things like Neuralink, I'm just not even interested. There's nothing that you could tell me about it that would interest me at all.
Huh.
I'm trying to get away from technology. I haven't had a computer for 8 years. So I'm trying to go the other direction. I have this stupid cell phone now, which I do everything through, which is a crutch, which is just, again, we're in a fallen system. That's as far as I'm taking. I'm certainly not hooking it up to my brain.
Yeah. It's an implant that he's trying to pass, and if it passes, they're going to start implanting it at birth. It's a young kids.
That's terrible. I can't even say the word. I mean, I'm trying to get people to realize voting isn't real. There's even flat earthers that still vote, So, I mean, what can you say? I mean, people want to vote. People want to feel like there's a possibility of me putting a leader in power that's going to help us. And I don't believe in any of that. I just laugh at it. And I go back to adding water to my dirt soil and playing with tortoises and hummingbirds. That's what I want to do, bro.
Yeah. I don't concede to corruption. I don't vote anymore. I knew it was all rigged from a young age.
The ironic part is I tell all these so-called conservatives, I go, this is the best thing that ever happened to you, that you didn't get your President Trump back in office. Now you can start concentrating on reality. Thanks.
Right. That's funny. So you've been asked not,
Go ahead.
you've been asked not to talk about certain things by moderation, huh?
Well, that's okay. It's not my server, and there's certain things that I don't need to talk about it, and they're worldly events. So the server has a right to dictate the rules and their regulations on what they want to be spoken about, and that's okay. So, and going by the guidelines, that's how things should be done anyway. Have to obey the laws of the land, whatever that means. And there's you got to realize there's ways around topics. If like the Helios, if I destroy the ball earth religion, I don't have to destroy space, right? Or if I destroy space, it's much easier to do this or that. So just take the rug out from underneath the lie.
And nobody's. It's only about the live stream, guys. I mean, the live stream is for Flat Earth. If you guys want to discuss anything else, there are tons of channels where you can discuss it, right? It's not a problem. Nobody's going to stop you.
How do you find those other channels?
Oh, there's a chill VC, there's a religion VC, there's a... Yeah. You just scroll down.
That's why the flat earth topic is so great. And I'm not even a flat earther, and I can explain that later. But the reason the flat earth topic is so great and it's so powerful is because it is the rug to all the deceptions. You just destroy this one deception, which I start with outer space, actually. And everything's gone. It's all gone. And that's why it is defended tooth and nail more than any way, shape, or form. People admit they would rather die than it have to admit that they can't go to space and that they didn't go to Mars and the moon and that my dad was lied to and this and that. And my grandpa built boats and didn't know all these excuses to hold on to a religion. And that's the point. The truth hurts. The truth is the salt. And, going back to my whole point, which is obviously that's all that matters is the truth. With truth, everything is solved. And that's why lies are so damaging, because all crimes are then protected by lies, and lies like that are protected by more lies. So it is all about unraveling these sycophant liars, showing the world that they're liars, and whoever, it's going to be a small percentage, but whoever understands, they won. Those are the people that have a victory, and they can now have a real life and reality and not be this mind-numb zombie walking around in a complete fictional fairy tale, and it's not going to be the majority. It's for a very tiny minority. And that's why the Bible says the path is narrow. So it's all going to go back to the most important truth, because all truths lead to God. That's what matters. I don't have to tell people that. That's where it's going to end up.
Can you elaborate a little bit on that? The path is narrow, straight and narrow, and
Well,
what you feel
yeah.
that means metaphorically, or
Well, it's
whatever.
literal.
Yeah.
Well, it's very literal and metaphorical. It's many things. And, trying again to go by the guidelines, most people can't and do not want to know the truth and will not be on the narrow path of truth. Most people want to be in a deception. They want to feel comfortable because they have self-gratitude. They have pride. They have
Do you
lust. Let me finish. The only way I can justify my self-pride and how good I am is if I'm God. And even confused people that think they believe in God are actually worshiping two masters and claim they believe in God, but actually believe the TV. So it really separates. There's so many things here. It separates the truth from the fiction. It separates the wheat from the chaff, the waters from the waters. That's what truth does. And the people that are going to find out the truth are going to be the tiniest minority. That's why the path is narrow.
All right. So you think it's more of a ideology, thought process, rather than like a physical seeking of God in a literal sense? Like, I don't know. I feel that after coming to find out that the Earth could very well be flat, I don't have any one solid piece of evidence that says yay or nay, but all evidences thus far kind of point to it being flat. So if this is the case, is there a possibility that this straight narrow path could be something literal, like maybe outside
It is.
the
I said it was
65th
literal.
parallel south?
It is literal, but no, you're not going to conquer new land. It is literal, but you're not going to go to Skull Island and we're going to find a Tyrannosaurus Rex and King Kong or whatever, which is probably the most realistic reality thing they've ever shown on TV. You got to realize they put the truth in movies. That's another topic. No, this is not about you going anywhere with Vienna sausages and a couple of oranges and a head of lettuce to go prove that there's something in the South Pole, the South Ring, the North Pole, the North Center, whatever you want to call it. That's not what this is about at all. In fact, that's just going to be a waste of time because you can't save anybody anyway. When it comes to this truth, I don't need to go anywhere. This is the one thing that everybody in reality can just walk out their door and go, oh, they lied.
Yeah, have you ever heard of, I think there was a ancient Viking story that talked about this,
Olaf
this
Jensen?
land. It talked about this land that was only that was only visible and was only accessible during the summer solstice and it was only for maybe like a week or two when this certain ice barrier would essentially thaw out and it would reveal this small narrow pathway leading to a whole nother continent or
Sure, many
landmass.
stories. There's thousands of stories like that. Yeah, in the past.
And you
Absolutely.
don't think that can coincide with this biblical text of Jesus saying the path is straight and narrow and to seek me?
Specifically to that area, no. Heaven will be here on earth, yes, but it's going to be a new earth anyway. So again, this is all going to go down a biblical topic, which is not designed, which the room isn't designed for. I'd love to go down to this biblical topic, but I was waiting for Sid to get back so that I could help him understand just that cartoons aren't reality. The point is, I can't speculate on anything like that. I can only test, observe, and prove and show people what I can do here in reality, and anything else is beyond my scope. I have to be honest with you. I have more than enough evidence to show people that the earth is flat from my own photography. So I only use my own photography when I'm showing evidence and going back and forth. I know everybody has their different tactics, but I don't use the internet because, well, I just don't have to. So I know, and again, God bless people for using the internet. There's plenty of good things on there, but there's many different routes to explain the truth of this plane of existence. And it's not going to be an old Viking story. I mean, God bless him for telling us that, but that's literally irrelevant. I know I don't want to hurt your feelings, but any sort of thing like that is just not going to be something I can test, prove, and observe. But I can test, prove, and observe the thoughts and
Well, let me
intents of
ask
the
you
heart.
this. Have you read all the scriptures in its totality?
Yes, but it doesn't mean I understand them all. So I could read the Bible 3 times through, but it doesn't mean
Well,
I
I didn't.
understand it. So I
I
have to go through
specifically
many
said
times.
it. Yeah, I specifically said it a certain way, and when you answered it and you said the Bible, it kind of tells me that you're sticking to the 66 scriptures or what is it within that KJV?
You don't
Or,
well, you don't want to go down this path, but this is not a biblical discussion, but your feelings are going to be hurt as well with that because yes, people that have been telling you that these other books are Bible are not Bible. This is not the place to discuss it. But yeah, that's part of the deception, unfortunately.
Mhm. Yeah, I get it. Yeah,
And
I've
it's
been
not.
curious
And
about
it was
that.
realized. Well, just let me tell you this. Well, it was only 66 books because they actually had to separate certain sections, and it was actually originally around 50 or so. But that's another story again, not for here. But the Bible is the Bible, and anything else is not the Bible, and that's another topic that's going to churn the hearts and minds of people because again, once you realize one deception and you think if you get lied to again, it's going to hurt your feelings again. So I don't want to hurt any feelings right now. In another
No,
time, we
you're
can go
not.
to.
Yeah,
I know
you're
we
not
can go
hurting
to a
anyone's
different room.
feelings, man.
I know we can go to a different room and discuss that. But there are many let me just put it this way: there are many deceptions in flat Earth. In fact, flat Earth is full of other lies like the No Forest on a Flat Earth scam that came out in 2000 whatever 15 16. There's all kinds of other things that would upset people if I started mentioning them, and all of these ideologies and
Yeah,
certain beliefs are actually again to distort and remove people from accepting God's word in the Bible. So if we go down that path,
Yeah.
it's just going to get worse. Yeah.
Well, I'm purely skeptical on many things. So yeah, I know what you're talking about, and I try to look at everything from like a third party perspective rather than like having feelings, thoughts, and beliefs involved. You know what I mean? I try to take the skin out of the game and just observe the facts and really criticize and scrutinize what's being portrayed. But the reason I brought up these Gnostic scriptures is due to the fact that the Gnostic Gospel of Timothy, the only book that was written while Jesus spoke word for word. All the other scriptures, like within the KJV, came after uh, Jesus' death. That these guys, a lot of these guys didn't even walk with Jesus, and a lot of these books and scriptures were just essentially. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. But
Yeah, it's a great topic, bro. I'd love to talk about it all day. Obviously, that's pretty much the end of our abilities here. We can't really go past that. But yes, Jesus is
yeah,
God. I'll just
I
leave it
just
at that.
I just wanted to make sure you were aware about that. That book, that particular book, being written as he spoke.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you this. I've been doing the Bible thing for 15 years, and that's why flat Earth was so easy for me, because the first thing I realized was obviously, to go to the Bible. So the Bible is absolutely the most powerful tool in existence, but this server isn't designed to be centered around that. Yes, we can use it, but there's only going to be a certain extent to that usage, before we have to kind of, what we really need is the Glober to come back, and we can talk to him about this and help him understand. But yeah, bro, hey, Revelation, it says it all right at the last page of the book. Literally almost all the answers are on the last page of the book. Isn't that amazing?
It says all the answers are on the last page of the book.
Yeah, in Revelation. But again, we're not, again, to the moderator's request, we can, we're not supposed to be talking about that, but if you bring it up, I'm going to comment on it. But yes, all the answers and everything that you'd ever need to know are in the Bible. What's amazing, though, is that literally the general understanding of it all is at the end of the book. Yes. But we're not going to, go down that rabbit hole. So,
Yeah,
and that's the thing.
you keep saying
I'm not hiding.
You keep saying that. You keep saying that. Yeah.
Because you keep
if
bringing it
anyone
up.
wants, if anyone wants to change the course of this conversation, please, you're free to do that at any moment. And I got a good feeling no one's really saying anything. So.
No, you're right, but
yeah,
you have to realize this. I have a history. Okay, is this die slow? Is this die slow?
Yeah.
Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I'm assuming. You might not know who I am. It doesn't matter. I'm not important. So let me just help you out. I'm not important. However, I'm trying to make this as nice as possible. I have been removed for talking about certain things sometimes. So my approach to this might be different than you, because I've been removed for it. If you haven't, I understand why you have a little bit different approach onto this. Now, I'm not going to stop at anything when it comes to the truth of God. I will proclaim the name Jesus as God. However, I've been asked to come on here, to help people understand these deceptions. So that's what my goal is. And of course, I'm going to use the word of God to do that, but there has to be a certain method to do it. I can't just say, let's talk about the Bible for 2 hours right now. That's not going to happen. That's all. We're probably getting away with it because I don't think we're live right now. Let me check. Oh, never mind. Apparently we are live, and it's 9:07 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel, and you are here at the end of the internet, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Back at you. What's going on, players? You guys are going to have to start talking because nobody wants me to talk for the next hour. Go ahead. Right on. Thanks, old dude, for the wonderful meme, man. That just reminds me of my myself when I wake up in the morning. But yeah, guys, it turns out that they lied to you about everything, and that's the easy part. The hard part is finding out who God is and if you want to have a relationship.
Yo, you there, man? My phone
Go ahead,
died.
Dice Slow. Go ahead,
I
man.
apologize. I apologize. My phone died. The last I heard was, "Do you know who I am?" And then my phone died.
Yeah, and I'm no, it's not. I don't want to confuse anybody. I confuse myself enough. I'm not an important person. However, I'm just a child of God. You know that, and that's how I look at it. I'm a child of God, just trying to do the right thing because I'm a terrible sinner. I need to be forgiven. And the fact is, this plane of existence has been destroyed spiritually, and that's why we're here. We're here because we're either upset or we want to do something about the fact that everybody's been lied to. And this one big deception is so big, it's unraveled literally countless other deceptions and brought many people together, such as this meeting right now, because we understand this general idea. And that's what this is about. And we can go from there and learn. And obviously, you know my opinion. I haven't hidden from it, but I have to take the opportunities as they come. I can't tell people, Demok, you're going to listen to me right now, and I'm going to tell you the truth. So people are going to have to literally open themselves up. I can't, like the gentleman earlier, a little kid said, he came in the room, right? I didn't ask him to come in. So, and that's kind of how this place is designed.
Okay. So were you gonna say like I've talked to you before or something, like under a different name? Like that's kind of what.
My
Okay.
point is that
Okay.
obviously
You're just
people,
saying. I get it.
my point is that people know that I would say that the way that I am seen through the other eyes. What's up, Elijah Freeman, the one free man? God bless you, sir. Thank you. How do I say this? I'm trying to talk about myself in a way that I don't agree with, but I guess a troublemaker, or I start problems. So my point is that I don't have the leverage of being able to maybe make a mistake on the server without, if a moderator sees me make a mistake, I'm going to have to deal with it. I'm going to have to eat my words or something. So my point is that I've already been here a while. The moderators know me, so I have to go by the rules that the moderators have told me, listen, this is what you're allowed to do generalistically, blah, blah, blah. Here's the rules of the server, and the server rules have to be followed. So I'm saying, just because you haven't gotten in trouble for it doesn't mean that maybe there are other people that, because of who I am, I get in trouble a lot. Hey, I'm a troublemaker. That's all.
I get it. So getting back to the Bible here. No, I'm just joking.
Man, and there's these concave. Let me tell you about these other people real quick. So we'll do a sidestep. There's people that think they live in a concave Earth cell. Have you guys heard about this?
Shallow Earth or whatever.
You can call it whatever you want. I'm just saying that there are people
that's just how I've heard it. Somebody said shallow Earth. I'm like, what are you talking about? And then they're like, oh, like a convex, like a bowl, basically, like a cereal bowl. Okay.
I'm not going to even describe it. I'm just saying that people are claiming that the Earth doesn't curve into a ball. It curves upward the opposite way into a concave cell Earth. And that's
opposite.
You know what I mean? That's another
saying.
great deception, right? So a lot of these concave Earthers hang around flat Earth groups because they look at it like, well, the flat Earth group knows some of it, but actually we have the real truth, which is the cell Earth, and we live inside this ball. We don't live on a ball, we live inside a ball. So the deceptions are going to continue. Once even if you realize that the heliocentric model is false, if you don't replace it with
opposition.
Right. If you don't replace it with reality, you're still lost in the sauce. You see what I'm saying? So it's not just understanding the lie. It's then just literally accepting reality. It's literally going, this is real. And that's it. It's that simple. No explanation needed. Let me just go to the chat real quick. There's people saying, Let me just read this real quick. Let's see. We got Colin Dresser. What is going on? Colin Dresser says Velcro, it's claimed to be on an elliptical orbit, speeding up and slowing down. What was your previous statement again? And do you know your own rhetoric? So there's a nice conversation, a back and forth argument here on the topic right now. And let me just look up this guy's. Yeah, so we have this guy here. There's somebody who is obviously believes he lives on a magical ball Earth. His name is Velcro for you. And he is going to now hide from the topic and ask about the sun, moon, and stars to avoid the shape of the Earth. So this is a perfect example of when somebody doesn't want to know the truth. Now, I don't know their belief system, but I could give you a good guess. And it's very obvious when people want to keep their belief system, it's not about the evidence. It's about literally making up excuses to why the evidence doesn't matter, such as, how can you tell me that all of the sun, moon, and stars are flat also? Or whatever excuse it is to hide from Earth, or whatever straw man they build, is just another example of what people do when they're hiding from reality. So Colin Dressers and Multi Tom Tom are going to give us a great example of this right now in the chat. So, and this can be seen literally everywhere you go on Earth, right? When you meet somebody that doesn't want to know the truth, guess what? They're not going to ask you about measurements of the Earth. They're going to ask you about the sun, moon, and stars. And that's how great this deception is.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could be genuinely curious as to some of the other phenomenal, observable things taking place and the truth behind it.
Okay, if I ask you, Dice Slow, how does the sun work? Do you know what I'm implying?
How does the sun work? Do I know what
Yes,
you're
and
implying?
right. We have thousands of people that have been, when you say flat Earth, people go, well, forget the flat Earth. How does the sun work? I don't know why. I didn't do that. But the point is, when somebody asks you, how does the sun work? For number one, they are implying they have an idea of how it works because of magical balls. And number two, they are also implying that you have the power of God. You see, so it is a serious psychological problem. Not saying they're stupid or they're crazy, but they've been brainwashed to think that men can give the answers only God can, and they already think they have an answer. That's how crazy it is. There's no such thing as how does the sun work? The question doesn't make any sense. It's literally, it's not that these people are bad, but again, they're brainwashed. It's just like somebody from Scientology saying, well, L. Ron Hubbard says we come from the volcanoes and, whatever, blah, 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 whatever they teach, and they believe it, right? Well, how do volcanoes work if L. Ron Hubbard is wrong? Well, I don't have to explain to you how something works just because somebody lied to you and told you how they knew how it works, right? We're not talking about an internal combustion engine. We're talking about a volcano. And if somebody tells you they know how volcanoes work, number one, they're lying. And number two, they're not interested in reality. That's just how it is. You can just tell what someone's, where they're coming from with one simple question.
I've heard
hold on,
earthers.
but hold on.
Yeah,
with
no,
one
I get your
simple
point.
Well, with one simple question, you can tell the psyche of someone. It's very easy.
Yeah, I get your point. And you could also probably see the next 10 questions that you could assume they'd ask thereafter based off the first ridiculous question. So, yeah, I get your point, and I see what you're saying. Like, he's trying to go somewhere we can't go to create an obfuscation.
Right.
Yeah, I understand. But now I forgot what the hell I was trying to say.
Oh, I'm sorry. You'll think of it. Don't worry. But when I start this conversation off, I always start from space. So I don't say the F word. In fact, I almost never say F word. In fact, every time I talk to everybody about this, the opposition to me will always bring up flat Earth. And I'll say, I didn't say flat Earth. And then they'll say, well, what do you mean? And I will say, space isn't real, or whatever I was explaining. I'll explain that. I'll explain. And when I make these explanations, Dice Slow, I don't have to go to, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel to get claims that space isn't real. I just go to the government. I just go to the scientists. And again, I'm using that term because they're using the term scientists. We know they're not scientists. They don't even use the method. My point is, all I have to do is use their sources to destroy the ideology of magical space travel, as they admit they can't do it. I don't have to tell you they
Yeah.
can't go to space. They say so. My approach on this is that the evil of this world, like all criminals, will eventually have a Freudian slip and admit to their crimes, just as Buzz Aldrin did 4 years ago and told the little girl, well, the reason that is because we didn't go to the moon. Well, good one, Buzz Aldrin. Thanks. Now I don't have to have a claim. Now you told me we didn't go to the moon. That was easy. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And then I go to
saw
the
that
other guy.
one, and I
Right.
have
So
asked them about that, and they're like, "Oh, you think that was true? He was just joking." So I mean, I don't know.
right. So they'll
Lot
just say, oh, he was just joking. Right. There's always an excuse to hide from truth. When criminals give a Freudian slip, there will be someone who wants to protect that crime. That's what lawyers are for, right? So why do lawyers lie? Apparently there's no such thing as lawyers. I mean, that's what these people are literally telling us, that there's, people can't lie. I guess only poor people lie, but when you make billions of dollars, you don't lie. That's their mentality. How crazy is that? Everybody knows that that's the opposite. Everybody knows the more successful you get, the more corrupt you get. Duh. I mean, that's just, come on. The poor, I would only trust poor come on. It's a literal separation of everything that we experience. You see, it's not just the shape of the earth. It's not just outer space. It's morality. When somebody asks you, why would they lie? They're already trying to protect liars. That's how I would never, you're not going to ever hear from me. Why would somebody lie? I've lied before. That would make me that would mean I'm lying right now. If I asked you, why would somebody lie? I'm a liar right off the bat. And that's a hard pill to swallow. Now, we can't just tell somebody that, right? If a new guy walks in the room and says, why would they lie? I'm not just going to say, listen, you just lied, even though they did, because obviously that's going to upset them and turn the conversation in the wrong direction. But that's the reality of this, is that this is about morality. This is about truth. This is about, does truth matter? And notice you'll get this question, well, what difference does it make? If somebody asks, what difference does it make? You're saying it doesn't make a difference that billions of people have been lied to. That's insanity. That's the worst thing a human being could ever ask, is what difference does it make? That is so scary. And I just feel very sorry for those people. Go ahead.
Well, no, because I've taken this to a lot of like friends and family, and like you said, you don't come out with the F word, but you kind of let them kind of tell it, through asking them certain key questions and stuff, but nevertheless, at some point in the conversation, they start getting curious as to what you're getting at, and
Right, but let me show you. And I guess it's because I've been doing this so long. So this methodology is kind of bulletproof, because I don't ever claim flat Earth. And then when when I'm 5 minutes in and they're getting upset, right? And they start, having some sort of convulsions because I'm telling them, sorry, you're never going to space. they'll, the conversation intensifies. So when they'll go, then what are you saying if the Earth isn't flat? My answer is always this: the Earth is under the heaven and in the waters. And then if they want me to elaborate, I can elaborate. But that's the reality. We are under something. When I say under, you can't be, there is no under on a ball. There is no above on a ball. There's no direction. There's no truth. That's the whole point. I'm trying to give them this literal picture in their mind. What up?
You were on fucking fire, man. You were killing the commentary so hard. Like, I had to come in here and I'm like, yo, this dude is on fire. I'm enjoying this conversation so much. Thank you, man.
Amen.
I'm glad you're back.
Amen. God bless you, sir. The one for you.
I got to clip this out.
Amen, sir. Hey, God's too good to me. Listen, I'm just a little ant, but sometimes God gives us some knowledge, and we have to spread that knowledge. So when people get upset like that, Die Slow, I have to calm them down, right? And I just start telling them, listen, bro, or whoever you are, all I'm telling you is that reality is not a hoax, and it's the things on TV that are the hoax. That's my only claim. And then they have to literally think about in their own mind, wow, I never thought of it that way. And that's all I'm telling them. I don't even ever say the word flat, because I go, no, yes, actually I will tell them, listen, because I have my own photography. I'll say, yeah, listen, the Earth does appear flat as a distance, but obviously that's not what it is, right? Like a pizza isn't flat, right? We know that a pizza is a pizza. Does anybody ever go to the Domino's, or anybody in here ever go order a pizza and go, hey, make sure you make it a flat pizza? No one's ever done that. I don't go to Pizza Hut and say, oh, make me one of those flat pizzas, right? No, but generalistically, it is flat. I'm just saying, let me give
Yeah.
you some examples here. My point is that something that's flat isn't even described as flat sometimes. So when here, and this is going to
Flat
turn
invokes
some gears. Go ahead. I'll let you
two-dimensional.
interrupt. Go ahead.
Flat invokes two-dimensional. So I mean,
Right.
yeah, that's only
Right.
stuff of TVs and computer screens.
Right. So when I say something, and that's exactly right. So when I say the earth is under the heavens and in the waters, they can't now say what's under the earth. They cannot now say, well, how thick is the earth? Well, they will, because they have some sort of psychological problem when I tell them, listen, whatever we experience in reality is true. So if we've only dug 8 miles, if somebody dug 8 miles down in Russia, great, I'll take their word for it. The Russians dug 8 miles down. That's it. That's all we can get to. If that's all we can get to, that's the limit. If that's what reality dictates, that's what reality dictates. That's all I'm claiming. I don't have to explain anything. That's how easy this is, bro. The reason I love this topic so much is because it explains itself. There's not anything on this plane of existence that even has a claim for curvature or spin of the earth. And I go, listen, can you just find me one scientific or engineering source for anybody in history adjusting for curvature or spin? The answer is no. The answer is nothing. There isn't even a claim. It's a story told on television, guys. It's on your movie. You went to a movie the other day. What was the first thing you say? It said Universal Pictures. It shows you a ball Earth right at the beginning of the movie. You're living in a movie. I don't have to explain why the movie's not real, bruh. We experience reality, and that's what I get to teach. That's it. And everything else, evolution, you name it, is attached to it. So, but yeah, no one has to even say flat Earth to teach flat Earth, and that's how cool it is.
But yeah, man, like I was trying to say, I get, friends and family that I've approached with this topic, and certain ones, man, like you're saying, like convulsing and freaking out, like it was shocking to see the reaction. For example, my cousin, I had him over at my house, and we were standing in front of my garage late night, and like I just started getting in on him with the FE stuff, and we went through fucking Coriolis effect. We went through all sorts of shit, man. And he's a really smart dude. And at one point, he just started jumping up and down, like almost knocked over my motorcycle. And I'm like, what the fuck? And he's just like, I can't believe you think this shit and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, he was projecting his, I don't know. He was projecting his feelings onto me, essentially, but trying to wrap it up in such a way that, like, he's concerned about me and my thoughts and stuff like that, and how I could fall for something like this. But the problem is, it's like, okay, like, I could accept that you have maybe some passion and care for me. Okay, cool. But the problem is, man, is that's not at all true, man. Like, he doesn't call me hardly ever. Like, he don't give a fuck what I think. You know what I'm saying? It was him. He was projecting his feelings, and
exactly.
I was shaking his paradigm to the point where it was like he couldn't handle it. But to be such a fucking liar and to put it on me, like, I can't believe you think this. And it's just like, it was scary to see, man. And then you're right.
Yes.
Right. The final, their final end all question back is, so what if it is? What does that even matter anyway?
Ouch.
And it's just like, oh God, like, what a dagger in my fucking heart, dude. Like, you really just put yourself on that side of the fence with me.
Well, I want to say they're sick, but
I hate that. I hate when they say that. That hurts.
I'm only saying that that's because they're sick. But if I wasn't relating to your story by thinking of my friend, and I was just thinking in terms of truth and what I would say if I had God in mind, I'd say no, they're straight up liars. They've allowed themselves at some point in life to lie to themselves, and this is the result. My friend, he came in here. He was talked to pretty well. But I don't know what he heard, after, during the times that I wasn't in here or whatever. Like, I don't know. But what I do know is he was very emotional about how people acted and nothing about the information. I know one time after that, I went to his house and he's like, by the way, the earth isn't flat. And I'm like, it's definitely not a globe. And he's like, no, dude, it's not flat. The earth is a globe and space is real, blah, 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 blah. Like, he got into this chant. Like, I saw his eyes gloss over and I knew better, because sometimes we get prideful and we want to ram information down people's throats. But at that time, he didn't need information. He's always taken what I've said and thought about it and maybe researched about it. So he already knew what I had to say on the topic. So I just looked at him. I put my hands up. I said, all right, man. He's like, no, you got to stop. I'm like, I'm fine. I got to do whatever it is Eli has to do when he wakes up in the morning. You can think and feel how you want. We've already had the discussion. And if that's how you feel, I'm fine about it. We don't even have to talk about it. Yeah, but no. It's all right. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Like, the one thing we don't know how to do is disengage.
Yep. You're right, man. You're right. That's probably, I should have taken that approach at some point. But it's hard, man, when it's just like there's so many evidences to the contrary for mainstream that we could point to. And it's like, I'm just hoping one of these is going to connect, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know, man. Fucking airball.
Hey, could I say something really quick?
Of course.
Hello? Like, okay. I really do understand the Glover side. I think we all do, but I don't know, to put it in my own words, I can't speak for everybody, but I mean, even knowing the reality, okay, like there's stages to it, man. Like, I would say the first 2 or 3 years that I was researching the topic, I thought I knew that the earth was flat. I thought I did. And then all of a sudden, a couple more years go by, then a few years go by, and slowly but surely you start to, like, then your brain actually starts to disconnect from the lie. And it's just weird, even when confronted with the information and the fact and knowing that it's true. It still takes, like, at least for me, it still took such a long time to actually
Acclimate.
disconnect with, to acclimate to the truth. And it's just so it's you can't really describe it with words, I feel like, because it's just like you can finally see,
Yeah, it was the same for me. Because I was very confident about the information for a long time from the beginning. I was very confident. Like, when I'm confident about something, I go in headlong. But it wasn't until I experienced the world without looking at it the way I was taught. Once the experience happened, that's when I knew. And it was, like you said, it was very different from thinking I already knew because of information,
Night and day, man. Night and day. But that's why I empathize with them so much, like what you guys are talking about, just having a understanding. It's not about our emotional interests in the debate or argument. It's about trying to bring them to that reality, because even as truthers, it's still, if you've been in this fucking fake illusion for long enough, it's still hard to suck yourself out of this, the lie, the emotional ties to it, because it runs deep. It runs as early as being 5 years old and learning all about space and whatnot. Like, I don't know. It's just that's what I think is going on, but it's just been within the past year or so that I finally feel like I've like woken up, to the actual reality instead of the lie and the rat race that everybody feels like they're in, Can I just get a mic check really quick? Make sure my stuff's not glitched.
No, we're hearing you, man.
Okay. I was talking to somebody last night, a friend, and they said that they are spiritual, and which is good. But I told them, I said, there's certain things that, the government lies about. Had they not lied, you would, maybe go a little bit deeper than that. And they say, oh, well, I don't know. I guess I don't know what you're talking about. And I said, well, and it's not somebody I've known for a particularly long time. So it's not somebody that like I really want to confront with the truth immediately, like my other buddy that took in the information, it's probably because he trusted me enough to know that I'm not just some nut, that's going to lead him down a rabbit hole and make him crazy. You know what I mean? And so I feel like there's, sometimes a certain amount of trust involved with it. But anyways, I was just explaining that to him, and it was just so hard. It's so hard to sometimes not say exactly what you want to say. And I know you guys probably understand that more than most would, but it's like you want to tell them, but at the same time, I don't know. It's hard because you know that they're going to turn their back on you immediately. You know what I mean? And Helio was talking about that the other day, and I think all of us know that all too well, but
Yep. Yeah, I can agree.
I think I underestimated that sentiment. Matter of fact, I'm not sure I ever even given that thought. Because I'm always talking about not being out of touch, because it's easy, to be in our position now after having known the information for so long, how to transform it, put it where, but I never think about people who still care about leaving people behind, or that fear of, man, if I think this way, this is how I'll be treated. Because I personally don't care. I've left that behind in my life a long time ago. So when I came to this, that wasn't even a factor. I was such a force in my life that it's like, yo, we're cool or we're not, but I guess I didn't really realize how damaging it could be for others.
In what way?
Well, I mean, just the question of, well, man, if I really go headlong into the truth, how alone will I be? What's the scale here? Is it just a casual friend that I have drinks with once a month? Is it my mom? Is it my wife?
Yeah, I've taken this conversation
really hard.
Yeah, I've taken it many directions with many people, close people, and it's interesting to see the change in your relationship after you've kind of exposed your thoughts, on this topic. And yeah, man, I've been brought a lot of jokes from some really close friends, and yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard being that guy,
Well, I'll help you out. I'll send you some tools if you need them, man, because this, to me, this is the easiest topic ever. And I know it can be difficult because we've been told things for decades. So now we're kind of on our own, right, to figure out what what we're going to use as evidence or for claims and things like that. And that's the crazy part about this, is that when you're getting into an argument with somebody, they have $1 trillion military industrial complex, and they're expecting you to now replace the answers that they got from $1 trillion military industrial complex. So right off the bat, they're already insane. You see, I don't have to do that. You see, you guys, I'm not getting your tax money, so why should I have to explain anything? You know, so yeah, it's a difficult road depending on how you take it. That's why I always tell you, I start with space. I say, listen, space isn't real. There's no space travel. They admit it. They can't go to the moon. They admit it. They admit it. They admit it. I don't have to make a claim. I go, they admit it. Look it up. And that it makes it easier for me because I don't have to explain anything. I just go look it up, and then they'll get upset and deny it. And I go, okay, great. Then you don't believe them either. That was easy. Next.
So they say, what does it matter, right? MG. But look at this parallel. Look at this right here. Something that a lot of men, and even the women who come here will understand. Oh, okay, so most people don't want an average relationship. So, I mean, that word is like magic or a spell, the way that some people react to it, right? Because here's the thing. Let's take a woman, for example. It's like, well, you know, would you be fine with an average man? No, you know, I think I deserve, you know, I think I deserve what I deserve, whatever that may be. But it's not going to be a man earning 40, 50, 60, 70,000. A lot of times they're aspiring, or at least one a man who's aspiring to be someone who makes 100,000 a year at the least, right? And that's only 10% of men in America. But they aren't mentally fit for the person who is quote unquote average. So they're attempting to fulfill something that is literally impossible to fulfill. The numbers don't add up. Okay, you want someone who's in the top 10% of earners. Well, how does someone who's average get that? So
You don't. You have to.
this
you have to concede to
heliocentric
corruption.
model has allowed us to, well, we've lost the inability to truly assess ourselves and assess situations and then become better people. It's insane.
It is insane. That's what this world is.
It's literally insane.
It rips the masks off of anybody. If there's a mustard seed of deceit in somebody, you're going to find it. You know, a question I get, Elijah, all the time, you know, because I obviously speak to Bible believers, supposedly, and obviously Christians about this topic more than atheists. But for some reason, atheists are scared of me. I don't know why. But the Christians will always end up asking me, well, are you saying this is a salvation issue? And I'll tell them, no, the fact that God's earth is under the heavens and in the waters is not your salvation issue. Your salvation issue is your decrepit heart lying about God's earth. That's the salvation issue. Now, if somebody wants to believe it, that's fine. But if somebody's lying about it, yes, that's a salvation issue. If you're trying to protect this massive, sick, you know, I can't even use the terms, I'm trying to be polite, sycophant religion of death. If you're trying to protect a religion of death and you're going to lie to me about it, yes, you have salvation issues and it's not God's earth. Thanks.
They'll say it's not like that, and it's like, oh, okay, so you will speak up for the injustices that happen in your society, then. So you are speaking up to the corporations that are basically robbing your community blind. So you will no, you won't. You'll justify it, and you'll go drink a cappuccino or a frappuccino at Starbucks, no problem. And you'll justify it. And so, yeah, looking at this is very important. Accepting the truth and sharing the truth and living in the truth is important. It's like, how can people say, well, is it really that big a deal? Like there's someone on the flat earth debate that I won't say, but he says, you know, if someone isn't accepting the knowledge of flat earth and you know, but they're Bible people, like, I'm not going to condemn them. And I'm like, you've already doomed yourself in answering a question that's irrelevant. Like, no one asked if it was right or wrong to condemn them. The question is it a condemnable offense to lie? And it's
Amen.
like, it's pulling teeth trying to get people to just tell the truth.
Exactly, Elijah. And the same people that say, why would they lie, literally will lie to you in the next breath almost every time.
Can I
Isn't
interject
that
with an
telling?
observation? So, a rather obvious observation that I've made, and obviously I think you guys would agree, but people in here, when you're talking to people in here, it's a lot different than talking to people out in the world, or any other Discord channel for that matter. And what I mean is, like, the people here are here to learn for the most part, and so, like, applying that to the notion is kind of like, I mean, you have people in here where if you accidentally talk over somebody, most of the people in here are the first to say, "Oh, sorry, yeah, go ahead." And it happens every single time. That doesn't happen in the real world. That person will continue talking. And it's just so many people are taught, instead of listening in the world, to just be ignorant, pretty much. That ignorant is the new fad. You know, it's trending. You know, and everybody nowadays with Google at their dispensary, they can be a doctor over Facebook or a therapist, yet none of them follow their own silly quotes. You know what I mean? And it's just funny, because a long time ago, I thought to myself, I was like, man, what if actually, what if there was somebody that actually followed all of these cheesy quotes that people put on Facebook? They'd probably be damn near perfect, but nobody does. They all post it for this illusion, and they don't mind the illusion. They take their angle pictures and whatnot to look pretty on Facebook, and it's all a lie, and they look happy. Little does everybody know that they have a horrible home life, that maybe they're not the greatest parent, but on Facebook, they are. It's all an illusion. It's so much different in here, where people listen, where people share knowledge and accept knowledge, but outside in the real world, it's not the same. It's all about fakery and making yourself look good, instead of actually learning and growing and doing well for yourself, in my opinion. But I've just noticed that.
Hey, you gave me a good idea. Maybe we should create the inversion of Facebook, and it'll be something where it's like, instead of showing like all your like quote unquote perfections, right? It'll be all of your flaws, right? And it'll be people talking about what they're not good at, what they don't know, where they failed. Maybe that could be the solution to the inverse narcissism.
Yeah. One thing I would say is it would have to have a so there's an accountability mechanism, or at least admitting, like, okay, this is the flaw. But
yeah, you publicly admit your flaws.
Yeah, but I think there's also, for redemption sake, I think that it'd be great if there was also on that platform, like, you share, okay, this is the goal that I've set, right? And this is where I want to be. Like, a lot of people take that for granted, but where can you go if you can't think? So your thinking is the first place you need to start. Because every time I haven't done something is because I thought about not doing it after knowing I was supposed to. I don't think anyone is different.
Well, that was kind of deep, that last sentence. You might need to just kind of say that again, a little slower.
Yeah, we oftentimes think about what we don't want to do when we're kind of debating with ourselves whether we should do it or not, when we've already decided from an objective standpoint, this is what I need to do. But when the time comes, it's like, well, do I want to do this right now? Do I have to do this right now? Can I face this right now? Do I have the means to do this right now? All of these irrelevant questions.
Yeah, iPad.
Yeah.
That's how I know
Sometimes
I'm
you
the
just gotta
dumbest man
act.
I know. Because I
There you go.
half
There
my
you
life,
go.
most 99% of my life, up until yesterday, fuck it. I have not listened to anything I just said. You know? Like that's the man, it's hard, you know. But is it real? Life is simple. Our will to fuck it up is much stronger for some reason. All you got to do is stick to your word. It's literally all you have to do. It's the hardest thing to do, though.
I'm glad this conversation went in this direction, Elijah, because the simpler we make things, the better everything is. And if you'll notice, the one thing about the naysayers, or of course the normies, or whoever, is that they try to overcomplicate everything. So, and that's literally why they have all these. I mean, here's another. I mean, does anybody know that the word species isn't even a real word? Yet they'll, we still use it. We all still use it. We think it is, like the word global, things like that. Those aren't even real words, right? So, these people go, well, how do you explain this, or angular resolution, or distance, or mathematical equations, or that's all trash. None of that means anything. And then the atheists admit that science doesn't. In their eyes, they say science doesn't prove things, but they'll spend all day talking about science to tell you why it doesn't prove anything. That doesn't sound intelligent. That sounds like we're hiding from reality. You see what I'm saying? So you'll be able to tell right away if somebody wants to overcomplicate something, then they're not interested in reality. I don't have to explain mitochondrial DNA and the sequencing of the trillions of different actions and proteins and mechanical mechanisms in the DNA. I can just say the cats make kittens. That's it. That was easy. And that's why you guys are going down this road of morality. Go ahead, A-person. Go ahead.
Oh, it was me.
I was going to say, when it comes to the truth, I kind of treat it, and just briefly touching some of the scripture, just for a second, just because it follows my beliefs, or I follow this as a belief. But in the Bible, it tells us, those who have not sinned, can cast the first stone. And that's pretty powerful. When it comes to our day-to-day lives, it pretty much tells us, like, if we haven't messed up, then by all means. But if we've messed up, we have no right to judge others for their sins. Of course, there's if somebody's wronged you, if they're sinning against themselves, that's in my opinion, that's none of my business to treat them less than for it. However, you have a circumstance where there is an exception if you're doing it out of love. If in your heart you truly want to help somebody, you can, but it has to be out of love. And I treat people who are in this illusion the same way. It's never to be, oh, well, you're stupid, because you believe that, or this and that. It's wrong to think that way, of course, but I think the only way to really fix that is, by showing that person, the truth in a loving manner. Sure, you can shove it down their throat and be a jerk about it, but I definitely don't think that that's the right thing to do, given the the circumstances. I mean, being force-fed false information for most of their life, that's a pretty tough gig, and I don't know. For me, I'm no person to judge those people, but yeah, that's all I wanted to say is, like, it's best to treat those people with love when showing them the truth, and like we were talking about earlier, not just arguing to argue or being emotionally angry or invested.
Sorry to interrupt, but generally on this server, the intention is to introduce them to the flat earth truth in a nice, amicable, friendly way. That's the intentions. But then there are times when they become obnoxious. or not even, let's say, not obnoxious, they just begin to deny the truth or not accept the information that they're asking for that you present them with, totally ignore it. You become exasperated after a while with the so-called individual who's doing that. Then you need to step up like a parent. Are you listening to what we're saying, for example? Did you understand what we just said? Because what I'm giving you has taken me years to learn, to bring to you, and you're just within a second totally ignoring it, and you're gish galloping onto something else. So you've got to address these things. So the intention here in this survey is always to be amicable, teach in a loving manner with patience and guidance. But sometimes you can't. You have to use a stern stance, like a parent would to a child. You have to, and that's still showing love, by the way.
Oh, I agree full-heartedly. I definitely wasn't calling anybody out for the contrary. I think this server does a great job with doing that.
Yeah,
I'd like to add to that in my journey, I found, I for now I'll call them the other side, even though I was on the side of the Globers before. A lot of anger, a lot of insults on their side, and on this side, a lot of calmness and non-judgmental. Flat Earth side seemed to be very wanting to show me something that I wasn't aware of.
I wish I could wholeheartedly agree with that.
Where the Globe side always wanted to push what I used to think down my throat and start insulting me. So it was one of the things that pushed me more towards Effie.
Yeah, initially that's what happens. Like we all have that hold on. Yeah, we all have that experience where we were brand new in this. We weren't like, yo, Earth is flat. I know everything. This is what I know. Here you go. Like who started out like that? I started out with friends, guys, do you think that there's a possibility that we haven't went to the moon? And it was over, on and popping from there, right? All the ridicule in the world. But there's a point where I had to take accountability for my own actions because I became that same person. I took on that energy. I took on that spirit. And that's something that we have to be very careful about. When it comes to our energy, we have to protect it. And we have to remember, we don't have to engage. Like Jen, you're very right. There are people who do need like a parental kind of stern talking to. But there are some people who make it known that they're not here to be guided. They're not here to learn. They're not here for anything other than to bump heads. We don't have to engage those people because every time we do, we mistake genuine people for those people more and more. And it chips away at our spirit.
So yeah, I know. My approach is always to remember I was once in their shoes. Always. So my approach is always measured. I don't mess around. I keep it simple and it's step by step. And the reason I do that because it's easy for them to trip up. If you're tripping up at baby pace, ABC, elementary school, kindergarten stuff, and you're obfuscating already, well, there you have it. You know, you're leaving yourself open for a little sterning waking up. So I always step off, small, measured. I don't use too much complicated grammar because I want them to understand this quickly. And once they begin to understand that what they've learned is incorrect, they've been deceived, then their intellect and their critical thinking will switch on. And then we can up the vocabulary level. And we're now moving at a smooth rate. That's always my objective. Always.
Oh yes. If
I don't want this argument, but there are times when you have to. Yeah.
What's our success rate here with this? Because it seems like we all kind of have different tactics and different measures of approaches. And does anybody have like a general consensus or idea of the success rate at which these supposed newbies have come in here and go, oh shit, you guys got a point here, and yeah, I'm gonna look into this further. And next thing you know, they're on here daily and or at least conceding to
Yeah.
shape of the earth.
Oh, go ahead, Jim. Sorry.
Well, I can answer that slightly. I can answer that slightly, and that is, we have a great success rate at dropping the seed into their heads, even when it's got heated and out of control. Let's call it a shit show, for example. We drop the seed. So that this university, this Flat Earth University, is great at doing. Sometimes we do get people come back and care for weeks, then they go on the fence, and they're there for years on the fence. Even I've heard myself. So we're doing good. We're doing good, yeah? Because don't get me wrong, like Elijah said, there are people who come here who don't want to learn, just want to create trouble and havoc. And we take them out. And I'm glad, I love that we take them out. But we're taking them out, and anyone listening is learning why we're taking them out and how we're taking them out. And when they've gone, we still critique and let the listeners know what actually happened, because we're discussing it amongst ourselves. So we have a great rate, I would have to say. And I've only been in this server 2 years, and I've seen some good successes, ambles of time. So, it's been many a shit show, yes, but even in the shit show, positive outcomes have happened, without a doubt.
I wanted to answer in a different way, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
And same here after.
Okay, so I think there's like these unspoken laws. Like we know of some of them. You stand in front of a Mack truck, you surely will not make it, depending on how fast that Mack truck is moving. So you probably 15 is probably all you need. Like, but so what I'm saying is there are other things at work that are like more on a metaphysical level, up to they okay, let me say it like this. You've ever heard, well, 1 and so number will become successful, 1 and so will go on to do this, 1 and so will go on to do that. Well, in the same way, this is what I see most of the time. It's always the case where a bus full of trolls comes in and 2 or 3 of them stay. So most will goof off, most will, put the information to the wayside and going about their days. And 2 or 3 will actually listen and take on the information and let it transform their lives.
But then you've dropped those who are goofing off. Sorry, those who are goofing off have got the seed in their head. So it's only a question of time before they begin to think, because it will happen in their life. They'll have that moment when they're thinking of something. Something might trigger their memory, of the flat Earth, and suddenly they'll have that moment where they're thinking, bang, and then they might come on board gradually as well. So the seeds are there. There's no doubt about it. There's no taking away from that. We are definitely dropping seeds, even in those who are goofing off.
I just wanted to
I'd like to add one thing really quick. So the other day, and Crypto does a really, really, really good job with this, but the kid came in with every intention. There was 2 of them. He came in with every intention just to dismember the conversation, or to pull apart the conversation, to use fallacious reasoning. And he was just a youngster, but you could tell the difference that it made by Crypto being genuine, and if anyone was here to hear it, what he said to the kid. And after this moment, the kid actually started listening. But what he said quite genuinely to the kid was, I don't think you're old enough to have this conversation. At that point, all of a sudden, the kid, it's like he just woke up, and instead of just laughing and talking crap, he all of a sudden started listening. And, God bless his soul, man, but Crypto was being rather patient. And it was like this kid, he actually finally just woke up for a minute just to actually listen and to learn. But it was just because somebody was genuine with him.
Yeah, because his ego was challenged.
But people can sense that being genuine when you're talking to somebody with your heart instead of your brain.
Yeah, that was a good technique because it challenges his ego. He's going out live, and Crypto said, "You're not old enough to have these conversations." And now and then he started to apply himself. Yeah, great technique.
Great technique.
He started to listen.
I was
He
just
realized that this is embarrassing.
I was just going to add to my analogy of globe versus flat Earth type people. I also kind of
Present my
found
case better now.
I was just going to say I found less pushback from people in the flat Earth community about who I am as a person, where I found the globe side was similar to Christians who look down on people that smoke weed. Like, oh, you're a Christian, but you smoke weed? Oh. But you smoke weed. Where flat earthers are like, they don't care so much if you're, you know, a weed smoker. Like, oh, at least you're interested in the truth, you know?
Nowhere, nowhere in the Ten Commandments does it say, "Thou shalt not smoke weed, and thou shalt not drink liquor." Now, it does say something in the Bible about moderation. I would say not to get drunk, but then again, Jesus did provide wine, and weed is a plant that's made by God.
Yeah. I felt more welcomed by people with truth and wanting to teach me something I wasn't aware of rather than the group of people I used to think smart, you know? I guess is the best way to put it.
Mike, check.
Yeah, you're good. I'm surprised a lot more people don't know about Neuralink.
Like, I wouldn't think because somebody drinks a couple shots that they don't have anything intelligent to say. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like that's where it is on the other side. It's like a Christian hears you smoke pot or you drink a shot and they don't want to hear nothing else. Not all Christians. Sorry, I wasn't trying to blanket Christians.
I'm killing my battery to stay here, but I had to come back just to say, you know, I think that perhaps why it is that we're accepting of people and is because honestly, it's none of our business. And I don't, well, I mean, maybe in an indirect way it is, or maybe directly it is, maybe it's not. But what I mean is, when it comes to these quote unquote church folk or the globe earthers, they think it's their job to judge a person. That's God's job. And so for me, God is truth, right? So once I share the truth with someone, they can now allow God to judge them, or they can judge themselves. That's how it works. Not by me saying, oh, you're doing that, you're doing this. People already know what they should and shouldn't be doing. That's not your job, you know?
I love that. That was very well said.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, as a Christian, I mean, you're not supposed to judge. So any Christian that is doing so, like, technically is just doing wrong by their own, ideology. So I wouldn't worry about that too much, man. You're always gonna get those type of people.
Thanks, yeah.
a lot of it is an insecurity within themselves that you might be like reflecting back onto them and exposing to them, and that's kind of why they're rejecting you or not want to hear what you have to say because you're touching soft spots, you know, on their character that they don't like about themselves most of the time. None of
Okay.
us are free. None of us are free from sin, man. Like I don't care how many times you go to church, how many times you read the Bible. At some point, you're gonna fall short, and you're gonna slip up, and you're gonna sin. It's just gonna happen, man. You know, it's about
Yeah.
recognizing it.
Yeah. I own it, you know? If I'm about to do wrong, I know I'm going to. If I get caught for doing that wrong, I'll face the consequences. I'm not, you know what I mean? I don't look to run or blame others for what my actions or, you know? What I don't like is when you're defending yourself and you're looked upon as somebody that shouldn't have defended themselves. You should have let them beat you up and then taken care of it later or something. Like, no, no, no. I don't play that game. It's like I couldn't have stood there and watched what was happening to George Floyd. I would have had to intervene and face charges. You know, there's no way I'd have stood there with a camera in shock.
To
Hey, Jim, if you're trying to talk, I don't know if you are or not, but you cut out right after that, and I didn't hear the whole thing.
now, definitely.
And that being said, I don't mean George Floyd. You put anybody under that cop's knee, and I couldn't stand there and watch. You know what I mean? I would have to do something.
Enough. Anyway, it's still going on. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I was just saying that. I agree with what the guy said there. You'd have to intervene and stop the police officer from killing George Floyd. You'd have to.
Like again. Ugh. Yeah, so that's called gaslighting, man. When people try to
You're
make
on
you
the.
feel like you're delirious or crazy, or you start to question
Had you
yourself.
wearing your mask, and you explain to him that you've got a medical condition.
What up, Jen? What's going on? Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Roger that. Keep going.
Yeah. To go on what a person said earlier, that's one of the reasons why I
Yes.
like this server is that a lot of places more people are interested in hearing themselves talk than listening. I think this is a good place for that. I think there's a good mix of that here though. Some people definitely like to hear themselves talk here too, but for sure this is a great place for listeners.
I think that's where it is going out live. So we need to keep that always at the forefront, that you're going out live. So make it coherent for the people who are listening as well at the same time. So yeah, it's great. Like I said, it's a good place. It's a university. It's doing more than universities try to do, because they don't teach you anything that is coherent to the reality of where you live outside. They don't do that. They're teaching you a heliocentric model that doesn't relate to the reality you live, and everything's theory based. That's not proper teaching, is it? Really?
No, it's not.
Right. That's why this server is better. It's a university. That's why
This
I call
is
it a
therapy, my
university.
friend.
Yeah. People with masters, PhDs, and degrees have come here and have had to leave because they know that we know they are completely wrong and they have no evidence for their fantastic claims. And then you say to them, stop teaching that rubbish. Yeah. And then they have to leave. Yeah.
Fantastic claims that I used to believe.
Yep. And the only reason you believed it is because you didn't look into it. You took the information on trust at a young age 6, 5 or 6 onwards. And it was totally reinforced over the years through cartoons, music, movies, plays, and then the deception of the moon landings and rockets going to Mars. And you see, so it's, you didn't check it. But then when you finally did, you become the beacon of truth. That's it. That's why you will be shouting at the top of your voice at the end of the day. A liar will never beat you. A liar will never beat someone who is truthful. The force that's within that person will overcome a liar any day of the week. Hundreds of
I
liars, one person.
I
Hundreds of
100
liars, one person.
I 100% agree. That's why when somebody lies about me, I'm like, good, just keep saying that shit, because eventually everyone will know that's fucking bullshit. So just keep lying.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah. I'll take on 100 any day of the week on my own. You'll all be silenced. You can't win. Yeah, that kind of psychology I live for. Yeah, they like to in the Gem Panda server. They like to apply the psychological. Was it when was it you decided to go against thousands of years of scientific evidence for the heliocentric model, etc., etc.? And you have to say to them, "What do you mean? There's never been any. You haven't presented any to date. 2 years into this, into your server here, you haven't presented anything. What thousands of years? You're delusional, aren't you?"
Do you ever wake
You
up
know?
feeling wonderful about how ahead we are, just knowing that the Earth is flat?
Oh
you
yeah.
know, even as scientists, like if there's a scientist who believes the world is a globe versus a scientist who knows the Earth is flat, we would be so far ahead of them when we're trying to discover things. Like just by knowing that the Earth is flat. If we wanted to make something
Yeah,
float, knowing that gravity is not a force to contend with anymore,
of
we
course.
can make things float, right? Probably way
I,
better than globe
I'm a
Earth.
regular helium balloon on a daily basis. What are you talking about? I was already a helium balloon before I was a flat earther because I knew certain truths, moon landings and things, and 9/11 was inside job. So I was already rising up already. Then to find out that the Earth is flat, instantly asteroids don't become a problem. Nothing's going to hit the Earth anytime. Not in a million gazillion years. That's never going to be happening. So you're now a helium balloon. And with that, all your worries turn into powerful energy for truth. Just a complete reversal. So, yeah, I know what you mean. I am always on the rise from the moment I wake up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Always ready to command an audience. Anytime, anywhere, I'm ready. I was talking to my son today, right? And I said, imagine if we went camping again like we used to, yeah, because we didn't go this year. And I started to talk about the flat earth like I did before. It would be funny, wouldn't it? Yeah, because that's what I used to do on the campsites. I used to say in Japanese people, kite, kite, oide, oide. Listen up, everybody, listen up. I've got something to say. I'm a foreigner in your country. I bring you news. Now, already they're blown away that this black guy is speaking Japanese. And his camp is perfect, right? Smelling good food coming from his campsite. That what is he going to say now? What's he going to say? And this is evening time, when you're relaxing time. Yeah. And I drop the flat earth, but I drop it in such a way that, what shape is the earth? How do you know it is that shape? Then it's the moon landings come out and I hit them with the truth with the moon landings. And then my children, my second son anyway, he chimes in. And then by this time they're saying, wow, but how do you know this? Okay, you got your smartphones, look it up. Show me a picture of real earth, So now I'm commanding a small group in a campsite that they never met a foreigner before, and now they're learning on camp, in nature, learning about nature. Best environment. I loved it, man. Loved dropping the fucking flat earth there.
Did you explain it in Japanese or English?
Japanese, because I can't do it. I can say some things in English, but it has to be in Japanese. They don't speak any English, do they?
So you speak fluent Japanese?
I speak fluent enough to get them to understand that the earth isn't a spinning ball. Yes.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Oh, yeah. And then I used all the memes that I collected. I didn't have any. I wasn't on the server at this point, so the memes I got were from the Globe Light Tour and that. And I was using those memes on my smartphone, and then getting them to use their smartphones to show me the real satellites and things like that. And everything is CGI. When you ask them, is CGI real? So if I show you a CGI image of you yourself, bang, and then the real one of you, which is the real one. Okay, so why don't we have the real image? You said the satellites are up there. You think your smartphone is working because it's hitting the satellite, but it's not up there. Can you prove it? And remember, they didn't go to the moon. So if they didn't go to the moon and you come to the conclusion, you agree that they didn't go, it's not possible. So how can you have satellites up there? And then I have to remind them that their astronauts are liars. And that is like an elephant's pill to swallow, honestly.
Yeah.
They'll agree with the moon landings being hoax, but when you start talking about ISS and Japanese astronauts not there, silence. And then I have to say, well, you just don't forget, you said that the moon landings were a hoax and you agreed. So if you agreed to that, that means yes, your Japanese astronauts, JAXA, yes, is stealing your money. Silence. Crickets. Remember, on campsite, literally. And then, wow, yeah, I know. They said, wow, that's amazing.
It's so
you're
hard
hearing all
to
these
believe.
sighs.
It's so hard to believe that there are actors on the news and actors, just a whole bunch of actors just fooling everybody. I'd like to find one of those actors one day,
Have any of you guys seen? Have any of you guys seen where the reporter just sort of freaks out? Like, I'm not doing this anymore, and walks off. There's a few.
Yet. There's a few. Not yet. I haven't seen that. No. I've seen reporters who are trying to tell the truth, and the head editor tells them, "We tell you what the news is. You can't, you know." And he was telling them to their face, "We will tell you what to report. Don't care what you've reported. You'll either change your report or you lose your job." That was to do with 9/11 and that, when they wanted to tell the truth, these reporters. But their integrity stood up at that time, so they decided to not work for the press. They left, and then they become independent. Okay, good. But yeah, and for me, going back to what I was saying, you could see that sometimes you can feel some tension, so you smooth it over by saying, "Remember, everybody. I was in the same shoes you were in. I had the same idea, and people around the world are doing the same thing. So it doesn't mean you are ignorant or foolish, because everybody's ignorant and foolish out there, not just you." Okay, so no, don't think you are inadequate because they taught you this when you were young, when you could not think for yourself properly. Remember, when you're young, you're looking to your elders for guidance. And when you go to a school, they're teaching you the truth as far as you know. So now you know that they didn't teach you the truth. It's not your fault. You can't blame yourself. Okay. But now that you know something, do more research. Don't finish this camp and go back to living in the fantasy, because then what are you doing? That's the question. What are you doing to yourself now? You're contradicting the meaning of living by following that fantasy. Yeah. Oh, I loved it, mate. Dropping flat earth, Japanese camp. Woo-hoo. Went down well every time. Because I just shout it out. I've got something to say, folks. Pay attention, listen up. Yeah, it's quiet. You've got time? Okay, let's have it. Get your beer, get your wine. Yeah, grab your chicken. Okay, let's have a discussion. I want to know what you know, is what I say to them. I want to know what you know. Yeah. You Japanese supposed to know everything technical. Let's see what you know then.
Good angle.
Oh, yeah. I'm always ready. Like I said, I'm ready anytime, anywhere, any place.
What's going on with the volcanoes and stuff over there?
Here in Japan, volcanoes. Not much going on here. There's a few that are alive, let's say, but they're not really causing any havoc, except for the regular sulfur, but not where I am. No worries. So, I'm not having any problem. The problem that's coming up now is that Japan, the government, has decided to throw the contaminated, radiated water coming from those nuclear plants. They're going to dilute it
into the ocean,
and pour it into the ocean, which is like totally unacceptable. Fuck, yeah. That's just fucking a no-no. That's fucking awful. That is. So you've got the fishing industry. They're totally up in arms. Then you've got the locals, they're totally up in arms, right? And people within the government, they're also totally resisting this thing. So it's still being debated, but it's looking like they're going to go ahead with it in 2 years' time.
Not saying it's right, but knowing we've been 8 miles deep, wouldn't that be a better idea? Like go 6 miles down, drop the waste down there and bury it? I don't know.
Oh, I mean, that's a great idea. That is a great idea, to actually drill down to 8 miles and pour it and then seal it down there. Yeah. That's
how about this?
Yeah.
How about with all their space rockets, they take it to fucking another planet if they're so capable.
Right.
Oh my God, battle mod. Ooh, sexy.
I had that idea. The only problem is we can't leave. So we can't pour radiation up there. It will come back as radiated rain. So no, we can't do that one. I had that idea for a while, but no. I think
it's holding them to it. It's holding them to it, man. Like they want to say they can do all this fancy.
Well, yeah, of course. Yep. Absolutely, I agree with you. Put it up as a suggestion. Back it up. Do it.
So
do it.
I think
it's already radiated up there. So
I think all these nuclear facilities are intentionally placed along coastal regions for the intentional purpose of these things breaking down and polluting our environment. Like, I think this is all by design.
yeah.
I don't think none of this is coincidence. We're seeing this
No.
all over the world. It's not just Japan. This is many places. And
Yeah, 3 Mile Island. My knowledge comes from the 3 Mile Island incident. So yeah, of course.
yeah,
You know.
I think the fact that we're still allowing these facilities to be operational, and we're not developing
Yeah.
different technology to account
Yeah.
for the power demand, tells me that there's some nefarious things taking place here.
Yeah. For example, right, 9/11, right? They said the terrorists flew the aircrafts into the Twin Towers and to the Pentagon. Now the real terrorists, the experts say, wouldn't have done that. They would have gone to the nuclear plants, hit that, destroy everything and everyone, because you're already committing kamikaze. You know, it's a
How
jihad,
much
so you're
how
already
much
giving
money
up your
would it
life
take?
anyway. So why would you attack?
How
Sorry?
much money would one individual have to be paid to concede to the planet just being destroyed? Think about that. Think
Yeah.
about that for a second, because this is literally what's taking place before our eyes, is the fact that these nuclear
Yeah.
facilities are polluting our environment to the point of no return. And just think about
Yeah.
who would be behind this agenda. I don't think it's human, honestly. I think whatever is pulling the strings up at the top, I think it's a non-human entity. When you look at the chaos and destruction that's taking place, like, there's no undoing what's being done. And it's going to come to a certain point where, we're not going to be able to produce what we need to produce anymore.
I don't know about that. I mean, I'm hoping that humanity will. I'm still hanging on there, man. Humanity will wake up and rise, because it has to at the end of the day. Because how are you going to grow your food in the end? It's going to have to. There's going to be more poor people without money than with money. So the system's going to break down. It's going to break down. It can't. They're using technology, but technology is a weak thing. It's not a strong thing at all. One earthquake, knock out a few servers, that's gone down. We
But
can
my point
attack it
is,
from
it's
the
all by
outside.
design. It's not coincidence.
Yeah.
Like, all these facilities, these nuclear power plants that are leaking into the environment, like, they know that these places were only designed to last so long, and they should have
Yeah.
been revitalized long ago, but they don't.
Leaking.
So
Are they
Yeah,
leaking
I thought it
gravitons or
was-
something?
a lot of nuclear facilities are leaking into the environment, and it's creating
Are
catastrophic.
they leaking gravitational waves by any chance?
Probably. No, of course not. But yeah. Yeah, we can't agree to having nuclear in operation and then for them to dump nuclear waste into the environment. No, that's definitely a no-no.
That's not what they're
Agree with
doing.
that.
Yeah, it is.
No, they're storing it. It's
It's what
valuable.
Japan's about to do. Oh, okay.
Dude,
Yeah.
they label it as waste, but it's actually money.
Hmm.
That's the scam, dude.
America uses a lot.
That's how they're playing people. It's not waste.
Yeah.
How else are they going to convince the world? Oh, don't touch our money when we bury it in the ground. They say, hey, it's not money, by the way. It's waste, and if you touch it, you'll
toxic
die.
waste. Yeah.
It's a scam, dude. What's that guy's name? He talks about it. Long dead and buried at this point.
Oh yeah. I don't know who
You know who I mean? The old guy who did the tours with the nuclear scam. What's his name?
The guy with the berry. Yeah, with the black berry.
Yeah, Mr. Windsor.
Okay. Windsor.
Galen Windsor, I think his name is. I'll find
Is
a
that
video.
Yeah,
the
I think
same
the
guy?
same guy. I think we're talking about the same guy. Yeah.
Is that the same guy that talked about swimming in the water of the reactor and stuff?
That's the one. That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one, and he put it in his mouth. He put it in his mouth. He put it in his pocket. Yeah. Yeah, I know the guy you're
Swam in
talking
it.
about. He always had a suit on. Yeah.
He had glasses
Yeah.
on. He was a big guy. He looked like a frog.
Yeah, he was always saying.
Yeah, he went swimming in
I'm
it.
not sure about the frog part, but I guess that's a subject. That's,
Are we
you're
saying
mean,
that this
dude.
stuff isn't?
Call a man a frog.
Are we saying this radioactive waste isn't what we think it is?
I mean, does that really need to be said at this point?
What?
It's like, it's like this. Who told you? If CNN told you, then why would you buy it?
True.
Yeah, I know.
One thing I know for sure. One thing I know for sure. Anything that they tell me is not what happened.
Okay, so depleted uranium, children being born deformed, military
lead.
personnel.
Correlation
Lead
does
is
not equal
lead is
causation.
depleted
remember.
uranium. Actually, by if you want to be technical about it, lead is depleted uranium.
Yeah, and their children are coming out with deformities since the Gulf War.
Can anybody tell me what depleted neptunium is?
No, I cannot.
Depleted cognition is the globe, right?
Oh well, yeah.
Did you say Neptunium?
Neptunium. It's
Which is like
an element.
NE. Yeah, it's NEP, right? Is that what you're saying?
I believe so.
Yeah, Neptune.
Right. Yeah, it's a metal though.
Yeah, it's a metal. Yep. What metal is it?
It's a radioactive one. Acintide metal. Radioactive acintide metal. But you're talking about a depleted neptunium. It's like, I don't know. This is like depleted uranium ammunition. I think people probably thought you're on about like it in the body, right? But it's not. Neptunium is like something that's to do with like ammunition and shit, you know. It's been used as a few different things, but yeah. It's used to create plutonium-238 as well.
Yeah, it's lethal stuff because this
he's
stuff
saying
goes
it.
through tank armor.
Well, he's saying it because they say that they power lots of things with it, even space shit, right? So, but yeah, mate. When you said it, I was like, wait, is he trying to say that like we have it in our bodies? I was like, wait, what? My sounding alright. I've bent my pin on my headset again.
Oh shit, I didn't even know Crack Villain was here. How long have you been here?
Literally about 12 seconds, mate. Just got in the door, boy. How is everyone? You alright, Jin? I still haven't rung Jin. I need to ring you. He's super busy.
Yeah. I gave you my Telegram. I'm waiting for you to contact me. You know.
I was like, where have you been? I was like, I've been trying to get hold of you. It's like, where's he been? And then I was like, look, you sent me, but it's because you've got two different accounts. I was looking at all the different accounts.
Yeah,
you've got.
I know. I did send you the relevant information and the request. It's all there, so if you go back and just check it.
Yeah,
I
I will,
left you my Telegram contact, so you can contact me on Telegram.
All right, sweet,
I'm
mate.
just waiting.
All right, sweet. I'll get hold of you as soon as I can, mate.
Waiting for now. And then we can, get on with it. If it's possible, it will happen. If it's not possible, it won't happen.
Listen, I think it should be possible. It's just, basically where I live anyway is probably one of the best places to look in the country. Do you know what I mean? For said stuff anyway. So, yeah, we should be able to do it.
All right. Well, I'm going to shoot off now because it's now early morning here, Japan. Just about to go and do my laundry as I usually do and my daily jog. So I'll be back later on. about an hour and a half or so.
But
Okay,
I don't know.
guys?
All right, I might ring you like today then, and we'll have a little look today. All right,
Have a
if
good run,
possible.
Jay.
Yeah, jog on, Jin. Jog on.
Yeah. I'll be waiting, man. Yeah, you know it. I'll be waiting, man. Yeah.
All right, sweet brother.
Got to keep maintaining your health. Keep that health drive going. You know what I mean?
I'm straight, brother.
60, approaching 60 now. The big 60 this year. Let's just keep it going.
Get on by.
Not get any cobwebs. Yes. Ease on down the road.
Yeah, boy. So, how is everyone today? Me, Mr. Elias, are you alright, brother? How is it, mate? Oh, Sonny's here? Yes, Sonny!
Yeah. Yep. Hi. How's it going?
How you doing, my man? How you doing? You alright?
Doing all right. Yeah, I took like a month off to deal with some family issues, and so yeah, I'm back. I just kind of like have to limit myself a little bit because I get obsessed and I find myself sitting on my chair like for 8 or 9 hours.
Yeah.
It's not really healthy. So I have to like learn to balance. I need to learn to balance. That's been my biggest challenge, I think.
Yeah, brother. Like, I know that I struggle too well myself, mate. Yeah, man. I've definitely had to learn how to do that myself. So, especially since I was made a moderator, I like definitely had to start balancing it.
Yeah.
100%.
It's good to see everybody on here. I know it's kind of quiet. I'm just kind of listening in because I have been away for a while. So, I would just want to kind of listen more and chime in. If the spirit moves me or whatever, then.
Oh, mate.
Yeah.
I slept in late today. Well, I woke up and then realised I didn't have to do anything. I went back to sleep. I was like,
yeah,
back to sleep. Woke up. It's boiling in the UK, mate.
Oh yeah, I heard that there was a heat wave going on.
Yeah, it's absolutely boiling. Me and Crypto was looking at like the temperature in London like 2 days ago, and it was saying it was 15 degrees, but it literally wasn't because it was like 24 or something in my house.
What is 24? Is that like 75 or 80?
Yeah, around about there.
Yeah, and you guys out there don't have freaking AC. That shit sucks.
Yeah, mate, no, it's fine inside your house and that, like, to be honest, like, that's the thing with the UK heat's a little bit different to like American heat because it does rain here a lot. There's a lot of moisture in the air. Like you get sunburnt here very easily. Like, I've noticed that. Like I didn't get sunburnt when I was in Africa, like in Morocco. I didn't get sunburnt at all. And then if I'm here and I don't use sun cream, I'll get sunburnt. But it's just because of the amount of moisture that's in the air.
Well, yeah, but
What was that for a word? You cut out.
it's like I was there like 3 years ago, and I went to Manchester, and I came in a heat wave, and none of the hotels had AC.
Oh, mate, a hotel. Oh, mate.
That sucks so
Not
bad.
in a hotel, bro. See, like some hotels have got AC, right? Like, see, like there's hotels called like the Jury's Inn. Shout out the Jury's. Places like that, they've got hotels in every city pretty much as well, and they do have AC, but like not every fucking hotel has one. You're right, it's pretty much every hotel that doesn't. It's the odd one, but I think the people that run that are American.
I wasn't expecting, so I didn't know that was the thing. I didn't know you could find one. So I was like, oh man, I went from 4 different hotels trying to find AC.
Oh man, no way, bro. I bet you was sweating your tits off, as we say in the UK.
Yeah, dude, it was a challenge.
Yeah. Was it hot at night time as well? Still, like proper hot, or?
Well, eventually I got to a nicer hotel, and that side of the building I was on was shaded, so I was okay at night, you know.
Yeah, you'd be alright then. What did you think of Manchester, brother?
Bro, that country, the country's beautiful, and I love the people, man. It was a great time. It was a great time. I mean,
Yeah,
everybody
Manchester's
was
not bad at
friendly.
all, is
It
it?
was nice. It's nice.
Yeah, glad you had a good time, mate. Savvy, how you doing, Savvy? You alright?
Yeah, probably.
Probably. Let's say probably to me, mate. Not probably okay, mate. You gotta be alright. We need you to be alright.
Probably savvy.
Innit? Definitely savvy. Oh.
One of my favorite statements from Pirates of the Caribbean is, "I'm disinclined to acquiesce to your request."
Your request. Yes, mate. I'm disinclined to acquiesce your request, sir.
Like so many words just to say no.
Is it uninclined or disinclined? I think it is disinclined, you know. I'm uninclined to acquiesce your request.
Mm-hmm.
I wondered where I got that from because I've been saying that to people for years. I love saying no in the longest way possible.
Is that a sticky wicket or is that a sticky statement? It's up to
Sticky
you.
wicket.
What's a sticky wicket?
Do you not know? Do you want me
No.
to tell you?
Yeah.
All right, sweet.
It's like a catch 20. Does that mean catch 22 or something like that?
Yeah, it does, but it's from an actual thing. So, so sticky wicket is when you're playing cricket, right? You know, and the wicket is the little, is the pieces of wood, right? It's, sometimes it's one piece of wood, depends on the set. In proper cricket, it's two pieces, I believe. That are like small little cylindrical barrels with pins coming out of the ends of them, right? And they go onto the top of the on the top of the three posts, right, across the top of the actual wicket. And well, it is the wicket apparently. It goes across the top of the three posts or whatever, right? And then when someone hits any of it, right, it's gonna make the pins fall. But a sticky wicket is when you see, boom, one of the bars gets hit, and you clearly know it's been hit, right, and the wicket doesn't fall, right? And that's a sticky wicket, dude. Yeah.
So is so when somebody scores, this thing falls. Is that how it works? Sorry.
Well, yeah, when not necessarily scores, because it's not when you score. It's the opposite. It's when someone gets knocked out. You know what I mean? The same way it's equivalent to the catcher behind the baseball player catching the ball. 3 strikes, you're out, right?
Yeah.
So it's equivalent to that. But you don't get 3 strikes, right? You just get 1. You get 1. That's it. You know, you hit the wicket. That's where the post is almost like a little fence, right? Like, I mean, the cricket bat is like a little fence that stops where you hold it in front of it, and you sort of swing it underarm, and that's you just trying to make sure you prevent the ball from going anywhere near the wickets.
Yeah, I'm kind of ignorant about cricket, so
Bro, you didn't really ask. Yeah, bro, you shouldn't really even ask me anyway. I'm not exactly unignorant about cricket. Like, I'm pretty ignorant myself about it. Yeah, it's not my sport. Played it a little bit, but you know, not like I've ever owned a cricket bat or wanted to own one. Well, I have owned a cricket bat. That's a lie, actually. I have owned one, but that wasn't for cricket. No, I mean, that was just for self-defense in the home.
Gotcha. Indoor cricket game.
Yeah, mate. Yeah. Mate, I tell you what is a ruthless weapon is a cricket ball itself in the end of a bag. A cricket ball in the end of a bag. Have you ever seen a cricket ball, mate? It's like a baseball, I guess, but like, I would say it's worse than a baseball. Like, much worse.
Pretty dense.
Yeah,
Like
mate, that's solid.
Ball, like solid rubber ball or something, huh?
Well, it's made out of leather, really. You know what I mean? Like, it's like leather rubber. Like, some of them are rubberized, some of them aren't. But the leather's varnished, you know what I mean? Type thing. Oh.
So that'll knock your ass out.
Yes, a person,
look
brother.
Look what I posted in VC chat.
Check it out. Where is it? What, live stream voice text or?
Yeah.
I don't see anything, mate. Oh, at quiz, quizzical test, your twin is here. Hopping BC, mate. Who's that?
No, you don't know who that is?
Nah, mate, I have no clue right there. Oh, for
Crypto?
fuck's
He
sake.
changed his
Yeah,
name.
fuck's sake. Alright. Little shit stirring bastard.
I haven't threw mate in there.
Listen,
Figured it'd be
don't
more
make him come
enticing.
in because then if he comes in, then I have to be less professional because then people do start mixing us up.
Oh. Dang, there hasn't been Globers in quite a while in here. I wonder what's up with them. They're taking a momentary break or something. They're on vacation.
Well, did you guys watch the Ballbuster show from yesterday, number 60? You got to check that out about the Blackpool Swan. They thought they had an argument.
Well, there is an argument against it straight away. There's a massive argument against it. The fact that they cropped out half the photo is one argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've already destroyed that.
Yeah,
that's already been destroyed. That's already been destroyed, mate. That whole and then as well, not only that, when did they measure even the date? Let's say we ignore that, right? Is that a horizon that's adhering to 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
No.
Because if that's apparently what they would like to call a white swan, then cool, you're now admitting that black swans exist. So therefore, all we need is one incidence, right? Okay, where that isn't the case. We need one black swan. Now we have one black swan. That black swan proves that your white swan is not geometric, that it is optical. Therefore, you wouldn't even be able to derive geometry from it. You haven't derived any geometry from it, which means also, does it adhere to what we're supposed to see, or does it comport with the globe numerically? Did they measure any dip angles? Was that Ranty's? That's not even Ranty's own picture, brother, right? So they're destroyed, and all fronts are destroyed.
Yeah, the whole point with that is, in case anybody is not on what is actually going on with that, is their geometric horizon. It's supposed to be at that height about 12 miles. So we're seeing the wind turbine at twice that distance. There is no geometric horizon in the photo, so they got a real problem.
They've got more than one problem. That's the point. Is like they've got like 3 or 4. All they've done is given us a black swan, bro. Literally, like that's what they don't realize. They've given us a black swan, and like
so thank you. What are they called? The
Ranties.
The numpty triplet.
Yeah, mate.
Thanks for another black swan, folks. The Glovers are great at bringing us more flat Earth proof. Awesome.
Yeah, a bunch of retards, aren't they? Oh. Like it's summer, mate. As soon as summer comes, I get cold.
I know. I kind of know what you mean. It's really weird.
Got the sniffles, the fucking chest is killing, and it's not even like I'm allergic to anything. I'm not allergic to anything, bro. Or I'm allergic to everything, and I just don't feel like the symptoms are enough to complain about to say that I am allergic. I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's like, who knows? Right, I'm gonna go check out the lobby, see what's going on.
Man, you came in late, man. We had such a good conversation earlier. I don't know
Yeah,
if
I come
Jim's
in
still
late.
here. I don't think. Yeah. What time is it there?
That is 6:50 p.m. It's the evening.
Oh.
So, yeah, mate. I couldn't have come in any earlier than this anyway today, mate. Not today, buddy. Slept in late and I was busy after that.
You slept until 6 p.m. What the hell?
No.
You work nights or something?
No. That's not what I said. I said I slept in late and then I was busy after that. And this is the earliest I would have been able to come in.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, buddy. No, I don't work nights. Cute. So when you're little ones.
I was gonna say, because I used to work nights, man, and I would sleep in until like 9 or so, and it was an awful feeling. I have to admit, to only be awake at night, it's awful.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, me too. I worked nights in the Navy for like 2 years.
I've done it. I didn't quite do what you guys do. I would have. No, I used to be awake during the day as well. I just stay awake for 24 hours and then sleep during the day the next day, and then like just like basically live 24 hours at a time. You know what I mean? But then it depends if you're having to do a night shift every night, and that's different. Yeah, Sonny, people was worried about you, brother. But I wasn't that worried. Like, I got older, you know, but...
Yeah, no, nothing to worry about here. I'm doing all right. I'm doing better than most people around me. There's a lot of retardation going around, like, as we can see. So, yeah, no, I don't sweat the small stuff, but there's a lot of idiocy going around, and it's just really bizarre.
Yeah, man. Definitely know that. Lockdowns are sort of over in the UK. They're not officially over until May, apparently, but everyone where I live just heard the word lockdown's over. They didn't hear anything else after that, so... Yeah.
I don't even know, because I still don't watch any news or any social media. But like when I went to the beach, I went by the beach last weekend when we had a warm spell, and there were thousands of people on the beach, man. It was like,
yeah, buddy.
Everybody's on the beach now, except it was like 80 degrees, 85 degrees last weekend, and then all of a sudden during the week, it dropped to 60 degrees as the.
I've heard this. Yeah. I've heard this actually, that America's going for a massive like cooling point.
Yeah, it's still cold here.
Global warming, eh?
Yeah, how bizarre, right? How bizarre. How bizarre, how bizarre. Anyway, yeah, just been doing a lot of giant research. There's giants like in almost every single state in the U.S. There's giants recorded.
Oh, bro, yeah.
Also, like in Somerset, like lots of them in England, like but in different areas.
Damn straight.
Somerset, a lot of strange things happen in Somerset. Found some giants there.
We've got giant bones in museums near where I live as well.
That's a trip, you know.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I heard that. I thought the only real one was in Ecuador. That is a 7-meter skeleton that they.
The one that's near me is like 4 meters long.
That's
human. Human.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah. Matthew S.
I'm not sure.
Have you guys seen that the abandoned city in Ecuador called City of the Lost Giants? Have you seen that?
Is it a video? I think so. I probably did, but what's the name of the video? The City of Lost.
Yeah, City of Lost Giants. I think that's what it's called. Well,
I'm gonna have to catch up on that and make sure. So I gotta watch every single thing about giants. I'm all about giants.
Yeah, dude, it was really fascinating there because they found huge hammers perhaps pickaxes and axes there. They're like no way a human could actually use practically.
Yeah. That's such an interesting topic. You know, the someplace in Missouri where I grew up, the Missouri Historical Society, they found Indians. They had an axe head that weighs 238 pounds.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, no way.
And the local indigenous population had venerated this object for, like, from what they said, for thousands of years. They used it as this object of veneration, you know, like a spiritual object, right?
Is it not normal to use a 200-pound axe?
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Right now.
How did they know it was an axe head?
You're telling me you guys don't do that?
How they know?
How did they know it wasn't? How did they know it was an axe head?
Because it's shaped just like an axe head. Yeah, well, yeah, you got a point there. You know,
Yeah.
but what they did say is that they found.
What if? What? Let me posit something.
It's probably part of a lathe.
Yeah, it could be part of a lathe. It could be something else too. It could be a tree splitter. You pull it up.
Exactly.
You put it onto like a makeshift crane. You pull it up, drop it, chops things right in half.
But this thing had a hole. This thing had a big hole for a handle, though, and also the markings they found.
It would have a hole, though. It would have a hole.
It would have a bar that goes through the back of it. Maybe a wooden bar that goes through the back of it that they could replace and put the handles on for handling it.
I'm gonna see if I can find
an axe hole.
Yeah, like an axle.
Saying a lot of times the people who study this stuff are trying to operate through the paradigm of Darwinian kind of evolution when it comes to cultures.
Exactly.
Thinking that everything back then could have only been an axe head. Because
Like,
they
there
were
was no
primitive.
machines. Yeah.
Yeah, there were no machines or anything.
Right, you do have a point there, and I agree with you on that. So yeah, there is some, there's possible doubt there, but yeah, pretty interesting.
I ruin everything.
No, you haven't ruined it.
I really do.
I'm the
No,
same.
No, you don't ruin it. It's actually I think that's a really great skills to be able to look at that and go, like, to counter instead of just taking on information.
Yeah.
As if it's true, to be able to counter it and say, well, there are other possibilities here. So I think that's a good skill, actually.
Well, that's sort of like why I enjoy it the way Meme is with information, because it's the exact same way I am. Because I'm always the guy who's the doubter. I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that. You know what I mean? I'm the biggest skeptic ever, bro. Like, literally.
I disbelieve everything out of hand.
Yeah.
Like everything. It's insane. I don't even know how I got like that.
Yeah, most of what you're saying is correct in my case too. Like in a lot of cases, I will definitely just like doubt everything until I see information that counters that doubt. So yeah, I will like, no, you have to show me, like, literally the show me state. Like, gotta show it to me.
No, I know my mic's on, Omega. I was just laughing. Sorry that offended you. I have to laugh sometimes, though. He posted a picture of an ape and claimed it was a retired astronaut. It's so stupid.
I didn't delete the GIF if that's what you're on about, but you just repost it. Unless it was stupid and then it got itself deleted because it was stupid.
It's so funny, though.
Yeah, you've seen that dude. Yeah, exactly. Like I've watched all these videos as well. Where this guy just uses like, but I've known about this for a long time. To me, this just made perfect sense, like of how you would move these massive slabs and how you would raise them up slowly over time by rocking them back and forth over pieces of wood using like leverage, using, you know what I mean? Like it's the same way a tomb door used to open, right? You'd have a small pebble placed in a sort of, a pit inside of the door, itself. And it's just at that point leverage and
Yeah, it's the same thing with Coral Castle too. Everyone like Coral Castle. Instead of looking at the simplest explanation, well, you have two thoughts on it. There's people who think that it was everything was just lifted and put there, and there's people who think the complete opposite. And he used alien anti-gravity tech. And it's like, wait a minute, it's not a fallacy to moderation when you're looking for the simplest explanation, and some idiot has come up with an explanation that isn't simple. It's just stupid. And so what it really is the guy was really super smart and thoughtful and a good engineer. That's what it was. And that's a great video right there that I posted. It's the Ed's Coral Castle Quarry and Flywheel Engineering Mystery Solved. That is a great video.
I love that video.
And anyone who is into like looking into this stuff, if they watch that, their brain will start working in a different way. They'll start looking at things a little bit differently.
Yeah, exactly. I remember like moving things like on the farm, bro, that were like huge beams that were like put between like 4 houses, right? So like this would be like this place had like spiral staircase made out of concrete and stuff, and it was like 4 stories high, and it was so that you could just see over the edge of the coast, right? So that you could see boats coming in. And this is like an old building, 1600s, right? Like moving like some of these massive posts, right? But people like men doing it by hand, you know what I mean? Like just using some old tools to do it, right? Using them for like leverage and stuff. And ever since then, I've known exactly what you could do with leverage. You know what I mean? And the correct using the ballast of the very object that you're using, right? Like the idea of like what the Romans would do. Like it seems to me not to be fallacious at all. I don't know that they did it, but I just know that it would work. Like digging out one end of a cliff like a quarry, right? And then building a wheel out of wood, a wooden frame that ends up becoming a wheel around one end of something, and then you just dig out the rest of it on the other side, build a wheel around it, and then you slowly but surely make a pillar that's huge and keep quarrying down, digging down, splitting it off, and then eventually when it unsplits, the whole thing just rolls down the hill, right? And it's like little things like that, right? It's just like you would think it would be impossible, but is it impossible? Yeah, I don't think it is. Makes perfect sense to my mind. Exactly.
Yeah. Did you see that video too? I posted on the pyramids.
Yep. Yep.
That one. I've posted that and triggered people pretty hard.
Yeah, that one's brilliant.
No, it has to be magic. No, it was anti-gravity. It had to be.
Yeah, no, I know. People like they lose their shit, don't they? Over that, yeah. They're like,
sorry, magic's not real.
It's like people. It's like even when you have like a conspiracy, right? Like like for instance, like JFK getting shot, and I'm like, why is everyone looking into how he got shot? Like the fact of the matter is he either got shot or he didn't. You either believe he got shot or he didn't. If he got shot, you need to look into why he was shot, not like how he was shot. Like that's the distraction, right?
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, the magic bullet and all that stuff, that's just the distraction. What did he do leading up to that? What made it happen?
Mate, ballistically, it was completely possible for him to be shot from that window, believe it or not. Everything that happened was ballistically possible. And then when I've seen people shoot the same gun from all the same angles, or should I say, extract the bullet out of the bolt and the same rifle, even the casings land in the exact same pattern, right? But yeah, I've seen it with like done with lasers. Like, could the trajectory be okay? Could it work? And like the trajectory is right. You could shoot them from there. Whether or not it happened that way is neither here nor there. Whether or not it was Lee Harvey Oswald that did it, and whether or not he was like, you know, shackled already downstairs and someone else did it, I don't care. I'm saying, why was it that he got shot? Right? Like, that's the conspiracy. What happened leading up to him being shot?
Just look at his last speech.
There you go.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, yeah, it does. It does make you wonder what's up. He says, you know, I always wondered, why do they teach that at engineering universities, that we don't know how they moved those rocks? Because what they did, they moved them, they pulverized them into dust, put them on ships in buckets, moved them to the construction site, and then made concrete on the construction site. And people are confused. All of the stones of the pyramid, they all have the same magnetic direction. They're all oriented magnetically in the same direction. That only happens in natural stone.
Yeah.
So what had to happen was they poured the limestone, and over the course of 80 years, it all cured.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they have the same magnetic direction, because they all cured together.
Well, yeah, it's been there for a long time setting, and then eventually it ends up becoming like a natural stone again, like with the same minerals infused into it. Like, you know, this is just obvious to me anyway.
Yeah.
Like, I can
How
create this.
dare you ruin my giant axe? I'm like, just kidding.
Go look at an iguana skull.
Yeah.
And a T-Rex skull.
Dun dun ta-da.
Got some amazing raw honey. Yeah. Somewhere. Oh, look.
Yeah, like, you know, all the places down in South America, like the monolithic places. And these stones fit so tightly together that we can't separate them, and there's doesn't appear to be any mortar. It's like, well, I know why that is, because I work in construction. I know exactly why that is. It's because they're all just one big piece, and it's fake stone. There is no
joint. They carved
They're
the
one
channels
piece.
in it.
Huh?
They carved the channels in it to make it look like it's stone.
Well,
Blocks,
what you do?
It's all one piece.
I'll tell you what you do. What you do is you put up a rope netting, and then put a canvas inside there, and then you pour the concrete. And you know what happens to the canvas and the netting? It bulges out.
Exactly.
It bulges out in the exact shapes that you want. That's it.
Exactly, bro.
That's why there's no joints.
Well, yeah, it's like the same way that they do it with polystyrene now, right? Where they make like these fake brick walls in movie sets, right? They literally just like will pour like you know, like whatever they want, whatever shape they'll suspend it through with tension to like look like bricks, and then once they're done, They'll literally just like pull it out
Yeah.
while it's sort of like just about to set. They'll slowly pull it out to the edge, and then just before it's just about to set, they'll rip it out, and then it like literally makes it look like all chipped stone and stuff. I've seen them do it.
Yeah, because I do that. I do that kind of work. I do decorative and architectural concrete. So that's all the stuff that I do. Like, does anyone actually think at Bass Pro Shops they move a 400-ton stone as decoration? No.
Yeah.
That thing is hollow. It looks like stone. It's waterproof.
But it ain't.
It's impermeable, but it's not stone.
Exactly, bro.
It's a 10,000 psi polymer overlay.
Yep. Yeah, it's just because people think that, you know, because they weren't using polymer back then, you know, but it's like, well, they were using lots of other things back then. Hemp glues, things like that as well.
Yeah.
I mean, hemp fibers, like I've seen, I've heard of like whole places that are made out of like cob, you know, cob housing, right? It's like we have the cottages out here, and like people don't realize that it's made out of horsehair and, you know, horse shit and mud.
Yeah.
And hay.
Binders. It's binders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's like, what? So you think that whole like, you know, like 60-meter long cottage, that's like a huge like, you know, it's like huge, bro. You think that is basically just like one piece of stone? Come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not.
No. If you're willing to go through the paperwork here, you can build a cob house and actually get paid by the electric company.
Really? Yeah. 'Cause they're so efficient.
Because they're so efficient, they will hold whatever temperature. They are, apart from concrete, they're the single best insulators.
Bro, we literally like because you can make them so thick as well for such a low price.
Yeah.
Like, they're usually better insulated than concrete houses.
There's also
Due to the thickness.
there's also foam aggregate concrete you can make here.
I've heard of that.
So it's concrete, but there's the foam, like it's like shredded packing foam, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's mixed in with the concrete, and it creates a super lightweight concrete, but is
Yeah, it's like
fire,
it aerates it almost.
Yeah, fire heat can't penetrate it. Like it diffuses heat. It's really cool stuff.
Yep. So it doesn't heat up on the outside.
Right.
But if you heat it up on the inside, it can't escape.
Right.
Yeah. Well, we use this stuff. I drill through the bricks, right?
Yeah.
And in between the like wooden frame of the house and the bricks, and just like put these big needles in, right, attached to these big trucks, and just squirt it in, and it's like an expandable type of like foam concrete aggregate stuff like that as well.
Right.
And it works really well.
Oh yeah.
Houses come instantly 3 or 4 times as efficient as what they were before.
You can tell that the people who came up with all the theories for these things were the upper echelons of society who didn't have to work.
Mm.
Like, I'm so educated. I was educated as an engineer, and so I'm going to go look at the pyramids, and I'm going to go look at these things down in South America. And I'm just going to apply traditional standards of lifting to everything. Because since they've never worked a day in their life, they don't understand that there's more than one way to do something.
Or scale. They don't understand looking at something on a smaller scale and then applying it to a much bigger scale with a bigger group of people.
Yeah. Like, why would you do the things those people did in the stupidest way possible?
Well, look at all the aqueducts that the Romans made.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, how did they make it to where the water always went downhill?
Even in, check it out. Even
they
in,
would have just
even
poured
in,
water in and made sure they didn't
even in
build it
Mexico.
uphill.
Even in Mexico, they found Roman aqueducts in Mexico. They're like, and then they try to apply some other BS.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. The aqueducts, a lot of them are actually perfectly level. They have no gradient. Because what happens is they're level, and as they fill with water, it's just
back pressure,
hydraulic pressure that pushes the water. So it'll fill up, and you just empty out the portion that you want, and so the whole thing stays. The whole thing keeps water at the same level, essentially.
Yeah, but they're like saying, how did they keep it at that level, or how did they make it have a slight decline before a U-bend, right?
Right,
Because
yeah.
they used to move water up hills and stuff, right? So, we're using U-bends, and it's like, well, the way they did it is they kept releasing water and then made sure they didn't build shit that went uphill.
Yeah.
Made sure they didn't build that. They made sure they built downhill. It was like, it's just called intuitive building. Like, you just do it as you go, right? You don't always need a.
You got to wonder how across 80, like let's say you had a 30-mile stretch between like two ridges, and you had that aqueduct. The skill it would take to keep that thing within tolerance over 30 miles.
Yeah.
That's mind-boggling.
Exactly. That's the
Because-
mind-boggling part.
Because like, you know, nowadays you have the range of about, let's say, I'll give you 1,000-foot diameter, so 500-foot radius on your transit systems. It's just, so, I mean, they must have been able to operate, somehow have a unified level across those distances. So,
They knew the
so
Earth
they
was
must have
flat.
gone through and benchmarked the whole thing 100 times to make it perfect.
Yeah, and they just had lots of people as well to do it. You know, they had more than one skilled worker. This is the issue with modern day. When you have too many outlets, or should I say, too many things to put your metal into, you know, no one's an expert at anything. Back then, they would have had millions of people. Well, not millions, but hundreds of thousands of people all across Europe.
That's no secret. It was
that
the
would have
Roman
been
army
good.
that built them.
This is it, and you only need one commander, and you
Yeah.
only need one army, right? You only need, like the army, they're just hands at work. If you have the skilled man, if the skilled man tells the hands what to do, and they just do so accurately, because those hands are trained to do things accurately under order, well, you know, now what you have is exponentially, massively
Nothing is out of
bigger.
your reach.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, that's what we would do. We would just get bodies together. We'd have these big volunteer projects and pour like 1,000 yards of concrete, and it'd go perfectly smooth because 10 of us were professionals.
Yeah, and no one else had their own ideas.
Yeah, everyone else was just a body that showed up to help. But as long as you control those bodies that are just there for labor, you can accomplish incredible things.
That's why skilled labourers sometimes are actually a problem on the building site.
Yeah.
Like, because they start adding their own fucking ideas in as they're doing it, not understanding
Yeah.
the overall project. Not understanding why this thing needs to be this way. And yeah, cool, you did that before and that was more efficient. But
There's
we're
a
not doing
time to
your
think for
efficient way for a
yourself.
reason. Exactly, this is it,
There's a
right?
time to think for yourself, but then there's time to be part of a team. So
Yeah.
as long as someone can differentiate between those two, you have the best labor. That's why I pay my labor, my finishers, pay them like $25 an hour.
Yeah, damn straight, bro. That's kind of what they should be paid as well.
Well, I was
You know
making
they suck.
24 before the 2008 crash. I was making 24 an hour. So I know what it's supposed to be.
Hmm. Yeah. No, I like the way you do a job anyway. It's the way I personally have done it as well, which is, you know, get paid before. And then basically just, you know, make your profit out of what you get paid, right?
Right.
Do it the right way, you know, don't start telling
Yeah.
them, look, I need this much for labor and this much, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, this
No.
is how much the job is and that's it.
I
do
tell
all
them
the
this is how
heavy-
much the job is. We require 50% up front. 50% more than covers the job. That's it.
Yeah.
So I do it. I don't explain to anybody how I do my pricing.
You shouldn't have to, because they
Yeah.
don't want the stress of that and feeling even like they might have been ripped off even. They're either
Yeah,
alright
they
with the
could
price
do
or
it.
they're not.
They could do it if that was the case.
Exactly
They don't
my
need to.
point. Yeah. They just realise, oh wait, I could just hire a couple of workers like he is, right?
I wonder who the contractor was for the pyramids. I wonder if it was like a. Wouldn't that be interesting though? Like, because
Yeah,
there
I'd
was
love to know
obviously people in charge of crews and crews that were doing this and doing that, and then you had the pits and you had all this other stuff. You had so many. There was infrastructure just to build the infrastructure, right? They had to build infrastructure just to get out to the job site to be able to build the infrastructure of the job site.
Well, I've heard about the boats, right? Like that they had.
Yeah.
That were going
They
up
had to build a
and down the Nile
shipyard.
and- yeah, they had to build like docks, shipyards, like
And-
all sorts of shit was going
And
on. Yeah.
what does a shipyard require? It requires like a village.
Yeah. Built
You know?
around it.
So you had things built around just a project. You know, it'd be interesting
Well,
to
that's
look
what
at.
people don't get about how we've ended up in this grid reference system that you're in America and even in the UK, to be honest, right? Which is that you have a big project, right?
Yeah.
Take Oxford, for instance, or let's say some of the big villages that exist, or the big towns, or even or cities that exist that were mining towns, right? You know, during the gold rush, you know, you had whole infrastructure set around another infrastructure around another business. Right, and that's where people would go there and coagulate, right, and coagulate into cities, and that's how now people are too, how do I put it, like too afraid of the wild, right? People are too afraid to go out into the middle of nowhere, and this is how they're tricking people that there isn't enough land, right? Because now everyone's constituted in these like tightly knit areas that really they only came together for like one fucking project, right? And you were supposed to disperse back out into the wilderness afterwards, after it was done, once you'd accrued loads of wealth. And yeah, so that's sort of what I'm finding is that people have been able to be tricked into thinking that there's no land in the UK and in America, based on that infrastructure gathering. That makes sense.
Yeah, I recognize that as being a problem.
Yeah.
If you look in older world areas where there was infrastructure and like castles, it's where everybody lived.
Exactly. It's like the peasants didn't realize that they, you know, their family members before them were the ones that helped build the castle that the king sits in now and taxes them from. It's like, just fucking move away from that castle. That king's gonna be fucked. You know, go live out in the middle of nowhere in that same village. Just move the whole village away from that castle, and yeah, you'll be pretty set.
Yeah, what prevented the peasants from just
Nothing.
leaving? They all knew how to work on the land, right?
That's what the
They all
Vikings
knew
are
how to-
about, bro.
They could have just walked and walked until they found land nobody was on. Dug
That's
some
what
holes,
the myths
grown
about the
some
Vikings.
potatoes.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of mythology surrounding it, obviously, and the truth is that they chose to live where they lived.
Yep.
To a degree.
Well, like I said, that's what the myth of the Vikings were. You know, they build the big cities around the walls around the city, and everyone's locked in. Right, the cities where people were locked in. I'm talking about, you know, like in Westminster, for instance, right? Or you know, Winchester or whatever you would call it. They would make the gates because obviously, apparently, these Vikings could attack at any moment, right, and steal all your wealth. So now you had to be around the royal army or whatever, right? For fear of your own life. But it's like, look at the Vikings and the way that they handled themselves up in the north with the Scottish people. They lived with us in our castles and we got on very well, right? They only went after wealthy people. They didn't go after the peasants, realistically. People are trying to say they did, but they really didn't. If you were stood around a king trying to protect him, then you're going to get killed. They went after the kings of England. They didn't go after the peasants. It's that simple.
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
so
they had their option: live in the wilderness or live close to this castle with a guy that has some rules. I mean,
you know,
yeah.
people pretend to not want rules, but it's obviously not
They
true.
can pretend. They can pretend all they want.
Yeah.
It's kind of just like now. You can either decide to live a big conglomeration of a bunch of numpties, or live somewhere out where it's more sparse. Less numpties per acre would be great.
Dude, no one's ever stopped me, Sonny, from living out in the middle of nowhere. Like if I go to the middle of Exmoor is a national park, right? Okay, so there actually are bodies of people that would stop you from, let's say, hunting deer at certain times of the year and being on
Right.
the land. But I personally have never seen anyone trying to stop anyone. I know people that live out there, and I know people that live out there with groups of people. No one stops them from doing it. No one. Who's going to stop them? No one else can even get out there. No one can walk 45 miles out to there across rivers and all this shit. The only people that could get there would be like the police in helicopters. And what are they going to do when they get there? There'd be a few police in a helicopter.
Right, right. Because once they get there, they're going to be out in the wilderness just like the other people are.
Exactly. You know, you'd have to go out there with, you know, rocket pods attached to the helicopters and just assassinate these people. When actually, what they're doing is just supporting a better ecosystem, right? So my friend said to me, he said, "Do you think that if we see a deer when we're out in the middle of Exmoor, we care about what season it is?" He's like, "We just fucking shoot it." Do you know what I mean? Like, and they do. And it's not like the you know the park wardens are going to find them or go after them, because the wardens work along the outside parts, right? The bits where the roads run through the Exmoors, right? Through the Exmoor. That's where they are. That's where they operate within. They only ever go like a mile deep into the part that's off the beaten path. They never go further than that in.
Right, right. So why would they, spend all their their fuel and time, man hours to go out there to the middle of nowhere?
Exactly, bro. They're being paid like what, like £25,000 each a year. These wardens, they don't get paid loads. You know, they get paid better than some of our teachers. Don't get me wrong. You know, high school teachers, that is. But they're not going to put in all that effort and really care about the work. They weren't even trained to know what the work is half the time. There's a big difference between the gamekeepers that work on farms, right? For people that literally run like partridge or pheasant farms, right? And they make hundreds of thousands of millions a year doing a few pheasant shoots, right? Where the richest of the rich come out. The wardens that work there, they get paid like 100 grand a year, right? And they really know what they're doing, and they really are everywhere on that bit of land, right? I mean, they're everywhere. Like they have the equipment to get everywhere. And these wardens have like Land Rovers, and that's it. They don't even have they don't even have quads or ATVs, like smaller vehicles, like on a on a trailer behind them or whatever. They don't have any of that stuff, you know. They don't even have guns, I don't think, most of the time. They don't even have their own gun. Not allowed to have their own gun. They're on a national road, and they're not a policeman. So, but trust me, the wardens on the private pheasant farms, they've got shotguns, they've got pistols, and they've got rifles. No one's poaching there.
I think that's part of the reason why they have all these missing people out in public lands, because they don't want people going out into the wilderness. So they make up these stories. Oh yeah, all these people are disappearing, and they have this whole thing, like you said, infrastructure around passing off these basically lies to make people believe in all kinds of weird shit.
But I think they got portals out there. Like I heard some scary stories about these stairs that you'll just find in the woods. Some of them are upside down, they say, and they say to the park rangers, "Don't touch them." Like
what are upside down?
Like a portal out there or something.
What's upside down?
Like don't touch what?
These staircases, these random staircases, some of them carpeted, look freshly new, no leaves or anything on them. Just
Yeah, that's
inexplicably out there in the wilderness.
Yeah, that's called what do you call it? Like cultural art type shit. Like, you know, people where I live like go and set up like fake ritual shit and then film it. Like people, college students and that. That's what that is. Like
They
just
say that, they have something going on with them. Like people get on them and their fingers get chopped off if they go too far past the staircase with their hands or whatever. People supposedly get hurt on them, disappear on them. Something bad happens to them when they touch them. So who knows? Something's going on. But I think that there's probably some sort of portal out there in the woods, along with a bunch of different, occultic, entities. Probably like a demon or some sort of, thing that's out there beyond civilization. Yeti or who knows?
I don't know about that, but
Sometimes people will go missing, and you'll find them miles away from where.
Now that is true. That is true. Like they found this little boy. I forget what state it was in, but he was like a couple of 1,000 feet higher in elevation, and the night or the couple nights that apparently this child was like a 9-year-old boy survived in like freezing cold temperature without regular clothes, and they found him like 9 miles away and 3,000 feet higher elevation. They have no idea
yeah, but
how.
that's not weird. That's not weird at all, mate. That's like walking from my town to the next town over, 9 miles away.
Yeah, but
Your cliff faces for like a little child.
it's a little
Mate, I used to ride my bike 20 miles when I was a kid on my own, right? Back and forth that town. I used to ride to my dad's and then ride back on my own. Up and down hills. Mate, I used to walk it. I used to walk, bro. I was like 9 years old doing it on a bike there and back. 10 miles there and back. And then on the way, I used to go to the beach and stuff and go swimming. And, and this would be all the way throughout the year. It's like, it's not that weird.
But they're going up sheer cliffs.
So?
They say way far from their family, gone for days. Sometimes it doesn't look like there's anything wrong with them. Sometimes they find them, unfortunately. Sometimes they die. Sometimes they find them, and they say that they were taken by somebody. They talk about a blurry man, a hairy man, or something that took them.
But that's just kids, isn't it? Kids have got mad. But that is kids. Kids are, if demons exist, right? Kids are going to be more in tune with that stuff because they've less defense mechanisms built up, right? But then the opposite has to be true also, right? Like angelic forms would also be able to help them better as well to survive. So like you've got to look at both sides of that. But I'm saying, like, I'm telling you, it's not that weird for a kid to end up 25 miles away from where he lives, even high up a mountain. Like if you've ever climbed a mountain, right? So like one of the biggest mountains in the UK, people see it as like, oh, you climbed up the biggest mountain in the UK. No, you didn't. You walked up it. Like there's literally a way to walk the whole way to the top where you're really not even going past a 45-degree incline ever. Do you know what I mean? It's like people don't realize that that like going up something that's 2,000 feet above elevation of where you
What's
started.
your peak elevation?
On Ben Nevis, someone type it in quickly. I'm not going to spit out a fake number.
Well, just roughly. I won't hold you to it, man. Just a like rough estimate.
Check.
Because I'm just saying, I'm out here in California, man, and mountains are pretty big out here, man.
Yeah, they might be big, but I'm saying for someone to walk up one, right? Okay. Well, dude, I've done this as a child, so
But
to
I
walk
don't
up a
think
mountain, we're not on about going up a
yeah.
sheer rock face. I'm not going on. Listen, a child isn't going to climb up a sheer rock face, all right? They're going to go the path of least resistance, okay? So that's simple. I'm not on about kids climbing up walls of rocks and climbing. I'm on about a footpath, pretty much, where it may not seem like it's a footpath. Does that make sense? Like you might look at a cliff and think, "Oh wow!" Like when I've been in the Alps snowboarding, these are huge mountains, bro. Right? But there are ways to get up to the top of them where you walk the whole way, and you're never going past. If you draw a line from the 5 o'clock hand to the 9 o'clock line.
Like if you're zigzagging, like you can make
you
a
go barefoot.
Yeah,
because there's a significant thing. Most of these people are found barefoot.
Kids can walk barefoot easier.
They have
than...
no trail as well. The search and rescue guys, they don't have a trail for these kids. They find them missing clothes, like 20, 30 miles away up mountains, and they have no trail for them. And
because kids are intuitive. They get wet, then they get cold, and they realize that the clothing is what's going to kill them, right? So that makes perfect sense.
Or they get picked up by somebody, and they just get carried along by somebody or something.
It's very strange.
Trying to catch the trail of the kids, and sometimes they'll be crossing over each other, like the kid just disappeared into thin air, or is omnipresent and everywhere in all of these grids in some of these cases. This is just like really kind of paranormal.
And it's the amount of cases, and it's not just kids, man. It's like It's a wide variety of different people, and the fact that the federal government here is not willing to do an open public investigation on the matter and deny it outright is highly suspicious, in my opinion. I mean, we're talking like tens of thousands of people year to year on a year-to-year basis, never to be found again, and when they are found, they're all fucked up.
Yeah, they're probably.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do this though, like take their own children out to places and then lose them, and then lie about how they got there and shit like this, and then there's a lot of things that go. I'm not saying. I have looked into some of it, bro, and like for instance,
People
I was just talking
disappearing
about.
right behind the next guy. We're not talking
Listen,
like people walking.
Yeah,
off,
yeah.
Like,
well, that's not
literally
what was
next
said.
to each other.
Wait there a sec. Let me explain what I was saying. I was talking about the incident in which Lemon was talking about, which was a child walking 9 miles away, 10 miles away from where he originally started and ending up at a higher elevation, like that sort of stuff. That's not weird at all to me, right? Kids sort of like maybe going 50 miles, right? Like if there's a genuine people that have. If there's genuinely people that are saying, we saw these kids like disappear almost, right? And there are different cases. Don't get me wrong, but I'm talking about individualistic cases.
Have
like
you ever
the
been
same.
hiking 25 miles through a bush?
Yes.
You're gonna get a scratch
Yes.
or two, man. You're gonna get a scratch or
Yes.
two, and when you're barefoot and you got no indications of traveling 25 miles, it seems a little suspicious.
Depends how often you do that sort of thing, right? All does.
Some of these
Yeah,
are
that's
like
true.
3-year-olds.
Yeah, they're like toddlers, and they end up
They
walking
can't
They don't
do
have
20 miles
experience,
away
man.
and
They're
stuff.
just.
It's crazy.
I don't know if you've ever had a kid, man, but they're really like. They don't think where
Yeah,
they're
I've
going.
got
You know what I'm saying?
I've got
They
7
stumble
godchildren.
about.
Yeah, but I was a kid once myself, bro, that used to travel vast distances like this, and I was trained to do so. So maybe that's the
But the
difference, right?
average child isn't trained to do that.
Yeah, but you're talking about kids that are 3-4 years old, though. But
I wasn't. Wait there. I wasn't talking about 3 or 4 year olds.
yeah.
Just
I
to be
mean,
clear.
okay.
No, the cases
one
are like
theory
3 and 4-year-olds.
Yeah, no, I'm not on about all the cases. I was on about the one that I know about. I'm not going to
I've hiked
comment
a
on the
few
ones I know
miles
nothing
in
about.
boots, man. I've hiked a few miles in boots, all right, and I'll get a blister, in a
Yeah.
sore spot, right? And these guys are barefoot, and you
Man,
could
I've hiked.
you could tell, man, when somebody's got calluses or blisters on their foot, but these kids, man, they've got tender skin. How do you
But if you
expect
never wait there, if you never walked, that like 3 or 4 year old children don't even have kneecaps for one incident. And if you ever watch kids like run along like cobbled stones and stuff like that, they don't scream out in pain the way an adult does, right?
Well, cobblestones, sure, that's one thing. River rock, but we're talking
There are
like
whole
shale
tribes,
rock.
bro. Listen, there are
Like
whole
shale rock.
tribes. Yeah, there are whole tribes of people that exist on such types of land, right? And they don't cut themselves. I used to run along the coast at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old along jagged coastlines, right? That have literally got like the tiny little like limpets and like the tiny little polyps and sea snails and all that sort of stuff everywhere. And I would never cut myself. I'm just being honest, right? Now if I went and done it, I'd probably cut myself to ribbons, right? But back then I never used to cut myself. So like there are definitely nuances to this stuff that you need to like look into. But I'm not making any claims about anything other than it's not strange for a child to survive walking 9 miles away. I'm sorry, I don't care if they're 4 years old, 5 years old, 10 years old. Personally, I don't care. Like I said, when I was 10, I used to travel like 10 miles one way and 10 miles back on my own. And in between, this would be during the summer and the winter, I didn't care, and it was freezing cold, right? Or boiling.
Yeah, but I
and
think
I'd
you're
be
kind
fine.
of. I mean, I get your capabilities and stuff, but I think you're kind of tarnishing these situations due to the fact
And I'm not
that
tarnishing anything because you're bringing up other situations I weren't talking about and applying it to what I was saying. I'm not talking about those situations. So you can't say I'm tarnishing shit, all right?
Well, when they've got search parties that go out, right, and they've scoured these areas multiple times, and all of a sudden they find the victim in the same area that they've
They're
scoured
not a
multiple
victim.
times.
Wait, if there's
Well,
not
it's
an
a victim when they're
accuser,
dead.
well,
When
not if
someone's
there's no
dead,
accuser. Well, that's the point, right? So some of them aren't dead, right? So are we tarnishing it by saying victim?
Yeah. Well, there's no natural causes to identify this death with other than suspicious activities, right?
Sometimes
Well,
Right,
it's
that's my
crazy.
point.
You know, I
Birds
heard
of
about one
prey.
case where they found the dude disemboweled, the poor kid disemboweled up in the top of a tree.
You know, there's
Sometimes it happens.
the federal government has a reason that they say they don't look into these,
Yep.
and it's called jurisdiction, and that is actually extremely valid.
Yep.
They don't have jurisdiction in these places.
A lot of them are, yeah, they've done it before, bro, like in the past where like they've tried to like investigate something and then they'll find out like it's going past an Indian reservation or something and then they get in shit tons of trouble. And it's like, you know, you have got to be careful of like jurisdictional cases, like where you're no longer in your own jurisdiction, right? But I won't have anyone tell me that it's weird for a child to travel 10 miles and not die. Like, I'm sorry, like it's not weird at all. That's just my own opinion. Obviously, I could be completely wrong, but I would have thought that wouldn't be a crazy opinion.
I don't think anybody. Yeah, I don't see that being a crazy opinion at all. But
I live in the middle of or grew up in the middle of 40,000 acres of lowland and swamp, and there was a kid that went missing for 3 weeks, and they found him alive.
Yeah, why not? Why wouldn't they find him alive? You know what I mean? That's what I mean. To me, that's just kids are actually more intuitive than a lot of adults, and they have less ideas in their head. They just go with what their body feels. And this is what
You
I'm
know the
sort of trying to get
phenomenon
at.
that happened after the Soviet Union collapsed, and they were called the feral children.
Yeah.
The children that were like 5 and 6 who got abandoned as the Soviet Union collapsed, and they went off into the woods and literally got raised by wolves and dog packs.
Remember these.
Humans are incredibly smart and incredibly capable, and we don't give them enough credit for having that built into us to some degree. You know, we know how to survive. And survival isn't about doing the right thing or having the right skills. It's not. I promise.
It's about carrying on.
It's about that's it.
Yeah.
If you open the Army Field Survival Manual, on page 1, it says none of this matters because the will to survive is the number one survival tool that there is.
Exactly. That's just been my own personal experience.
I think Dale Gribble said it best. Smoking was the only thing that kept me. My desire to smoke was the only thing that kept me alive.
That's pretty funny, but that goal-oriented survival is the most effective.
It is. Yeah, I could agree with that. So I'm saying you get a crackhead and you tell him that you're going to give him like $1 million worth of crack. If he makes it across these Peruvian mountains, I'm pretty sure he might make it. Like, that sounds fucking crazy, but like.
That reminds me of the Chappelle Show. I think he actually had an episode specifically like that.
I'm just saying, like, you know, I get it. Like, people think it's weird that kids might not have cut feet and all this sort of stuff. And I'm just like, you know, or no blisters. And I'm just like, well, what if they stopped every time they felt like their feet started to get under strain? Do you know what I mean? Like, what if they, like, I don't know. Like, I remember when I was a kid, my feet never got cut. And I would literally run along the jagged coastlines. And you can say, well, that's you and your own skill set, right? You can't accrue that on anyone else. Well, I can, because, like, the other 20 kids that I knew that used to do all the same shit as me were the exact same. Like, if we got cut every time we walked out of the, the farmhouse and we went down to the coast, we would never have been allowed out. You know, like, if there was a barbecue one day, right? A load of meat being cooked, we would be told that we could go out wherever we wanted. They'd be like, look, you can go in any direction that way because the wind was blowing that way, for instance, right? You can go 15 times further today. And that would be because we could smell the food. And then our parents would trust that we could get back based on the smell of the food, right?
I was waiting for you to throw another shrimp on the Barbie.
Yeah, remember, I'm English, not Australian.
I know, I was fucking with you, man.
Yeah, I know. I thought you for a second were thinking I was put another shrimp on the bar, mate.
Yeah, I know, Crack, you're a lot like me. I always try and look for the most reasonable explanation when there's no Not that I'm always looking, not that I'm looking for explanations, but if that's what we're speculating about, that's where I'm going to go is what could have happened and what probably happened, or what do we think happened, right? So if it could have happened, that's usually what I'm going to go with.
Yeah, it's just like I feel like demons and possession and like blurry men should be like the thing we look at once there is no other way of explaining it. Not like the first thing we go to though. And I'm noticing that a lot. It's like people want to go to the most unpredictable thing first.
Now that was a very interesting point that was brought up about the feral children, because I've thought about those cases of those missing people, and I am sort of along the lines of belief that I believe there probably are feral humans living out in open wild areas that have been there generation after generation, and they're still there, and they're probably the smartest being out there, you know. So they could have picked
That's
up
what I was saying about the tribes as well. There's tribes, dude. Like, look at some of these tribes in Africa and shit, bro. Like, you know, they rely on bushes. Like, they hack down bushes and then they dry them out with thorns in them, and then they literally like plait the bushes together, and they build like 25-foot high walls, and they leave kids there on their own in these like areas that are just thorn bushes, like pretty much like woven into other thorn bushes.
like
And
a
then they know the kids, huh?
like an enclosure, or like a wall,
Like an enclosure that they build out of like out of thorn bushes. You can see out of it. You
I
can,
see.
and like lions
they're
will
called
not go anywhere
bomas.
near it. Yeah, lions
Called
go nowhere
bomas.
near it. Yeah, that's it, right? So yeah, and the lions don't go anywhere near it.
Called a boma.
And they leave. Yeah.
Well, there's one theory that large birds of prey picked up these like 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds. That's how they can just disappear without a trace.
A large bird of prey could quite easily do that as well, believe it or not.
Yeah, you turn around, it just swoops in, picks up the 3-year-old, flies off. There you go.
So
we have people like that in Canada. We just call them lumberjacks or hillbillies.
Yeah. So if you were to go into the woods and trip and fall and die, and your body was just at an angle behind a log, they could pass over you 15 times and never see you.
That's true.
So you think about these little kids who maybe go into the woods and die, or go into the mountains and die. They could just be a little skeleton corpse that just no one has seen. When you go out and you're in the wild a lot and you enjoy the woods, you realize how big and wide and dark and just vast it
But
is.
yeah, but do you know the capabilities of some of these dogs they use, man? Because I mean, you'd be amazed.
Well, those aren't
if
perfect. Those aren't perfect.
Well,
The dogs,
nothing's
they
perfect.
get tired. No, but dogs
Yeah.
get that. Like some of these dogs that have got these best abilities, right? Their noses get tired after 20 minutes because they're constantly using it. I've worked with dead dogs, right? You know, bloodhounds and stuff.
You know, there's a lot of things that need to be taken into account, because there could have been rain or snow or ice. If a season went by, all the leaves that fell on certain areas, you know, that would cause those things to be covered up more. And so I don't know. There's a lot of.
I'm just saying,
I think all
these
the,
are
I
the
think all the
variables.
points that you guys made are valid points, right? And I would agree upon them. But the only thing that throws it all off is the sheer numbers, right?
The testimonies from people that survived are pretty fucking crazy. I don't know if you've read any of those or heard any of those.
Yep.
They're pretty mental. Some of the stuff that they claim that they've seen is, it's really weird.
Well, that's kind of my point, is that, like, you know, we have to look into all these other possibilities before we go to like demons and blurry people. That's all I'm saying, right? Like, let's etch out all of the possible variables first, right? You know, like, I would much prefer to do that, and then we can go to like demons and blurry people, right? Because like the moment you say to me these kids were led by demons and they've got a higher propensity to be led by demons into the middle of nowhere, I'm going to say, well, they've got a higher propensity to be saved by angelic beings also, then, have they not? So then their survival rate should be even higher based upon that, because where's Archangel Gabriel when these kids go missing, right?
Which, by the way, demons don't have that kind of power.
Exactly.
I'd be much more inclined to believe that there would be a serial killer or a group or a cult that drugs people. I would be much more inclined to go that route. That would be where I go before I went to demons and shadow people.
Like
This is what I meant
Freemasons.
every other place, yeah.
Could be a group of Freemasons up there.
Well, this could be
100%.
happening as well.
What
When
about
you've got,
Bigfoot?
like a married couple who wants to get rid of the baby, they could just say they lost the baby in the
This is it.
forest. But
Why are
really,
you guys
they've
why are you
buried
guys
it somewhere.
discrediting Bigfoot, man?
Yeah, but really, they've buried it somewhere completely different, nowhere near the forest. They've just gone out and killed it, and then they've gone to the forest and said, "Oh, it's disappeared," and then it would literally have no trace in the forest because it's never been there. But then you can say
That's
it's
sort of what I
disappeared.
was saying, yeah.
Yeah, that's the scary thing, to realize that there are people that are that inhuman. to actually do that.
I for sure believe that there are like psychopaths that hang out in deep, dark national parks and and do that.
Probably.
So this is,
I have
this
no
is
doubt.
possible, and there's actually
they-
a lot of fugitives. There's a lot of fugitives that go to these areas to try and escape the law. But here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. When you look at a lot of these cases, a lot of the correlating factors is that the family members were in visible distance, all right, and they literally turned their back, turned around, and they were gone, dude.
Well,
I
wouldn't
mean,
that
it's like,
just
I
make
could
it the norm
understand.
of how people go missing?
Yeah, that's how people go missing.
No.
mate.
I don't know if that's like what you're trying
Well,
to
I'm not
say.
gonna listen. If there's a psychopath trying to grab children, he's gonna wait for people to turn their backs, basically, right? He's not gonna grab it in front of the person who is watching said child.
So I used to do this thing. I'd go to the shopping mall with my mom, and the moment she turned her back, you know what I did?
Run away.
I think
I
every
ran
kid does
away.
that shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's
But,
different
in some of
because
the
that's the
cases-
fun of it when you're in a mall because you know that you're around.
Yeah, but
a
I
bunch
grew
of
up in the
people.
woods. We would do that in the woods too. My brother and I, what we would do is when we would go marching up these long mountain trails, my brother and I would intentionally try and leave everyone behind and get there first.
Exactly.
And they'd be yelling at us, "Come back, stop! You got to stay with the group."
But in some of the cases,
You guys talking about David Paulides?
60, 70-year-old men that just disappear. You know, when they turn around, turn their back, turn around again, and they're gone, which
Yep.
is odd.
No, because that's
Yeah,
like
that's the thing.
because like that's not weird at all. It's like, so my granddad who died, right? He would literally just like walk away in the middle of the night and just disappear, right? And we were like, what the fuck? Why is he doing this, right? You know, he's dead now, but like, you know, he would literally just like, mate, he'd forget who you were, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah, but-
he
yeah,
was
go
in a
on.
childlike state. Do you know what I mean? He was in a childlike state.
All Alzheimer's is a bitch, crack.
Yeah, bro.
I watched a couple family members die from cold and get Alzheimer's.
But these testimonies are like guys within like 100 meters of each other. They're all in line of sight, and they literally turn around and then look back again, and the guy's gone. Supposedly, that's what they're saying's happened.
Are you talking about Missing 411 by David Paulides?
Yeah,
Yes,
that one I saw in Missing 411. That example.
Werewolves and vampires. Where's the curve though?
Why isn't the government willing to talk about it?
I cut out.
Maybe they fell off the edge, guys. This is where the edge is. All these missing people have been falling off it.
I'm just saying, guys, before we go to like demons and shit like that, like just think about all the other variables. Like, look at what me and
Rule
me
out the mundane.
Yeah,
Well, hold
like-
on here. Before you get off the demon thing, let me mention this. You might not be aware of it. What about the staircases? Are you guys aware of the staircases that?
yeah, that's what was brought up first, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Edgy art.
Edgy art, yeah.
Super
Thank you.
postmodern art in the woods. It's literally just like you know the monoliths that were appearing.
Yep.
It was literally a group of pranksters.
Well,
I
I know
can
people
see
that were
that.
involved
I
in
can
this
see that.
shit. I know
Yeah.
people that were involved in like setting up fake occult rituals and stuff like that.
Tell
for,
us
like,
about the staircases. What
for college
staircases?
projects.
So there's these staircases supposedly, and obviously people come across them and they get curious. And I guess the story goes that whoever goes up these staircases at some point experiences something or some type of entity, and they either like end up getting dismembered or disappear or die. But
The
there's
booby
been
trap,
different
basically.
things. Yeah, they're booby trap, but it's not. The thing is, it's like a weird booby trap, where it's like this invisible laser, or like picture like a lightsaber, like an invisible lightsaber, just lopping off one of your limbs as soon as you reach out to a certain point. And that thing's and
Doesn't the
limb
same
is
thing
gone.
happen with allelopathy, just at a slow rate?
Yeah.
Is there a link on that staircase? Can you put the link?
Sure, I can find something. Let me see.
You know, you got to think about like when people are doing this sort of shit. Like why would you build a staircase to booby trap it? Probably because you own a good booby trap system, right? Like I've heard of people like walking up these and like getting their feet blown off, for instance, and then people are like, "Whoa, there's nothing there to like show it," and then it's like, "Well, who's to say that they didn't stand on a pressure plate with a hole in it that's got gunpowder in the bottom, you know, with you know, a small molten, like a little bit of copper that's like a thin little copper cone, and like, you know, you do that, it's going to turn into a little liquid molten jet of copper that's just going to bore a hole through their foot and split it apart eventually, and you're not going to find any of the remains of the copper potentially. Sometimes you don't find any. Like, you know, like maybe they use a different type of metal, for instance, right? So they use just like lead, like a little lead cone, or they use something else. Before you know it, you don't have any. Everything gets mineralized
link
into
in
such
the
a small portion that you're not going to find any weird things there. But the person still has a blown off foot. Do you know what I mean? Like,
My booby traps have caught absolutely zero boobies.
yeah,
Hey, you know what some of these stairs in the woods look like?
yeah.
It looks like construction garbage people threw in the woods.
Well, I've
All right,
posted
now,
a couple.
there's the
couple
one-
links here. Here's the thing, though.
Flight
These
There is
ticket.
one.
staircases.
There is one that
disappear.
does look like an intentional thing that was set there.
Some of these staircases, like after they come back, like a week later, like they'll just be gone. I mean, there's a lot of weird stories, and like there's multiple stories, right? So it's not just like one in particular.
Yeah, because whoever
Well-
set it up is probably worried about it getting traced back to them.
Let me tell you something. I've been into the deepest part of the woods, and you know what the weirdest thing in the deepest part of the woods is? Finding an entire bedroom set.
Yeah.
And you're like, how did this get out here?
Bro,
And-
I found a TV,
Yeah.
like, on a table.
Wow.
Right? Like,
It's kind of like the Joan of Arc when she finds her sword, right? She's like, oh, God must have put the sword there. Well,
yeah.
what if somebody lost the
I've-
sword? What if somebody
I've
just
had
threw
an
the sword there?
experience out in the middle of the woods myself. I go 4x4ing a lot with some friends up in the Sierras, and I came across a prairie out in the middle of nowhere, and we stopped, and there was a bunch of cows and shit, and I got a train horn on my Jeep. So I hit the train horn just to see if I could like spook the cows or something, and something fucking started screaming back at, and whatever this thing was, man, like I've never heard anything quite as loud before in my life, other than going to like a concert,
Yeah.
like a concert.
The
or
hills have
something.
got eyes,
Like,
mate.
I
There are people
literally
out
felt.
there.
Well, that's what I thought. Like instantly, I'm just like, oh shit! Like someone's got something set up out here. Like either
Course
there's a
they-
dude with a bullhorn and I'm fucking with his cows, or there's like a fucking concert set up over here. And so
You're
anyway,
probably fucking with his cows.
this thing started screaming, dude, and we got the fuck out of there. We had guns and everything, but we weren't trying to fuck with this thing, whatever it was. So we just got out of there, and we went on Google Maps or Google Earth to see, and the thing that was around the corner was like a sheer cliffside, like it just drops off like thousands of feet. So there was
Yeah,
literally
but that's like the place I would choose to live if I had cows and I was like a crazy prepper. I would be living on the edge of said cliff, and you know my back would be to it, and the only way you can come to me is from that front way. And I would
Put
have
it
all
this way,
sorts.
man.
I'm telling you, dude, I'm the sort of guy who's gonna have set up a 40k speaker system with the most crazy sounds ever to play down that valley. I'm being serious, bro. Let me tell you a very, 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 very quick story, right? Is this, yeah? So you think about supernatural stuff, right? So like when that film Blair Witch come out, for instance, right, and then other films, these are the sort of pranks that my mum and shit would do to their friends. They would know their friend would go out on a night out, right? They would find, they would take their key from them out on a night out, lift it from their bag, go back to their house because they ain't gonna get back until 5 a.m. And then my mum would literally tell me about like getting like super glue, right? And super gluing this person's like TV to the TV stand and super gluing it to the top of the roof, right? Super gluing like their couch to the side of the wall, right? And like literally just like doing the craziest shit to people, right? Like my mum sounds like a lot of fun, right? You know what I mean? But like, anyway, so like they would go back after watching like a scary. Well, it's not possible. It happened.
Well, here's
You
the
did
thing.
it.
Well, here's the
with
thing.
my
though.
auntie.
Here's the thing though. I've heard male lions roaring, like pretty, up close. I worked at the Animal Wildlife Way Station out here for a little bit, and I've heard grizzly bears. I've heard brown bears. I've heard the loudest, scariest shit you can think of, and nothing came close to fucking the intensity of. I could feel this vibrating through my chest, dude. I got a shotgun. My buddy's got a gun. Like, we're in a Jeep. Like, we still didn't feel safe, man. Like, you would have to have like legit concert fucking equipment, dude, to create this
Why
type
wouldn't
of
they?
level of sound, man.
But dude, like if you
There's
if
no
you haven't
power.
known anyone
There's no power.
Dude,
What are they gonna
of
power
course
this
there
thing
are, dude. Let me just tell you something. Right.
Car
So me and my friends used to run raves, yeah, right, with 40k speaker systems, right, like sets from Glastonbury, right, and we
Yeah,
would do
use
this
the
in the middle of
generator.
nowhere. We would use big generators and shit like that, right, and
no
like.
generator go here though, man. There's no.
How do
other
you know that
sound.
they don't? How, mate? You wouldn't
I
hear
was
the
there.
generator. You wouldn't hear it.
They would
You're
have
not
to
gonna
have
hear it.
baffling. They would have had to have baffling and a lot of baffling in order.
No,
to,
you just have active noise
to lower the
cancellation units.
decibels, man.
No, you use active noise cancellation through the speakers. As soon as you get there, you start the generation and the generators, and then you turn on the fucking computer. You literally just have like active noise cancellation for the generators. Like when you go to a good festival, right, that's run by big generators, you never hear any of them, right? You never hear any of them.
They're using trailer diesel generators that are on trailers out in the parking lots, man. Like that's why.
No, they're not in parking lots where I'm on about. I'm on about this is in the middle, like the festivals in the UK, like Glastonbury, for instance, right? There aren't any parking lots. You're in the middle of a field. Like this is what I'm saying. Like I know of these things occurring. Like
yeah.
But when you'd go
I
out on a
don't know
rave,
about
you
what
would
you're talking
literally just right. So like when you'd go to a rave, you'd like go to a quarry or something even, right? And like you would just have like one van that would have the generator in the back of it, right? You'd have all the speaker systems and shit. You'd put big like camouflage nets over the fucking thing, like so that the police could never figure out where you were. And then you get the party line, right? Which is a party line is like where you have an encrypted message that goes out to everyone about an hour before with the coordinates of where the party is, right? And I'm just saying, bro, like these are the types of people that are inventive enough to have ways of keeping people away from them, throughout the day. Is all I'm saying. I'm just, like, listen, I'll give you a story to show you I'm not completely against like the idea of anything supernatural occurring, right? Something happened to my father and I never knew about it until I told him about what happened to me, right? I was in an old English phone box, red boxes, yeah, right? In a town that's renowned for being haunted. I mean, renowned for this. Yeah, this is like class is what it's quite a ways away from where I live, but I don't know if you've ever heard of like the Battle of Hastings and stuff like that, right? So it's where the main Battle of Hastings occurred, right? Where the most people died, right? I'm sat in this phone box, right, and I'm with a girl, and I've thought of every possibility that could have caused this, and then. Between then and when I spoke to my dad and my uncle, my dad and my uncle experienced the exact same thing as me, right? In the exact same place, right? Because I didn't remember even where I was exactly because we were out walking in the middle of nowhere. And then when I said the story to my dad, and he was like, wait a minute. He's like, sure you weren't in this town in this phone box? We looked it all up again when we drove past it next time. He's like, is that where you were? And I was like, yeah. Because he took me there, right? But it literally was like a group of 50 dogs coming up to this phone box. A group of about 6 men with shotguns, and I could see the breath of the dogs. I could hear the men talking, and they were speaking like a backcountry English, right, like a dialect, and they were talking and loading their shotguns, and we were just like, she was screaming. I'm trying to call someone on the phone box, which is flickering on and off, the lights in it, that is, and like bro, for real, like this was like an impending doom, death coming. Obviously, nothing happened. It all stopped. You know, I said a certain word and everything stopped. But yeah, bro, I've had those sort of supernatural experiences where like no one would ever tell me any different. You know what I mean? Like I was just like, I went and spoke to my dad about it, and he's like, yeah. I started telling the story, something happened crazy in this place, and then he's like, wait, stop there. He's like, let me tell you what happened to me, where I think what you're gonna tell me. I'm pretty sure you're gonna tell me this. My dad stopped me, and then he told me his story, and it was word for word down to the T, the same fucking experience. 20 years before it happened to him. So like there are things that happen that, you know, maybe can't be explained, because I don't imagine it was the same group of pranksters 20 years later doing the same fucking thing in the same place, you know.
I mean, it's possible. Yeah, I can't rule it out. You know what I'm saying? So it's definitely, I got to take it into account. You know.
So I mean, bro,
But,
it's like, you know.
Yeah. Tell me about this noise cancellation technology.
Hold up, I've been looking into the stairs and the stories. It's like creepypasta stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's what I thought about it as well. Not active noise cancellation would be right. So like, let's say, so right, whatever decibel ratio it is in the frequency that someone's putting out a sound. Yeah, there are engines that actually exist with this already, right? Like where the engine itself has the noise cancellation as a property of what it is. There are engines now that don't make any sound at all, like some of the Mustangs that are electric or whatever it's called. I don't think it's a Mustang, but you know what I'm trying to say. And they produce the fake sound of an engine, right? Well, the moment a speaker is able to produce something similarly sounding to a car, similarly decibel rating, right? You can have the opposite sound played out. So,
you'll never fool me. You'll never fool me. Ever.
but you can explain this probably better than me then, Battlemod. Active noise cancellation. So like you have a heavy device that makes a lot of sound like a generator, right? And then you have something that plays an anti-sound so that it sounds like it's not there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just an anti-vibration. It cancels it out. I got that in my my Harley truck.
Yeah,
but he's actually not talking about the vibration itself. He's talking. So there's this thing with the music where, yeah, exactly. If you have a waveform, it's actually almost mathematical. Where if you invert the waveform and then put the two together, then it does nothing, and you don't hear anything.
Thank you. That's what I was on about.
Yeah, that's what my my Harley truck does.
It's kind of cool, man. I didn't know they're using that shit in automobiles now.
Well, the reason why I'm saying it. Go ahead.
Active noise cancellation.
What?
The reason why I was saying it to him was because.
Oh.
What's that sound?
Now you can do that first. Go ahead.
What's that sound?
The cauliflower from the bottom left. Sorry.
That's fucking funny.
Someone's not using noise cancellation.
Oh, damn straight. No, the reason I was saying it to you, dude, is that like, so the people I used to know that would set up raves, right? They would literally use noise cancellation, so that you couldn't hear the generator, right? Because they'd be setting this up for like 2 fucking days, bro. They'd have big nets, right? Camouflaging nets set up over the whole thing, right? You know, this would be a lot of energy going into this. This would be like the New Year's Eve party, right, of the year. This would be the best party of the year in the south of England, and they're you know, they've already set up a system to like text everyone the coordinates of this place just 2 hours before the party starts. You know what I mean? And like you're not doing anything. You're not going to let anyone fuck this up, right? And like sometimes it'd be done in a quarry, for instance. Like one year there was one we did one in a quarry, and it was massive. And there was nothing that we were going to let mess it up. So, like, you know, there's noise cancellation, you know, and I imagine they had things like soundboards and stuff like that of, like, crazy sounds to play if need be to ward people off. You know, like shotguns going off and stuff like that. Like, all sorts of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I know the shotguns one was, like, a common one. Like you'd make it sound like there was a hunting party out in the middle of nowhere. So then, even if the farmers or whatever come by, it would just sound like one of their neighbors was sort of out in the middle of the woods. Like shared woods. That's often what you would use. Purposefully use shared woods. Like 60 different people sort of owned the land along the perimeter of said woods. So then this becomes like a great place to go, but at the same time it can be terrible. But it's good because it's in the middle of nowhere, but it's good also because it's got access from lots of different directions. You don't want to be like having people go down 60 private country roads, or one private country road, and there's like 1,000 or 2,000 people going there, because it's going to become pretty obvious, and all the police have got to do is barricade one road up, and then they can trap everyone in or trap everyone on the way out or in. So they would purposefully choose bits of land that were like that, and if you're setting up for 2 days, you better have some systems to stop people from realizing what you're doing. Yeah, they look cool, don't they? Meme. Have you seen Lou's? Have you seen Lou's new truck?
No, I haven't.
You see the back box on the F350 on the left?
Oh, those are both 750s.
All right, well, I don't know the American trucks. I was just going by what you said above. Anyway, yeah. So you see the back portion bit. That's what Lou's trucks literally completely seems very similar to that.
Oh, it's got a utility and a crane.
Well, it's not got a crane, but it's got one of the best the steel sheets that you get, right?
Yeah.
That you bend into shapes. It's got like a whole boom arm on the side of it that's just comes down, and you can just boom, 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 attach it across, and then just use it. What I mean? The whole rig's on the side of the car instead of being pulled in a trailer behind it. It's just attached to the side of the truck. It looks pretty sweet, bro. When he's next online in Europe, ask him to show you. He'll show you it right away. Yeah, Ariel, see that at 9 minutes past the hour, that car there. I've been in a couple of those myself. They're pretty cool. You should drive them out in the middle of nowhere. My dad had one for a little time. Good fun. Crazy cars. I'll repost it. The whole back section is literally made out of wood. Oh, all right. Post it as a file then. Why don't you? Good humor. Good humor ice cream. I mean, that thing's a beast, bro. That's like a full-on zombie wagon right there, Battlemod. Yeah, buddy. That is so cool.
Yeah, that sits in a museum, the automotive museum. My buddy owns 900 cars. He runs a museum here in Michigan.
Sounds like the sort of place I'd like to go to if I ever go out there. I have to fucking hook me up. Looks dope.
Yeah, that guy's more picky than me, man. He does every detail has to be perfect or it doesn't go in the museum. I've done DeSoto's, 2 scoops, 3 buckets for him.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I've seen some of these backwards places that do the automotive museums in America, right? On some of these shows, and you get those guys that have got you know, like you get like in Greece, right? You've got like the old petrol pumps, like the ones that are glass and everything, and they look amazing.
Oh,
The
yeah.
sign writing's so cool. Yeah.
I got, dude, the front of my barn is just covered
Yeah,
with
I've seen it.
signs. Those are called gravity feed pumps, and I've got 3 of them out front.
Yeah, they look amazing, bro. And like I've seen those museums you get right there, like they set it up to be like an old movie theater and like an old diner and like everything. Like
We go
back in
for
time.
listen, we go for the Route 66 feel.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what we go for. But
yeah,
you see it in a lot of movies. The movies, when they do the cruise in the strip and the older greaser movies, they try to get that feel too. So,
yeah. No, yeah, I've definitely noticed that myself. Like that sort of
The-
feel to everything.
yeah, the drive-through freaking restaurants, with the girls on the roller skates.
It looks awesome though. Do you know what I mean? Like, looks absolutely awesome. Alright, how do I charge this phone? But at the minute I'm having to charge one battery in a different phone. 'Cause my
Yeah,
phone broke.
this one. Look, who knows what this is? I did this for a museum piece also. A lot of people don't even know what those cars are.
Oh my god, yeah. So you remember the one that had the like full on the grill where you see the middle part of the grill, obviously, right?
Yeah, do you know what kind of car that is?
I don't know exactly, no, but I've seen the other one that that restoration channel did.
Yeah, this is called a Kaiser Darren.
Yeah, they look amazing, bro. Like a Kaiser Wilhelm. Yeah, I've seen the other ones that are a little bit similar. So
Yeah. The hot rod, they got a hot rod version.
yeah, they've got the one that's got like the bubble top to it, and then they've got like it's like the rounded piece of glass on the front, right? And so it's like
Yeah.
2 sections, and then the steering wheel is like 2 handles battle mod, like
Yep.
like almost like 2 circular things with a handle attached to it. So when you turn the steering wheel, it's almost like, do you know what I mean? Like your hands always stay sort of like perpendicular to one another.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Look at this resto. Look.
My daughter helped with that car. She was 13. She had 60 hours of sanding on that car. Fiberglass is a bitch. It's hard to work with.
Yeah, bro, that's amazing. There's a guy.
He was happy.
Oh, there she was.
He paid a lot though. I do stuff for him, man. I like to do my own stuff, but
That's gotta be a
this
pleasure.
this guy, money's not an issue, man. So he'll throw enough money at you that you'll do it. You'll set it over there and do it. While you're messing with your stuff.
Well,
it's parts money, bro. Yes. There's a nice one. That's a Macomb auction too. So I did a Macomb quality build, and it's a lot to say for a car guy. I've done builds that I don't see Gas Monkey or none of them touch, but
yeah, they
I've
ain't
been
gonna
doing
touch it. They're doing it. That's why they do. Really, people think they're the best, but the reason they're doing it in the level they're doing it at is because they don't want to do it to the that level.
They're flipping them. They're flipping them.
Yeah.
If to do it to that level, money can't be an issue. And then if you're trying to make money, there's the ideal you'll have a build that a lot of car guys end up with that you got so much money into it, you'll never get that money back.
Exactly.
But it's the way it's the way you wanted it.
Yeah, your money can't be an option. That's why these cars go for auction so much money, because it's like really know on like the proper car classic people that are like so interested in making something. You know, it's like some of the old Jaguars, right? Like the E-Type, right? Like, money can't be an option when you're redoing one of those. Like, it can't be. You know what I mean?
Nope.
Like, but yeah, my dad was involved in working with this guy. He had his own air hangar, and he was the guy that did Johnny English's Aston Martin, right? For the show Johnny English and Mr. Bean, Rowan Atkinson was in. My dad got to drive it before him, and I had pictures of my dad like sat in. He owned Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, the car from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I've got like pictures of my dad like sat in it. Yeah. I have pictures of my dad sat in that and stuff. Like, you know, didn't get to drive it, but you know, you got to sit in it.
I did a Model T for the Henry Ford too, so Greenfield Village. Nice. Yeah, I enjoyed that too.
Well, this guy that owned the air hangar Balmod used to make bars of soap, right? Aston Martin, the official Aston Martin bars of soap. And they were fucking highly detailed, like.
Look, Crack, look. This is the average Friday night around here. I'll be in that barn under the light on Discord. People are like, why's your Wi-Fi shitty? I'm in the barn.
I know that.
We're about to get a major storm here in Ottawa.
Oh, that sucks. That means it could come my way.
Yeah.
Damn.
You're not too far off the beaten path of that storm, bro. It's got to pass the whole lake.
Nope. The weatherman was predicting the warm weather to come too. That sucks. I'd be mad if it doesn't come.
Mate, it's been boiling in England, bro.
Oh shit.
Yeah, man, it's been really hot. Crypto, did you catch the temperature today at all?
No. It's pretty good though.
It was
Nice and
25 and a half at my house today, so.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've got a nice summer coming, which is good.
The Americans have had like a 20-degree drop in California. Somebody was saying it was 80, and then it went down to 60.
Yeah, that's where I'm at right now, and yeah, it's been cold the last week, man.
Global warming, mate.
Yeah, remember, if the temperature drops, it's global warming. If the temperature increases, it's global warming.
It's global warming.
Exactly. And if nothing changes, it's global warming.
Yep.
Quit farting so much. We're going to have to tax you on that.
Climate change, guys. Get it right.
I think we need to create a space force to deal with this.
Look, imagine all them beans the Mexicans eat. Imagine how much they'll pay if that shit goes through.
Can I just make a prediction now that the next big announcement from the US is going to be something like Climate Force? Just going to say, if they come out with Climate Force in the next 6 months, I told you. Yeah.
All right, so there's two predictions right there. So Crypto's saying Climate Force. I'm going to say in the next year we're going to have a baby born up in the ISS.
I'm going to say Climate Farce.
Fuck yeah, America! Fuck yeah!
Fast Force?
And then I'm going to push for my world famous ass mask, because people don't realize that most of the viruses that are coming out of a human being are coming out of your ass. So they all need to get masks for their ass. And by the way, the new ass mask. Stay tuned for updates on that.
Stay tuned.
Bro, I was wondering if you said ass mask or gas mask, so thanks for clarifying.
Ass, ASS.
Ask for the ass mask.
More inclusive with space lives, because they do matter.
Tell me that Thunderbird didn't come out sexy. Man, I had about 120 hours. I fabricated that hood scoop because I couldn't find an original hood that actually had it on there.
Ass life matters.
Did someone say space flies matter? What?
I said space lives matter. I think we're gonna end up having a new gender proper pronoun for space lives in the near future.
I actually thought you said space flies. But okay.
Yeah, because that's oxymoronic. Well, no, I'm telling you guys, the next.
I mean, like a common housefly, but up in space. You know, I'm sure they've seen those. Yeah.
Those are demons.
Right. So the other day I was told we've had the first space criminal.
Mama says so. Mama says space flies is demons.
Right, guys. So we've had the first space criminal, right? That woman who hacked into her husband's bank account while she was on the ISS. So now we're gonna have next thing is going to be the first baby born in space, and then it needs to happen for people to know. But ethical. This is what I got back was there's going to be ethical issues. People saying that it's unethical to do that because of the the effects on the body. So I presume that she's probably going to be unknowing of the fact she's pregnant, and she'll find out she's pregnant on the ISS, and then she'll have the baby while she's up there.
So look, that girl wasn't guilty of a crime. She was in international space trying to order a pizza. Man, come on, be fair.
And stay tuned for the brand new space ass mask, which can also help with not having children. So birth control has a dual purpose.
It's a chastity ass mask.
Chastity ass.
That sounds kind of asthmatic. Oh shit, asthmatic.
Bro, you guys are fucking twisted, man.
That's why you love
I like it. I like it. Yeah, I like it.
I thought you did. Who's more twisted? The guy who knows those that are twisted are the ones that he loves the most.
Takes one to know one.
This yellow one, that's my daughter's car, man. She likes to smash her Mustang because she knows she gets free body work. She was just driving to a parking lot and ran into a yellow concrete Parker. I was like, what the hell, woman? How the hell do you just... Well, you really got to be talking, don't you, to just run right into a yellow concrete Parker barrier. Them rods that stick up out of the ground.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Well, I mean, part of that's you could blame on Coriolis effect.
She said, I didn't see it, Dad. I said, oh, yeah, well, obviously.
Well, yeah, if you tell me you did see it, I'd be really pissed off.
Right. Just lied to me, tell me it was so yellow. It was so yellow, Dad. It blended in with the color of my hood, and I just didn't notice.
Yeah.
Blinded by the yellow.
Oh, mate. Yellow blocking.
Hey, it turned out better with that custom hood, though. That's a sexy word.
This storm's gonna turn out all right with my Moroccan hash and my pink Kush.
What?
Yes,
I've been waiting for a storm where I get stuck in with pink Kush and Moroccan hash. Damn straight.
I literally can't stay in Gem Panda's server for longer than 10 seconds without feeling like I'm losing brain cells.
Yeah, it's not good for you, bro.
You shouldn't go there anyway, right?
It's not good for you.
Yeah.
Preserve your mental health. Don't go there.
Well, it's not.
I still do out of curiosity, just to hear what they have to say, but it's just so, I don't know, dumb. There's no other word for it, just dumb.
It's taxing on the spirit, mate. That's what it is. Let's be honest.
They're like the pinnacle of idiocracy, so there you go. Right?
They're just the ultimate authoritarian cucks in existence, all compiled in one room. I went in there once, right, pretending, well, not even pretending, just adhering to the party line on like a few conspiracies, right? Like adhering to the mainstream narrative. And they started to disagree with me on the mainstream narrative. And and like just to argue against me. They're like, well, you know, what about this? And you know, next thing you know, they're the people saying that there was a shooter beyond the grassy knoll, right? And like Gem Panda just comes in and he's like, oh wait there, I'm fucking listening to this crap, right, on the YouTube. And he's like, why are you all disagreeing with him? He was like, he's literally agreeing with what you believe in, and you're still disagreeing with him. He was like, you know, he can't win. And I said, well, that was kind of the whole point in doing what I was doing, was to just prove that you guys just disagree for the sake of it, right? Because they disagree for the sake of it. Yeah. So,
well, they can't agree with a flat earther. Yeah, they might imply that a flat earther is intelligent. He has something, you know, intelligent to say at times.
no, exactly, bro.
You got a little cold over there, Crack Villain?
You like that work truck meeting?
I've just put my computer in my bag, my tablet, whatever you want to call it. What was that, guys? Someone asked me a question. What was that, dude?
Oh, it sounds like you got a cold.
Lou had to buy that custom truck, bro. I build that shit.
Yeah, is that Lou's truck? Oh,
no, that's my on-road repair truck. That's
all right.
I pack it full of equipment. Well, so if the equipment breaks down, I got one of those booms you were talking about. I can change a motor in a dump truck on the highway rather than haul it back.
Yeah. Well,
I
his
just
one.
put a new motor in.
I think his isn't a boom arm, like a crane boom arm. It's like a what do you call it? His isn't a boom arm like that. No, yeah, his isn't one of those.
No.
It's a bit smaller. It's like it's on the side. It's mounted on the side.
It's a winch. A lift winch.
Yeah, it's not even a lift winch. It's for bending steel sheets and aluminum sheets.
Oh, Lou.
Yeah, lunatic.
You're talking about the brake. Lou's got a brake on the side of his truck. Yeah, it's called a brake. Mine's a telescopic lift hoist. Mine's a hoist. His isn't a hoist. It's not a lift. It's a brake.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's not a lift hoist.
For sheet metal forming. Yeah. Yeah, Lou's truck is thin. It's custom.
Yeah, it's dope, bro. It looks really cool, man. Like, yeah, I bet all the boys.
They customized the shit out of it.
Yeah, all
I
the
just
boys
paint mine
that
red.
he knows. Carry on.
Yeah, mine just got to be clean white and have good air conditioning. That's all. And run, of course.
Yeah, it's like all the boys in the in the sheet steel trade. They're all going to be pretty jealous of Lou right now. I'm telling you right now, because like that shit's cool.
Yeah.
Like mounted on the side, bro. Nice.
It's not sheet metal.
You cut out.
That's for siding and wrapping windows and shit. That the
I don't know what
brake
it's
is
for.
for siding. It's for siding.
Yeah, you might be right. Like I said, I'm just going off of what you're saying and what I can remember. I don't really know. I just know.
Yeah, look, I'm going to show you the truck, and then the clue is going to be right on the side of the truck. Then maybe you can get a clue, okay?
You guys have got different language. And
Damn it.
we would call it something completely different.
Wrong truck. It's siding. It says fall siding right on the side of his truck.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's for siding or whatever you call it. I don't know. But all I know is it looks cool and it's different to what other people have got. I've seen the similar
It
rigs.
is. He's got a topper. It's almost the same rig as mine. He's just got a topper on top of his toolboxes. I could put a topper on that truck and make it look damn close to his.
Oh, that's a dope ass ladder rack, man. Is that a ladder rack?
It's a brake, Brad.
It's a brake.
brake.
It's a brake, yeah.
Unless you're talking about the white truck up there. The white truck's got a ladder rack on it, yeah.
That's for boomers. I want the cool ladder rack. What is that?
Blue's truck's got a ladder rack on it and a brake.
Yep.
That's a brake. Aluminum brake for siding, windows, all that.
It's pretty dope, man.
Battlemod, did you hear he was being racist against boomers?
I know. Who the hell is? Who keeps pissing? What's with all the water pouring?
I resemble that statement.
I'm very curious to resemble. That was fucking great.
I'm cool with all the shit they talk about boomers because I'm Gen X, so it's all good.
What is it?
Yeah.
Did you miss it by like 2 years? You're like, yes.
I got weed. I'm Gen X, baby. I don't know about that boomer shit, though.
I got a question. I'm going to give Mike a break because of all those nice cars and the weed. Just kidding.
Wait, you're gonna buy him a break, or you're gonna give him one?
I'll give him a joint.
Are we still talking about an aluminum brake?
Innit?
A joint break. I don't know. Never mind.
Well, that's good. But soon afterwards, we'll have to take a sandwich break.
Yeah.
It's about that time.
So, hey, I get the stoner munchies, eh? And I just gotta do it, eh?
Why do you turn Canadian every time you're stoned?
Hey, you guys like the way the cars look. I'm more into the way the motor looks. This is my kind of candy right here.
Dude, I've got these bags, right, like tea bags, yeah, that are strawberry and watermelon flavour, and it's yeah, it's pretty gay, but it's good.
You went to teabagging, man. I'm losing faith in you.
No tea in there, no tea in there at all, bro. Nope, just all balls. Bags.
Who the hell is making soup?
Me, brother. Don't worry, I'm gonna go on mute. My noise suppression's not on.
Making soup, cooking beans. What the fuck?
Or is that tea?
Correct.
Are you stirring your tea?
Wait there. Sorry, someone keeps calling my name. What's up, dude?
I was gonna say you ought to make a ball sack shaped tea bag to make it quite literal.
No.
Could you imagine dunking a ball sack shaped tea bag into your cup of hot water?
Yeah, dude. We should make a tea company called Ballsack. Yeah. So when people are teabagging, yeah, because just so when people are teabagging, right, and they're popping that tea bag in there, right, you know, they can be like, oh no, I'm teabagging for real, Ballsack tea. Yeah, no, I can get behind that.
It would be
listen, wait there, dude, wait there. I can get behind that, right? You can get underneath it.
Go on then.
I'll get behind it. The idea, you can get underneath it, all right?
We'll call it a tea party. Nasty ass.
Oh, we'll call it an orgy. It's up to you, bro.
An orgy, but that wouldn't be punching the what is that word? The
I don't know. You better think of it because I don't know.
You're listening to Q105 Sex Talk Flat Earth Radio with Crack Villain and friends.
Yeah, dude, I don't know what you said there, but it was like way too like.
He's talking over one of the old boomer, what are they? the walkie-talkies.
Are you talking to Alexander Graham Bell's first microphone?
Yeah, it's called an aesthetic mic. Those are aesthetic mics, guys. Get it right. Boomer mic's an aesthetic mic.
Boomer mic. I got a question I want to ask.
This guy's tickled for real.
I know.
This is why I don't smoke weed.
We're gonna ask you to quit.
The first prank call was made when only 2 phones existed. And he's like, I know who you are. Well, no shit. Well, no shit. There's only 2 phones, bro. You better be at work tomorrow, you son of a bitch. Stop calling me.
Yeah, Battle Mod. You
This is kind of similar.
bro. Yeah, fuck you and your fucking face. You guys, my balls are dripping fucking wet right now for Earth. I mean, globe. Earth shit, bro. Have I told you the Earth is a globe? It's a fucking.
No,
You should calm down. You should calm down, bro.
How's it, my bro?
Share your pain.
Did he say fuck me
Share
and
your
start
pain.
talking about balls?
Yeah, and he said the M word. He said a load of shit, bro. I think he took it
Where'd he
too
go?
far.
Where'd he go? He's not either, is he?
No, he left. I mean, I was expecting him to say Kaffa, but he didn't. I'm very.
Wow, you took that too far, I think.
Why'd he leave?
I don't think he got the reaction he wanted. That's tough.
No. Yeah, I mean, it's like they think that they're just going to come in here and say some ethnic slurs and we're all going to be very offended. They don't realise that we're not SJWs like them.
Yeah,
So obviously that's not going to work.
Exactly.
Yeah, we appreciate the racism around here, guy.
Talking about balls and he
My meme folder would have offended him.
Just try to be a little more creative. That's all.
Sup, my digger.
Called us something.
Difference between a giraffe and a digger. One's got hydraulics, the other's got hydraulics, right?
Indeed. I've already stolen.
Yeah, I thought you would have stolen it already. Who have you told?
Oh, damn
everyone.
it.
God damn it. What, bro?
No, I didn't spell it wrong.
Oh, dude. I don't think anybody here was in the chat, but it was in VC Verified. And dude, this kid, he was trolling like they always do. And oh man, he started yelling the N word and he was giggling, having a great old time, and nobody muted him. They just let him go on. He was so excited, dude. It was, it was so funny, man. He was having the time of his life, but when he didn't get the reaction, he was like, "Yep, see ya," and just logged out.
He probably thought he was in a live stream or something. That's hilarious.
Yep, that's how it works. That's how it works, bro.
We got to take out the troll in that room. That's where we take out the troll.
Yeah. George.
I'll look at the live stream in a minute, Battle Mod. I didn't see the images. Sorry, dude.
What images?
You said you were going to post like Lou's truck or something. I can't remember. But show it to Meme. Meme hasn't seen it yet. Meme.
It's in live stream.
Yeah, Lou just like posted his truck online. And it was like his number and everything on there. I'm like, well, dude, what are you doing?
God damn it.
You don't care.
Yeah, I get into that kind of stuff, so you know Lou wants to share it with me. As soon as look at this. He just added chrome tips to it. You know I'd appreciate it, so he definitely shared it with me.
Yeah. That's what he did as soon as he's DMing me, like sending me pictures and that, and I was like, yeah, I don't know what that is, mate. Send that shit to Battle Mod, which you probably already had, but you know.
Yeah, that's why he shares it with me. Most people don't even notice. Oh yeah, you put steps on it. Oh yeah, you put chrome tips on it. Yeah.
I noticed that stuff, but like I didn't know what the fuck the break was.
I know.
It's American shit, bro. Like.
I was just gonna say that. Yeah.
It's all American stuff, right? You know.
We don't expect you guys to know that kind of stuff. It's all good.
Yeah, he put it, when they first got it, it had white rims on it. Now, see them aluminum, the steel chrome rims, Steelies on there. What the hell?
If I call that number, who's gonna answer?
Lou. Did he cut out?
Well, it depends. One is Lou's and one is... Damn it, I was supposed to block that out. Let me take that shit out of there.
No, he did it. He posted it himself like that, bro. That's how he posted it himself. Don't worry.
Oh, that's his boss's number. That one is.
Yep.
One way to troll your boss.
He's not
Yeah,
trolling.
his boss is there. His boss is one of them. Well, let's talk about this type motherfuckers. Let's work this out.
Yeah.
Hold on. Don't hang up, punk. You called me punk now. Let's work this out. You say you got scientific proof that Lou's wrong. I want to hear it.
Yep.
I had a dude find my place of business, and they called me, and my secretary just laughed, like, "Oh, you want to talk to Mike Smith's boss, huh? Oh, okay, I'll patch you through. I'm the fucking owner." I'm like, "Yeah, Mike Smith, Third Gen Paving. How may I help you?"
They tried to do the same with Chocolate's boss. Like, someone was threatening to ring up Chocolate's boss. Like, he's like, I'll ring up your boss and tell him you're a flat earther. And Chocolate just started laughing. He's like, you think that motherfucker don't know I'm a flat earther? Like, Chocolate's like literally at work, like all day, every day, like on here, talking flat earth.
It's like flat smacking. He's always telling us stories about how he's flat smacking his office.
Exactly. It's like, yeah, go on, ring them. I mean, literally will not care.
As much as I would maybe really not like it if somebody did that to me, I would honestly go through the motion at that point. If they did something like that, I'd figure, well, shit, what better time to show it than now, But the thing is like, part of me thinks that my boss might be receptive to it, but I don't know. My boss he's a smart dude, but you just never know how materialistic people are.
Dude, I'm really not bothered about everyone that knows me doesn't want to bring the flat earth up if they're not a flat earther. Like, they just don't bother bringing it up because they know how hard they're about to get flat smacked. So I just don't really see. I feel like they'd be more annoyed at the troll than me, right? They'd just be like, wait, like, for fuck's sake, stop bringing that up. Like, we've been trying to get away from that topic, not go into it further with this guy, right? Yeah, call anyone you want that knows me. Tell them I'm a flat earther. Go for it. I don't have a boss, so you struggle to find a boss, but like, any boss I've ever ended up with has always been like a battle model meme, and they're just like sound. Like, usually people that are like get into positions of being a boss usually aren't like, they're not completely fucking stupid, and they understand that people have different opinions and stuff. Usually, that's just usually how it goes anyway. So it gets really warm in the UK, and then I end up getting like a cold straight away. Yeah, nice one.
Oh, dude, I just had a cold too. I think I'm actually getting over it, but I had a runny nose and a scratchy throat. Still taste my food though, so we're all good over here.
Yeah, I've never not tasted my food. I don't think I've ever had a cold where I can't taste my food, but
really.
But then again, we get real food in England. No offense.
Taken. One thing I used to do to troll either people in the UK or Australia is you get them confused with one another because they hate it. I don't know why. You say someone from the UK sounds Australian and they hate it.
Yeah, because we sound nothing like them, and because they're a bunch of criminals that we already sent away.
Gee, Crack, what you talking about, mate? We sound just like the Aussies.
Wait a minute.
Oi, mate. Listen to this, mate.
Did you just say you sound nothing like each other? Really?
We sound exactly like the Australians. I think Crack's just in denial.
I don't think I'm in denial, mate. Being in denial would be being in Africa and Egypt, mate. You know, it's just info, mate. All right.
I thought they all sounded the same.
You always sound nothing like the South Africans either.
The reason my food tastes so great is that I cook it outside on the barbie. Delicious that way, mate.
That's
pretty good. Shit.
Did you put a shrimp on the barbie?
Prawns, mate. Prawns.
It's a fucking prawn.
Yeah, they're called shrimps over here.
You Americans say we all sound the same, but that's because you're all racists.
You all look alike too.
Listen. Not all white people sound the same, right? You know.
Look, I look nothing like Idris Elba. Right? And that's a shame for him.
Well, yeah, you might not. This is the point, right? All these Native Americans over there, like even the white Native Americans, like this guy laughing right now, they're all racist, dude. They're, you know, oh, you whites all sound the same. It's like,
wait a minute, I'm a white Native American.
Yeah, see, I knew he was a white Native American.
It's a good thing we whites don't sound all the same because we'd all sound like Crack. Oh my god.
Oh god.
Well, because I'm the original white man. Thanks for that, bro. My superiority brain cells are tingling. Apparently, Crypto, you hear that, right? Everyone would sound like us. If
you know what? It's freaking 10 degrees warmer in England than it is here in California right now. That's crazy. Nobody cares. Nobody cares, honey. Nobody cares, honey.
Just wanted to mention to Battlemod, he tried atting that guy. So in Afrikaans, that actually means an ass pussy. Just so you know.
Gotta love those ass pussies. That's what trannies have.
I thought they were called boy pussies.
Oh,
I don't mean to interrupt.
Same
But we got
difference.
a new guy, Roy Boy.
How dare you?
Roy Boy.
I think
Roy Boy,
it's
what's up?
What? Who changed his name back? His name was perfectly good when it was.
His coming in live stream for the first time ever and hearing ass pussy. Oh my god.
No, Roy Boy's been here before. He was called Soy Boy and someone changed him back, and I'm not.
No, his name should be Soy Boy.
Yeah. Anyway, what's up, Roy Boy? What's going on?
Hello.
Do you still think you live on a giant spinning space pear?
What?
Do you legendary? Sorry. That's actually very cool. Do you still think that you live on a giant spinning space pear?
Yeah.
Sweet. I guess that's all there is to that conversation.
So you're still deluded, then, eh?
Why?
But do you believe in global warming?
But do you?
You do?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do.
Why?
Yeah. Why?
How was the snow?
Because he hasn't seen the latest episode of Why Would They Lie, which will be released tomorrow and is about climate change.
Always gets in the shilling.
No, we haven't had shillings here for years, mate.
Well, that might be up north a little bit, mate, but down here in the south, we still use them.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, we haven't had shillings here for years. A bit like climate change.
Well, no, that would be to say that climate change did exist at one time. We've never had climate change.
Climate changes every day.
Climate change is happening all the time.
Yeah.
So, Legendary Soy Boy, what is your best evidence for the Earth being a spinning space pen?
Oh my. Okay. Well, I've learned a few new things. So, does anyone have like a model of like the Earth day?
That is not an answer to the question I just asked you.
I know. What was the question again?
You know.
What is your best evidence that you live on a spinning space pair?
Well, I never said pear shape.
Okay. So what do you think you live on?
Well, I would say like slightly crushed globe.
A slightly crushed globe.
So an oblate,
like squished.
Oblate spheroid.
Okay, so Neil deGrasse Tyson's wrong. So slightly squished globe. Why? What's your best evidence for this slightly squished globe?
All right, hold on. So wait, no, but does like anyone have like a model for like the day and night cycle?
It's not an answer to the question I asked.
Can you answer the question?
Hold on. Why are you requesting the model of something you don't believe to prove something you do believe?
Because
they're not logically connected, the two different things. We're asking for positive proof of your assertion, not for an
Right,
attack on
positive
somebody else's
proof.
assertion.
Well, then I guess I have no more, positive proof.
Are you saying that without referencing a make-believe model that we don't have, you cannot prove your own?
I just said that. Yeah, I just said no.
Well, you didn't bring up any proof, so I'm not sure. You know, everything you're saying is like a logical fallacy.
Well, I don't know. When I went into the VC chat, they just can listen. I didn't need to bring any proof. I wasn't told that.
Oh, well, you're here now, so we're asking for your proof of your belief.
Yeah. VC
And I
check-in
told
is
you
just
that I
to
don't
see
have
if you
any.
can. VC check-in is just to see if you actually want to talk, and then to get you in here.
Oh, I see. So, I would have to go to the green room to listen in, right?
Is that all you want to do? Is listen?
Well, for now, yeah.
Okay.
Well, listen. What was it you were talking about, the day and night cycle thing? What would be the point in what you were sort of trying to say? Is it your day and night cycle, a model of that, or is it a day and night cycle of ours?
Oh, no. I was trying to like, so when looking through like the internet, I was like seeing some day and night cycles, and it was like the moon and the sun on opposite sides of the earth, right? Or how would it work?
In which way would it work? Like, are you referring to the globe, or are you referring to?
No, the day and night cycle, like with the moon and the sun.
Yeah, on a flat Earth or a globe. So
Flat Earth.
Right. You have to make that sort of clear. You have to kind of
Alright.
make it clear. Right. That's all. Sweet. So it works. It just does, right? We don't have a modeling. We don't have a modeling out for that, right? But it's sort of right. So on the globe, it definitely won't work, right? Because we have images, for instance, right, where we see the sun and the moon in the same field of view, right? Then you look up into the day's sky and you see the moon there lit also from a directionality that doesn't make sense in relation to the directionality of the sun itself. Like, i.e., the left side of the moon will be what's lit up, and the sun will be on the right side of the moon, all in one field of view in the day's sky. Like little observations like that we've all made with our own eyes, right?
Right.
That completely, shits in the face of the proverbial globe.
But I still don't. But you still haven't even answered my question of how it would like.
We don't have a model though.
Oh, you don't have an answer to the question, right?
What was the question? I didn't hear one.
Hold on.
Oh, okay. No, it was like how would where would the sun and moon be positioned?
What is? Wait. Hold on. Do you just want me to answer?
Yeah,
I don't have a model, and you're asking me
prefer
for
a model, but if you would
you're
just like to
asking me
answer
for
with
a
voice.
hypothetical or speculative answer. Why? Why?
Why am I asking for that?
Yeah.
Well, I believe that. So
You interested in truth or speculation? You want to know what
But
really
you shouldn't be
is, or what people
speculating on
think
something
is?
that you believe.
What would you rather know? Would you rather say, "I don't know an answer now. I'm willing to wait," or "I want some kind of answer now. I don't care"? Which one?
Like, how long would the answer take if I were to say I would wait?
Well, let me go check my crystal ball. Oh, it's not telling me anything.
So what?
Do you think all information about reality is available at everyone's fingertips right now? Is that what you think?
But I don't understand. You could have just said,
Tell me this. In your model, the heliocentric model, there's an edge to the universe. Tell me the nature of what's outside the universe.
I don't know.
You don't know. Well, then what are you asking me about things we don't know and can't reach?
Yeah, if you didn't know, you could have just said, I don't know.
I said we don't have a model. What does that mean?
Yes, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
I said we don't have a model like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. And then you sort of react. You
seem angry that there's not an answer in hand.
I thought you would have like a voice answer. If you didn't say we don't have a model or a voice answer. Like,
what's a voice answer? What?
What's a voice answer?
Sorry.
What is that?
Let me just. Okay, so it's like instead of using a model to state your beliefs, you would just use like your words to state them.
No, models aren't necessarily things that are constructed like 3-dimensional pictures.
I know.
Models
that's what I mean. You could also say
models are conceptual. So if I said the sun is in a circuit 3,000 miles high, there's no picture, but that would still be a model, wouldn't it? That would still be a model. I'm still constraining it by an idea. Okay, so that's called modeling, and we don't have a model.
Okay, thanks.
Neither does the globe, by the way.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. Can you show us the heliocentric model?
No.
Actually, yeah, but I've been waiting for that. Actually, why? Why doesn't anyone want to have a heliocentric model? It's really weird.
What's a heliocentric model?
It's what you believe.
I don't know.
If you don't know, then why are you asking for it?
He's being facetious.
I don't have one. Like, okay, when you guys say...
Wait, you don't have a heliocentric model? Why are you asking us for a model?
Because I thought you might have one. Like, I didn't know that you didn't.
No, I think you were trying to ask us for a model so that you could knock down a straw man of a model based on what you believe the model to actually be. But we've been doing this for years and know every tactic.
Yep.
What tactic? I just said, okay, it's fine that you don't have a model. I don't have one either.
You do, though. Because let's say we... All right, you have no model. Let's say I present now model of the day and night cycle, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I were to do so, how would you rebut it? Or say it's untrue?
I don't know, since I've never seen one.
Well,
I'll learn.
But you don't have a model, right? So you have no way of rebutting a model.
Okay, I don't have to.
Well, you could rebut a model without a model, but I mean, I thought you said you believed the Earth was a globe. That was all. Like a slightly squished one.
If you don't have a model, then I can't rebuttal it or learn about it.
Wow.
Sure, you can. Go out and observe nature.
Yeah.
You don't have to model reality. You can observe it.
Well, if anyone can observe it, then you guys should already have our model, right?
No.
Why?
Because you can observe it.
Models are things you can't prove. If it's already proven, you don't have to model it.
It just is.
You go outside, you observe a flat local Earth. What's the model?
Yeah, like
like what you see.
The sun rises,
Same as taking a
sets,
picture.
right?
Okay, so hold up. You want to be able to predict heavenly movements that we've observed for thousands of years, right?
Right. Wait, did you just say predict?
That's not a prediction.
Well, you can do... Yeah, you can do that without a model. You can just predict that what has happened will happen again, and then you've covered all predictions, and you're right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's called a post-diction anyway.
Yeah. A prediction would be if I said tomorrow you'll find a lottery ticket in the gutter of the next to the alley, and you do. That would be a prediction. If I've seen an eclipse happen in a certain area every 18 years, and then I model out that every 18 years an eclipse will happen in the same spot, guess what? That's not a prediction.
Why would it not be? Because you're predicting something.
Because did it already happen?
You're not predicting.
No, it actually didn't.
Wait a minute.
No.
Every 18 years, for 2,500 years of recording, you get the same eclipse in the same spot, and you seem to think it's a prediction suddenly when you say, I think it'll happen again.
Well, here's the part he's missing, bro. We've already observed that it's a cycle. You can't predict a cycle when you're already aware what the cycle's going to do.
Well, actually, you don't know what the cycle's going to do. It could change at any time. There's no. It's not
prove that.
It could, but it doesn't.
But he needs to prove that. He needs to validate that claim.
All right, let's see.
One sec.
Show me when the sun has done anything but rise.
Meme, let me help him out a sec. But it wouldn't negate what we just said, that it's not a prediction. Because, let's say the eclipse doesn't happen. Well, it wouldn't be a prediction then either, would it? Because guess what? It didn't happen. So you wouldn't have predicted it either, would you? So it's a post-diction. It's either happening on a cyclic nature. Listen, wait. It's either happening in a cycle, and you post-dict it because you saw it somewhere else, not predicted it. If it doesn't happen, it's definitely not a prediction. So it's either a post-diction or it didn't happen. It doesn't.
Well, you give the example of a prediction being something that, like finding the lottery ticket in the gutter, right? But wouldn't a definition be better instead of an example? So we can
define prediction. A prediction is you predict an event that hasn't happened yet.
Right, that hasn't happened.
But we've seen that hasn't happened yet. But we've seen the cycles of that happening for thousands of fucking years. You're saying eclipses have never fucking happened.
But is he saying solar eclipses only happen in the future? They've never happened before?
But for something to happen exactly as it has happened, you would have to go back in time. Because if you think about it,
no, we don't have to go back in time. We've observed this, categorized it, and recorded it in history. We took the data, son. We don't have to go back in time.
What's an example of something that you've already recorded happen again?
It's called the Saros cycle. Maybe you should look that up, the Saros cycle. And you need to find
that's a
out
recording of all the heavenly movements. And where the Saros cycle came from?
Babylon.
I don't know.
Literally came from Babylon.
Where they believed the earth was flat. And the Aztecs used about the same thing, and they believed the earth was flat.
And the Mayas, the Incas, the ancient Hebrews, the Chinese, like on and on and on.
Yeah, the Chinese charts are the same as the Aztecs. Yep, and the Mayans. Exactly.
The Hindus.
You know, someone actually argued with me the other day that the Mayans believed that in a globe.
Hilarious.
You know, if I hear the water running again, T-Boy, we're going to have problems.
Bring it. I'm pretty far away from you right now.
What do you need all that boiling water for? What are you cooking? What's going on in the kitchen, man?
I know, I shouldn't be in there. I know. I don't have a wife yet, bro.
A lot of stuff's going on in the kitchen. I just got out of it. I'm on break.
I keep hearing that song in the back of my head. You can cook crack like this. You can cook crack like this.
What do you say? He was cooking water?
Drug addict fallacy.
No, actually, the song that came to mind when he said wife was "Love Stinks." Yeah. Sorry. I didn't mean to be so cheerful.
I don't know. when he said wife, the first song that came to mind for me was "Ruptured Nuptials" by M.O.D.
Ruptured Nuptials.
Yeah, it's so hard. I can't even sing it in here. It's only like 4 verses, the song.
Well, we don't need to hear about your penis, bro.
It's got nothing to do with my penis. You know what a nuptial is?
Oh, you said it was so hard. That was all. Don't worry.
Yes.
Yeah, a nuptial pertains to marriage, and if you
I know what a nuptial is.
you broke your marital contract.
All right, I'm gonna coin a new term right here, right now. Remember, you heard it on here. Numpty nuptials.
Oh man, I need to go to the shop. I can't be bothered. Oh wait there. I can attach. I can put my SIM card in this tablet apparently. Who's that? Dude.
Okay, I'm gonna DM you the lyrics to the song. And you never looked at my sniper photo. Look at that now. Check your DMs. Did you hear me? Am I lagging? Check your DMs, Crack.
Crack, check your DMs.
No, your mic's good. Everybody can hear you.
I guess we're done with Legendary.
I think
he just didn't know what the fuck to say. I predict he'll be back.
I think Crack was changing devices or something.
I don't know. I think he's teabagging.
Yo, shut up, Ahmad.
Yo, what does teabag mean?
I'm
Or
so
if it is or
serious.
isn't.
Are we going back to the teabag subject?
What does teabag mean?
Go to Gem Pandas and ask them. They know.
That's what he's using the water. That's what he's using the water for.
In someone's
If you got a character,
Yo, what does
you got a
teabag mean?
character on a game, you've been down on the other character. Shoot 'em.
So I've heard my name get shouted, and now I've got 50 people talking at me. So
What does teabag
what's
mean?
up? Shut up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who said teabag?
Huh?
Check your DMs.
All right, dude.
He knows what teabagging means. He just want to hear somebody say it because he's gay.
Yo, what does teabag mean?
Yeah.
Teabagging.
Google that. Google that
I'm
shit.
just going to say it because he's going to keep asking and it's going to be boring.
No.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I genuinely didn't know what it meant.
Yeah, you did, but it's all good.
I bust my balls, I break my back to come home to a slut. You broke your vows, you dirty bitch. I'll kick you in the can.
Ruptured nuptials. I didn't expect you to sing it, bro.
Yo, hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Yo, have you ever taken a shit, yeah? And then the shit falls in the water, right? And then it's a big load. It's a really big.
Yeah, and what you'll notice about the water is that it's flat and level.
Before it splashes back and cleans your bunghole for you.
I muted him.
Oh, why are you muting me, man? I was sharing what I was going to say.
Yeah, no one cares.
Well, thank you.
No one cares what I want to say.
Yeah, no one cares.
Why? Why should I care about what you're gonna say then?
Well, you can fuck off then.
No, but I wanna share. I wanna share what I want to say.
Or you can.
Hey, he said fuck off, mate.
Why?
could
Why are you
Take the
offended?
piss.
Yeah, he even said mate.
Fuck off.
Please,
Well, it's not. Fuck off.
please.
Jog on, mate.
Yo, please, man.
You said, listen, wait there. You made a grave error. You said no one cares about what Crypto had to say. You were fucking lying.
Jog on.
No one's answered my
What?
my screen name, by the way.
Walk on home, boy.
He's on down the road. He's on down the road. Right, quiz equal quizzical, test equal testicle.
You ain't got to go home, but you got to go now.
John don't need to say it's a long way back, but you're going all the way.
Oh, you think don't shoot. I've got a question for you.
Is he still here?
Yeah, let me just unmute him. I've got a question for you.
Oh,
Bro, I'm so sorry about that, man. I'm so sorry about that.
I've got a question for you.
Yeah, sure.
What is 9 skins minus 5 skins?
Was 9 skins minus 5 skins?
Yeah.
What is that? What skins?
Of football.
Foreskin?
Oh, is that the joke?
Yeah.
Bro, I've never heard a louder silence than that.
we were waiting to see if you were going to say it.
I didn't say it.
Yeah, because you're crap at maths.
No, because I'm not gay. I knew it. I'm not going to say that. Why would I say that? Because I don't have that. I don't have that. I don't have what you just said.
Oh.
I was circumcised.
So you got them.
So you're a dirty boy.
Nah, bro. I was circumcised, man. I'm not having cheese on my willy. I'm not having cheese.
Yeah, when you wash it, you don't have it. You.
Yeah. I'm actually clean. Actually.
Are you saying you don't wash?
I don't have
Are you
to have
saying you
cheese
don't wash?
around. What do you mean? I do wash. When did I say I didn't wash?
Hold on.
I don't have cheese in my willy, man.
Hold on, you're saying that if you had a foreskin, you
We know what smegma is.
If I had a foreskin, I would have had cheese. Belgium
Yeah,
cheese.
because you don't wash your fucking dick. That's
just
why.
said if he had a foreskin, he would not wash his penis.
This guy's not.
Yeah, and technically it's not called cheese, it's smegma. It's a cheese-like substance.
Wow, I'm going to go throw up now.
You think we're unaware, but we're not, kid.
Yo, why? Listen, I'm so sorry. Like, I don't know that I'm offending you. Why'd you keep muting me, man?
I don't understand.
Listen. I'm just trying to express that I don't want that on my.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude,
you-
you're the guy
you
who was
brought up
talking
the-
about.
you
You're
brought
the guy. You're the guy who was talking about a big piece of shit coming out of his ass. So don't talk about anything.
How's that
else
gay
other
though?
than
How's that gay? Girls shit
Yeah.
as well, boys shit, but girls don't have a foreskin.
Yeah. So how's it gay to
They
have?
have
it?
actually.
Do they?
I'm so glad.
They
Do they have
It's-
cheese as well?
They do have a foreskin. It's called a hymen.
Damn.
Right,
You got
do
that?
you believe the Earth's a globe or not? Dude, do you think?
Yeah,
do you believe the Earth's a globe?
Girls can be circumcised.
Yeah,
too.
it's called
Jews
female
can be-
genital mutilation.
What? Jews can be circumcised?
No, he said girls can be circumcised too. It's called FGM, right?
FGM, what does that stand for?
Female genital mutilation. Right, let's move on. Right, so, do you believe the Earth's a globe?
What? That's not.
Female genital mutilation, FGM it's called, right?
It happens in places, but let's move on, yeah.
It happens everywhere, dude. Right, let's move on. Alright.
Yeah, I saw you put a hanger up there.
Seriously,
oh fuck off, man.
Anyway, we can move on if you want.
Okay, yeah, you can shut up because I was talking. Why are we indulging this guy?
You were talking. What was he saying? What was he saying?
Well, you ain't banned him yet.
Yeah, shut up. Yeah, why are we indulging this guy? I thought we had a rule that trolls had to be funny. This guy's just trolling and it's not funny.
Well, I wasn't trying to steal your ban. I figured you'd abandon him by now. You're bad.
Would you want me to?
Another notch under the belt.
Well, my belt's full, bro. If I cut too much more out of my belt, it's gonna fall off. Oh, and bye.
Okay.
Go take a shit. You sound constipated.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have to
Now
at
that's
least be funny, man.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's not about boring trolls.
I mean, you can respect you can
The
respect the
fucking
funny ones
British
because
guy
to most
talking about
Glovers,
circumcision. Fuck that shit. Nobody fucking wants to hear about your fucking dick cheese. This is a flat earth Discord. Get the fuck out of here.
It's smegma, guy. It's smegma.
Move on.
Just say smegma. The fungal Richard has gotten old.
This is why we won the war.
No, we won the war because we're bad motherfuckers.
Yeah, and they're not.
Brings to mind a question: what's the deadliest force on Earth?
Probably boomers.
A Marine and his rifle. Hoorah!
Freedom.
America. Hey, Gabrunker wants to talk to you guys if you want to unmute.
Yo, hello. Has anyone taken a shit before? Yeah, and then
Only on your mom's chest.
Only on a Tuesday. Gabrunker, why were you muted?
Hey.
Yeah, Benjamin. Someone took a shit on your mum's chest, unfortunate, mate. She keeps on calling us back as well to do it again. Which is kind of weird, really, because we had the runs that week.
Sounding an awful lot like Gollum at the moment.
Was that the northerner sounding like the Golem or the southerner? I'm confused. Or Sunny?
Yeah, well,
We had the
it's
runs
the weed.
We read on your mom. And she liked it. She likes us.
Okay, now somebody's doing woodwork. Are you filing those eagle tailings you call toenails?
I knew this. I knew that. I knew you would hear it.
That motherfucker got toenails. He could, if he was a bird, he could fly down and snatch up the salmon with them things, like 30-pound salmon hook.
Salmon hook. We've got a Glober in here.
What were you saying?
Welcome, Glober. Globertha here, Dr. Lamb. With his space happies. Brandon, dying quiet, mate. Die quietly, goddammit.
I unmuted Gabrunker so you guys could talk to him. Forced him to talk. What's up, bro? Unmute your mic or we're gonna ban you. You wanted to listen, now you gotta talk. Or ban. 3 seconds. 2. No, not text. Nobody said text. I said talk. You're running out of seconds here real fast. No, look, no parking on the dance floor. You got a Stephen talking bot. No, that's not going to be sufficient. So thanks for coming, bro. Sorry you didn't make the braid. Better luck next time. We'll see you on your ult. Who's the next guy I'll force to talk? Get ready for it. It's coming down the line now. We're going through the whole lobby. Talk or ban? You choose. Go.
Talk or ban.
I'm going to go Deuce Bolt on him. Do the Judas. You got to do the Judas sleeves. Judas used to do this, man. We didn't have much dead air. She, you want to talk? I'll mute your mic.
Man, fuck you, Mike. You be calling me out like that.
Oh, shit, that's Brad. Okay, talk or ban, damn it.
Yeah, go ahead and ban my ass. I don't give a shit. Try me.
Can I meme if I bring him right back? They say as long as I bring you right back, it's not really technically a ban.
Well, then do it. Stop talking about it and do it.
No, stop flexing, bruh. Why don't you just do it? Yeah.
Well, how is it a flex when he knows he's coming right back? Don't be dumb, man. I will ban you too.
Nah, don't you dare ban my ass.
You teabagging, cooking crack in the kitchen while we're listening, motherfucker.
Cooking crack in the crock pot. I've been banned.
Put the soda down and take a nap.
Motherfucker.
Put the soda down and take a nap, bro. I love you.
Yeah, do it.
Do it. Can you define it? In what context do you use that word?
Yeah, why don't you just go ahead and ban me? You keep talking about it.
You damn millennial.
You have to shit talk him first. You have to go down with the fight.
It'll make you feel better.
I already clarified this anyway, man. It will be no fun because they got to bring you right fucking back.
Exactly,
yeah,
bro.
Yeah.
Where's the fun in that, dude? What the hell?
You wear a shirt that says "I've been banned from the Flat Earth Discord."
I've been banned. Where's my shirt? Damn it! I got banned 10 times by. Listen, I want mine to say I got banned 10 times by Ace McSuperloud before I ever got senior mod. What the fuck?
What the shit is a senior mod? I don't give a shit about your senior mod.
It's no difference in lead mod. Yeah. There's an old person discount, boy. You know that boomer shit, by God. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Oh, you do that quite well, must say.
You goddamn whippersnapper. You fears, you fucking whippersnappers. My God, my dad have whooped the whole lot of you. You too, you some bitch. Monkey some bitch. By God, I'd have whooped you first, and butt good, boy, butt good.
Dude, stop offering me butt good, alright?
Yeah, I have to go full Southern on you and say, I'll raise a knot so big on your eye that your shirt tail won't go over it, boy. Don't fuck with me.
Man, you're not even a real
You gotta call him a Hanyuk, too.
You forced it.
I was forcing it.
Yeah, you were forcing it pretty hard.
Boy, I'll slap you in the next week. You understand me?
Be right back.
Yeah. Now go get me some chitlins and shut the fuck up. Shut up and make me a turkey pot pie, damn it. These two of you, one of you roll a hooter for me while the other's making the pie.
Turkey pot pie? What are you watching your fucking calories or something?
Many hands make light work. Fuck it, make it 2 pot pies. The dog said, "Make it 3. Get to work."
Are there no more Globers in here?
There are no more Globers. They're all realized that every picture they post is a flat Earth picture.
They've been pretty quiet since that new documentary come out. I'd imagine they're probably studying it and trying to falsify real evidence, which is kind of weird, but...
I mean, I could tell you what a lot of them are trying to claim right now if you really want to know. It's kind of funny.
Go for it.
A lot of them are claiming this thing. I'm sure many of you have heard of it, but they're clinging on to this thing called Ranty's photo.
Oh God! Yeah, I was listening to the fucking Jim Panda server about it.
Already debunked it.
He's talking about Randy's Black Swan. Woo!
It's like a bootleg version of our Black Swan, to be honest.
Can I just say that the swans actually prefer the term African American?
Ranty kid. I think it's more
but
racist
they're from
trying to speak for the Black Swan there, Crypto.
Yeah, but Black Swans are from Australia, son.
That last one was below the belt. You're gonna get a warning for that one.
Black Swans are actually Aussies. Come on.
I thought Australia didn't
They're
exist.
offended.
What the hell?
Well, that's where they hid the Black Swans. They was hoping you wouldn't find them.
Yeah, Kiwi, I'm well aware that Kiwi and Nathan Oakley already debunked it. I'm just telling you, like, they're still clinging on to it. So they also want to talk about Mars, and it's like, what does the world out there say about what we're standing on? It's just a giant red herring.
Oh,
Can somebody
Healy will
just
change
invite
his
one
name
of
to
them over?
Dennis. I'm be trolling him now. Hello, I'm Dennis Cash.
My name's Dennis, and I'm from Arkansas.
I hear
That's
that
really
trailer coming. It's coming round the bend. He's a Cash, damn it. That there's Johnny's cousin. We fucking with that boy.
You guys
Crypto.
know Lemon, right?
Yeah.
Lemon
No.
or Lemon Bird?
Probably Lemon Bird.
Oh, Lemon Bird?
I know what he was before he was Lemon. Who else does?
Yeah, he was Pithesis or something, wasn't
Yeah. Yep. Crypto
Yeah,
does.
I heard him in the Jim Panda server, and they were just trying to like call him out for being an idiot. It'd just be nice to hear them come into this Discord and chat about it for a little bit. Reckon they don't have the balls for that, though. I might.
Well, let's be fair. A lot of them are just banned.
Really?
We'd have to unban them before they could come back. Sure.
Well, for the sake of
Yeah.
this new argument that they supposedly have, it'd be nice to just debunk it to them so that they could go back home crying to mama and find
Yeah.
a new one.
Kiwi and
He said
Nathan
it's
Oakley already did
new.
it.
Yeah, it's not really new. They did it with mountains last time.
Yep.
Okay, so they were already in here talking about that? I must have missed it.
It seems like they never left because they just keep flooding with alts. Most of the guys that I said are banned, they're here on 10 alts anyway.
Oh, jeez.
Or hidden accounts, you know.
So this is an analogy for like history buffs, but if 24/7 is England, Gem Pandas is like Australia.
Makes sense.
That's funny, Flat Man.
I don't get it. Wait, is that Kermit?
Yeah, that's Kermit the Crack Frog.
Oh, you know,
You
Helio
should have just kept your damn mouth shut. Go ahead.
Helio Skeptic can do a really good Kermit the Frog impression, like 100% accurate. Like, it's incredible.
Yes, he can fucking sing in a Kermit voice. Yes, I know.
I love it. I miss when he did that on live stream.
He's done it a few times. Next time he does it, I'll label the thing so I can share it. Timestamp that shit.
So what's everyone up to this Sunday?
I'm watching DMX's remembers, like BET remembers DMX because he just passed recently.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Dude was a legend, to be honest.
Supposedly he passed. I mean, who can prove it?
True. I'm just gonna miss seeing new songs, though, is what I meant.
His daughter did a pretty amazing song last.
Yeah, see, you're going to have to fill the void now.
Yeah, I just remember listening to his music as a kid, so I guess it just has a little bit of a childhood influence on me.
I know, what I mean is like now that DMX isn't making music, you're going to have to make the music for him.
Oh, how about no?
That is not the spirit.
I'm not good at what I do, though. I just do it for fun, and that way, like, people are way more talented, see my stuff, and they're like, "Well, if this kid's doing it, I can do better." And then we get like excellent content. You know?
So you're like you're the low bar that you want everyone else to leave.
Exactly. That's the spirit.
I mean, that's
He inspires others by
kind of despairing, but fair enough.
He encourages others by going, "I could sing better than him."
Exactly. Like, I'm not even kidding. That's why I did music stuff. So, because I wanted people like Elijah and Drace to actually get on the mic because they're way more talented than me. And I'm so happy that they have more confidence now. Like, they're excellent, dude.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of which, Crack Villain, I've heard you sing. You need to get on the mic and finish what we've been working on.
Listen, wait there. I've had a chest infection. That's why I've not been doing it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm just
that's right.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
like listen,
obviously get some rest.
Said I'm holding out. Literally, my voice just keeps going. I just need my cousin like right in the balls.
By chest infection, he means can't be bothered.
I literally just need him so hard in the balls, the poor bugger.
I'm sorry, I didn't know yet. Yeah, it's fine. Take your time. I'm just trying to be inspirational.
I've had a chest infection. No, I've had a chest infection for like last like month, pretty much. Like literally, like it's just getting better. I've tried a couple of times to record something and then ripped myself to shreds again.
It's the Rona.
Yeah, might as well be.
Hey, really quick, can I ask a quick question? I remember there used to be somebody in here named Crack Villain. Is he or not Crack Villain?
Oh, shut up.
Is there somebody in here named Pantomath?
Yeah.
Did he change his name or something?
His situation's kind of complicated. Like, he keeps like, it's like he'll like lose his phone or something, and then he has to like make a new account. Like, he has like so many different usernames. Yeah, he's a good guy though.
Dude, I do the same shit. If I lose my phone, I have to make new Snapchat, not new Facebook, but new Snapchat. Sorry about that. Chunky. But yeah, that sucks. That's tough, mate.
It's a tough one, mate.
Dude, my favorite Australian slang is when they say "taking the piss." It's so fucking funny. It makes literally no sense, but
That's English slang.
are
as
you
well.
you taking the piss, mate? I'm not taking the piss.
Yeah, they nicked that from us.
Sorry, I'm gonna just mute. My son's gonna go crazy.
I forgot his name's currently Big Flurfer, but he has a nickname set to Pant O Math. Like different words. And then an eye emoji. Hopefully that helps.
Oh, hey, I was curious a while ago. So, you know those electrical balls. I don't know what to call them, but the electrical balls that you'd have as a kid, and they were so cool. But they'd have the little lightning bolts or whatever that would come from the outside, and I don't know how to explain it. They were
Yeah, I
like
know
just
what you
electric
mean.
balls.
They're static balls.
Exactly. Okay, I posted in the chat. Yeah, static balls. I posted in the chat if there was any way that directly could correlate to the flat Earth model with a dome. I don't think I ever got a response, but I was still curious about it.
I don't know.
For example, how lightning would work on the Earth. Like, would it correlate or no?
A moment of silence for the globe.
Indeed.
Is Creation Baron here? Can we get some like just kind of quiet background music just to get rid of the silence?
They're not here. Speaking of music, though.
Soothe the soul.
Speaking of music, though, I am working on something, though. If you're interested.
Yeah, let's hear it.
It's a work in progress. Like, I literally just started it. It's like a lot of my more recent compositions have been working on like piano stuff. So
be careful with what you say. You don't want Crack Villain to steal it.
Crack Villain's cool.
He would steal it, bro. You don't know?
I just try to be friends with everybody.
I'm just giving you shit. Don't take it seriously.
Anyway, here's the thing I'm working on. Also, this is obviously all in one take, so I'm probably gonna mess up. No one believes in this world where we wear it on our sleeves. We think we are free, but government thieves. There is little we receive, and our teachings are naive. Truths are lies, just guaranteed. I don't cry in public, but I constantly grieve, and anytime I enter, you just want to exit and leave. I always take initiative, but you just lie and deceive. You're like British petrol blacking out my coral reef. This isn't 2010, don't wind the clock again. Biden's kicking, time is ticking, look up to Big Ben. Repeat your manner, loop this banger, then you forget when you decided to be abusive while citing CNN. And no one believes in this world where we wear it on our sleeves. We think we are free, but government and thieves, there is little we receive, and our teachings are not real. Truths are lies, just guaranteed. That's all I have so far.
Oh, dude, that shit slaps, bro. Congrats, that's cool.
My hand was like shaking.
Can I make your album cover?
Floshed.
Shit'll be flossing, bro.
That was like in one take too, so like I was nervous.
Oh man, you don't gotta be nervous in here. You kidding me?
Like my left hand is still shaking. It's like I'm nervous because I feel like I messed up somewhere. I don't know what I sound like.
Hey! Give me 1 second. What's wrong?
Yeah, well done.
Floss. I'm shaking. I'm so nervous. I feel like I messed up somewhere. Also, if anyone's a silver, go to silver chat and check pinned messages because I made a silver anthem, and only silvers get to listen to it. So if you're silver or higher, be sure to check that out. I wrote it in 25 minutes. It's the third newest pinned message. I didn't mean to make it silent by talking about music. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. I would have been right there with you. My kid kept complaining about his foot. I finally looked at it, and he has a huge blister. I mean, this thing is, oh my god, poor baby. No wonder it hurts. What do you do about that though? I can't pop it, Chunky. You okay?
So that Mortal Kombat movie was crap. Do not watch the new Mortal Kombat movie. It's terrible.
Really? Is that bad?
Yeah, dude, it's so bad.
Do you just play piano or do you play guitar?
Oh, I'm embarrassed to say this. I don't really play any instrument besides the oboe. I just compose it on my phone. And meanwhile, we'll just have...
Dude, I thought you were playing it.
No, I composed it on my phone. It's just low quality because I'm like playing like the phone right near my my microphone. So I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't play. Unfortunately, I have a piano. I've always wanted to learn, but it's hard. And I'm more of someone who like composes than plays, because there is like a difference. Like composition is more or less like if you have ideas for songs. Playing is like actually having the ability to do it. And some people are so good that they can do both. I'm more of a composer than an actual player, if that makes sense.
I mean, yeah, it does, but to an extent, like right now, learning is just an annoying process. But
granted, if you gave like the guitar or piano 2 hours a day. Sorry, Chunky, that's enough. But if you gave it 2 hours a day or so, you'd become really good at it. If you played for, I don't know, like 4 months. 4 months, I think, would be a good amount of time for you to get decently good at something.
I mean, that 2 hours a day is either going towards this server or studying, though. At finals soon. This week.
You can only invest your time into so many places, man. That's one of the crappiest things. Could you imagine if we could just study multiple things all at once, you know? But our brains are only meant to handle so much. Some more than others. Like some of the people that I hear talking in this Discord are just, I don't know. They have insane mental energy that I don't get. For me, I can't. It takes me a little while to learn something, but I don't know. Some people are more gifted than others, I guess, when it comes to music. That's one thing I always wanted to learn how to play too, was the piano. It just sounds so nice. You know, I don't know how to explain it, but it feels like when somebody's playing piano, it so easily describes a mood, you know.
I have other songs, but I'm just debating if I actually want to like perform them, because like they're not about FE though.
I personally don't care, and it appears that it's just you and me talking, so I doubt anybody else. If anybody else cares, I mean, speak up, otherwise hold your peace.
Okay. Let me see if I can pull up my lyrics.
Mama.
Oh, found it. Hold on a second. I need to mute for a second. Alright, I'm back. I'm actually visiting my sisters in a minute. For my birthday. That was yesterday. I turned 20. So, we're heading over there. I was gonna maybe show her Valorant and talk with her and maybe play Mario Party and eat at a nice place, so.
Happy birthday, by the way. I didn't get to tell you.
Oh, thank you. No, that's okay.
Yeah, Feliz Navidad, amigo.
That's Merry Christmas.
Yeah, happy belated there, see.
Thank you.
That's very good. Oh man, you're funny.
Alright, I'm gonna try and do this in one take. I've actually never done it in one take before, so it's not about FE though, unfortunately. Well, it kind of is, but it's more political. It's more political, so I don't know if I should. Nah, screw it. I've been asked by 2 people, so if that's okay, if I'm allowed.
No backing out now. Full send.
All right. And I don't know what to do, and no idea if I am getting through. With politics I bite more than I can chew, but most importantly I get different views. Listen real closely, let me tell you how it is. How can you cite a thesis when you fail at every quiz? You enter our discussion and you're certainly not prepared. Dumb on the streets, come shout BLM if you dare. Conservatives are stupid to their capital writing, fat-shaming snobs while Trump and McDonald died in. The hypocrisy is real, this delivery is tardy. I love politics, but screw both retarded parties. And I don't know what to do, and no idea if I am getting through. With politics I bite more than I can chew, but most importantly I get different views. You're so fucking ignorant, you got no plan to implement. You bicker and bicker just to see whose dick is bigger. Got no personality, nothing rooted in reality. Your effort is lacking and it's simply carefree, but yet you expect others to be the given tree. You think everything in life is free, living in mom's basement with no college degree, going on a spending spree when you ain't got no eyes to see. That forces your political values to be from the media tragedy. And I don't know what to do, and no idea if I am getting through. With politics I bite more than I can chew, but most importantly I get different views. Sorry, that cover was rough.
Dude, can I tell you what I thought?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So in the very beginning, it had kind of like a early 2000s rock theme to it, and then all of a sudden you kind of touched, in my opinion, of course, you kind of touched like a Muse sort of feeling with the singing aspect, and then you hit like a Tech 9 with the rap, and then all of a sudden I got a brief feeling of ODD, some of his material with truth rapping. And then what was the last one, man? I felt something else in there, but I just felt a few different genres at once, which was kind of cool.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely, man. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Actually, I've recorded versions of both of those songs, but they're not like completely finished because like some of the levels are off. Obviously, like sometimes like my voice will go like quiet and then it'll go like loud again. So I need to fix that in the recorded version.
Oh, definitely.
I created a beat that, speaking of ODD, I'm a huge fan of his work, and I created like a beat that like kind of sounds like it. I haven't used it for anything though, but
Oh, by no means was I trying to imply that you were like ripping off of people. What I was simply stating is like that's that's what my mind thinks of like when you're playing different types of music. That's where my head goes, you know. But it's cool because each of those are really good artists, you know.
Does that sound like an ODD beat? Oh, just loops, by the way.
I'm not sure, man. I can't really put my finger on it.
It's a really simple melody, but it's just da 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 da, just over and over. But let me see if I can isolate the melody. That's it. But that's like the type of thing ODD does, because the focus is on the lyrics and not the composition. And the percussion
kind of mentioning about ODD is because like the truth rap, man, it's like some deep shit, you know, that you actually have to think about and process while you're listening to a beat. And so, yeah, no, I get it. It's sick. I mean, it's better than the alternative where somebody has a sick beat and drops some like stupid ass lyrics over it. You know what I mean?
Welcome to modern pop.
Truth, man. Truth. You want to hear Battle Mod's theme song?
Sure.
So from now on, anytime he pops into the Discord, I would request that all of a sudden this plays.
Wait,
that's definitely his song.
Do you play acoustic guitar?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I started off on electric. I used to play a lot of death metal. I was in a couple death metal bands, and then after I started working and whatnot, I set down the guitar for a long time, and then carrying around an amp with me was so it was such an inconvenience, and always having to find a pick that I was like, well, hell, if I can play electric guitar, I could learn how to play acoustic. So I started finger picking, and before I knew it, I never needed a pick again, which is really nice. I mean, in some circumstances I might, but for most of the stuff that I enjoy playing, not really.
There's also like, I don't know if you can relate to this, but have you ever created like an instrumental that's like really good, but no lyrics really work with it because of how good of an instrumental it is?
Yep. One artist that really comes to mind is Tosin Abasi, one of my favorite. He created the song Kafo, which is it's extraordinary. It's like sugar to the ears. I mean, honestly, it's beautiful.
Ooh, okay. So I used to upload on YouTube in like June 2020, but I haven't uploaded since then. I kind of abandoned my channel. I should probably head back to it just because I don't like creating videos. Creating videos is a lot of work for a song, and I'd rather just make the song. But then if I put like a photo of it in just a photo, then that's kind of boring and not really a video, but I don't know what to do. But for anyone who used to listen to like my content, which by the way used to be really bad in my opinion, I wonder if anyone will recognize this beat, because this one's like one of my first songs and something I definitely have to remake. especially now that I have auto-tune. Which I try to avoid using auto-tune, but this song, like, I need auto-tune on the chorus if I want to stay faithful to the original. Which that gives away what song this is, but... Actually, maybe I should just sing the chorus again. I wonder, just to see if anyone remembers it. If I am going home. Home is where my heart says I am going home. Locked up forever. I am going home. Home is where my heart says I am going home. Locked up forever. That's like one of my first songs I ever made. It was like really repetitive, but it was like catchy. I don't know. The raps kind of sucked, but the chorus was like really good. Because it like had like a robot, but it was like really catchy. It worked like really well. I don't want to link it though, because like that was back when I had my old mic and I was like so bad back then.
You know, man, the single most important thing that a musician can know and understand is that anything that they create with their heart in mind is a masterpiece. But you have so many artists that use mathematical equations for soundboards, and it comes out mathematical. There's almost no heart to it. But the ones that have always really stuck out were the ones where somebody poured their heart into something, and people can hear it, they can tell, they can sense it, you know. Lyrics being simplified, it's not always a bad thing. It doesn't mean that it doesn't have any meaning. It just describes how you felt at that given moment. There's nothing wrong with that. And if somebody else can feel what you're trying to portray, then that's the real meaning behind music. Otherwise, it's just a mathematical equation in all reality.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think you need to sing about stuff that's actually happened to you, or rap about stuff that's actually happened, versus like telling another story.
Exactly.
It just is better, I think. At least that's my experience.
Ooh, there's like this. There's this beat I made, but I haven't finished yet, and I want to know if like I should like work on it again, because like it's a good beat, but like, and I have some lyrics that like no one's ever talked about, but I just don't know what to have for a chorus, or if there should be a chorus or a hook. Makes sense. Also, thank you for the advice, Kai. I really appreciate it, and that'll help me a lot.
No, yeah, you should play the beat.
Oh, okay. So there's like an intro. Here.
Well, let's go.
This is good. I like it.
Yeah, I only have a couple of bars. Listen to me right now, we see too far. Look down at your feet, tell me where you are. They say you won't fall if you jump in a car. Any motion felt is you drunk at the bar. Do me a favor. Oh shit, I forgot to loop it. Do me a favor, look up capillary action. Water in our veins really got no traction. Gravity's not a force, NASA put you in chains. You say it pulls water in the ocean, but not our veins. Okay, that's all I have so far.
Damn.
That one has like more of an ODD vibe. You know what I mean? Because like ODD is like very aggressive when he raps. I need to work on that again.
Get on my level. I just heard his new song.
Oh, Get on My Level is really
Yeah.
good. I'm a huge ODD fan. I listened to him since like late 2016. Man, I was 15 back then. I love ODD. ODD is the best.
Yeah.
He's definitely a cool cat, man.
Like, no shame to Eric Dubé, but I cannot stand his voice for the raps. Like, I just can't.
Me neither.
He's got great words, but let somebody else rap them on your behalf, Eric. Sorry.
Come on, baby. Come on.
Raps.
Oh. Mama,
I never heard of any Eric the Beta rap. Is it that bad? Mike. Hello. Okay. I didn't know Eric the Beta raps.
Oh yeah.
Or intent to.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Kayla,
I
what's
got
your
a serious
voice
question. Has anybody found it rather odd how easy it is to fall asleep to Eric Dubé's videos, or is it just me?
No, I fall asleep during them too, and honestly, like, ODD keeps me entertained. I just have to watch ODD's videos in bite-sized chunks. That's what I did my sophomore year of high school. When I was on the bus or eating lunch, I'd play a little bit of it. That way, like, it stayed in my mind because I was splitting it up into bite-sized chunks. With Eric Dubé's videos, I don't feel like I can really do that. Like, he has like it's like ODD, but it's also not like ODD. Like, I don't know how to explain it. He's just like very like textbook.
His voice is like straight melatonin being injected into my veins. I swear to God. Like, not even talking shit, but I just, when I hear his, like, I'll turn him on. I used to turn him on just to be able to fall asleep. Like, it was that easy. That's not talking shit at all. I love his work. I love his videos. But yeah, it's the way he talks. It's his tone. For some reason, when I listen to him describing things, it just, boom, knockout instantly. Again, not talking shit. It's not boring. It's not dull. It's interesting, but it's his tone entirely.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I mean, I know it's not directly related to FE, but honestly, I think this music talk was pretty cool. Because it's important, because that's a really good way of spreading the message. Kind of like the door idea you talked about, or not the door idea, the symbol for the thingy thing.
Yes. Yeah, I still need to do that. I'm wanting to have everybody, well, not, I can't make other people do it if they don't want to, but I want to get enough people on board.
I really
That's
love
interesting.
have
I was
an
definitely
impact.
thinking about that.
Because, bro,
Sorry.
I'm over this. You guys know what I'm over, man. I'm so fucking over it.
Yeah.
Preach
I was doing a tutorial yesterday on my Snapchat for people how to get by not really wearing the face thing when you have to wear the face thing. Little tips and tricks.
You mean the face diaper, right? Yeah.
Yes.
The diaper.
Exactly.
The diaper. All right, so
If you're gonna go to Target, most Targets have a Starbucks in there. So first, hit up the Starbucks, get yourself a nice venti drink and a big straw, and then just walk around Target with that drink in your hand. You get to have the mask down. Nobody says shit. Or my favorite, don't get a shopping cart. Don't get a basket. Just grab a bunch of stuff with your hands. And then when they ask you to pull the mask up, be like, oh man, I'm sorry, my hands are full. I can't. Sorry. They can't.
You know what my favorite one?
What?
My favorite one's when they say, can you put on a mask? I say, shut the fuck up.
Well, I was trying to make some people that are like afraid, like very.
I know, I'm being a dick.
And they need an excuse or pretend to be on the phone. Just do something, man. Get that thing off your fucking face, please.
I think this whole thing was about data collection as well. Like, anyone that's a rebel is not going to wear a mask. And then it's like,
yes,
they're like, right, you motherfuckers are the rebels, right? You know, it's like the criminals, right? They get told to not wear a mask, they wear one and go and rob somewhere.
I
You tell those criminals to wear one, they won't.
Today I just walked into a gas station and I forgot my mask. Just walked in, nobody said a thing. Bought
No
my
one said
thing,
nothing.
and I went back and went on with my day, right? So, I mean,
Me and my
just
cousin
tried.
just went.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Roger. Yeah, I did knee you in the balls. Shut up, you little shit. No, me and my cousins, my older cousin, my little cousin, we just went to the shop then. 3 of us together went and got some, You got some sadders. Not for me. But yeah, like no one says shit to us. No one's gonna say nothing.
I saw you guys had a huge protest in England yesterday.
They're trying to ban it, right?
People. Yes, they're trying to hide the footage. Same with the Canada protests. They're trying to hide. There was like 1,000 people in the streets last week in Canada. They're trying so hard to do damage control.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. It's like they're in two minds, right? Crypto said about this yesterday. It's like, right, so they're trying to ban protests in the UK, right? But like, then they're like, oh shit, if we ban the protesting, then we can't have the global warming protests on anymore. So like, what do we do, right? So now you've got two people that argue, or should I say two people arguing over like the legitimacy therein of actual protests, being like, right, we want to protest against, vaccinations or protest against masks, yeah? But we can't do it because then we won't be able to have our Extinction Rebellion protest. It's so funny watching the two worlds collide.
I mean, my opinion on this situation, because I heard about it as well. Hashtag kill the bill. Just saying.
Right, Alex, I'm gonna unmute you. Don't show me up, bro. You're unmuted, Alex.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
Right. Don't concern troll.
Oh, finally. My god. Got muted like 2 weeks ago, was trying to appeal, but nobody would unmute me. Thank you so much.
It's alright, dude. Just ask a moderator or Gold Plus next time. Like, at Gold Plus, at moderator.
Appreciate it.
I would have unmuted you, but I didn't know enough about the situation.
Oh, I was just, so you know who Vlad is? I think.
We shouldn't bring it up in voice. It's not nice to throw people under the bus.
Anyway, to be honest, I see if someone wants to be unmuted, and if they're not server banned, just unmute them. Don't worry about who did it.
Okay.
You ain't gonna get in trouble for that.
Ooh. Finally, I can speak again. This is, oh my god, this feeling though.
Got your voice.
Use your words carefully? Question mark. I'm kidding.
No, it wasn't about words. I'm gonna be honest. He's just got salty because I was a Glober and he muted me.
Well, listen. Let's not talk about that in live stream. Let's be nice. Let's not.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm happy you're enjoying 24/7, and I'm happy you're in a good mood. But if you have an issue with a certain individual, please message a moderator privately.
My bad.
You got any measurements of curvature with you, Alex?
No, please don't. You're gonna talk about masks.
No. Measurements.
I come in here, I know I'm a Glober and I know I'm just VC verified, but I don't want to talk about the Earth.
This is a flat Earth server, bro.
This is like the worst place to
Like
come.
the wrong place. Like this is where we only talk about the Earth.
I mean,
This should be a compliment to us, though. It should be a compliment to us,
I
though.
was just
Like,
gonna say
you know.
that. You literally took the words out of my mouth, bro. He wants to chill with flat earthers. That's saying something.
Yeah. I can accept that.
I just like listening.
It sounded rather genuine too.
It's the stupidest place to come, though, if you don't want to talk about the Earth. But like, I can accept that.
I mean, honestly, I just like to listen to somebody talking about, masks, mandates, and stuff like that while I study or game, depends. So, yeah, you guys
Well,
are
I can see
pretty
that. It's
chill.
probably hard to just be around a bunch of blue-pilled zombies.
I've been
Very
coming
nice.
in- I've been coming in here for like almost a year already. I came here first time in February last year, so most of you guys are pretty chill. Unless you become like fanatics and stuff, then I don't like it really much. But when you guys are chill, I actually enjoy listening to you guys.
And who are you?
He secretly likes Vlad too, right? Vlad likes you too. Come on.
No, he doesn't. He calls me Del Rio.
Come on. You know how Vlad is.
I think he's secretly afraid to come out of the globe closet.
Vlad's our resident angry Russian. I won't worry about it.
I'm like the chill version. I'm like a chill globe version of Vlad because I'm Russian too. And I kind of don't get mad over zodiac sign.
Well, that's his favorite thing to get angry over, dude.
Yeah. I guess I'm not like Vlad, huh?
I mean, he's a really. Sorry.
No, don't mind me. Absolutely. I'm just gonna.
I was just saying, he's a cool guy if you get to know him. Like, I mean, yeah, certain subjects, but he's a really cool guy though. If you get to know him, like he makes music, he plays games like Warzone. Like,
Oh,
he's
I listen to him.
guy.
He's actually pretty good at making music. I like his music.
Yeah, I mean, just remember that everyone here is human.
Of course, you guys are.
Okay, well, what kind of things are you into? Like, what hobbies do you like?
I like programming. That counts.
I'm not very tech savvy. Can you describe what you mean?
What do you?
I like-
What language?
Well, several actually. Java, JavaScript, C. Learning C right now, and Python. I'm mostly into modifying game code, like Minecraft, for example, which is a very versatile game. Love modifying it. Yeah.
Awesome.
Don't really have that many hobbies actually.
That's pretty cool because. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think it's cool that you're learning multiple languages. So even though my major's in business management, but when I was younger, I used to actually mess around with code on the side. My most familiar language personally is Lua 5.1, but I used to mod Civilization 5. I actually made an entirely new era, and I also used to, I also modded Payday 2 because that game's also new. So I would recommend checking out Lua. It's not practical, but it's cool.
Thank you. I will definitely keep that in mind. Thanks.
Oh, awesome. Whoa.
Yeah,
Any person, hit me up in DMs when you want to be unmuted when you got something to say, bro. I had to mute you because you're just hot micing all day, brother.
Yeah, learning code is actually a good thing, right? Because it learns your logic. The computer
Yeah, and apart from
only
that, I'm pretty
listens
sure-
to you, right? It knows a 1 and a 0, and only
Yeah,
logic
I'm pretty
will.
sure that code is the future, like in 20, 30 years, coding will be the same as, I don't know, being a doctor today. Pretty sure of it.
My point was, if you learn the logic of coding, then the logic of the globe, I mean, that would lead you instantly to flat Earth, right? If you learn logic, it has to be a ball, right? And it has to curve away. And if it isn't curving away, it isn't a ball. That's what the computer will tell you.
Hey, person, go on and mute. Stick yourself on mute.
The reason I bring up Lua 5.1 is because I typed this in chat, but it's actually Lua 5.1. You can actually use logical fallacies to make the script work. Like, you can use a slippery slope fallacy to make a working script, which is really weird. And when I say like slippery slope, it's more or less like if one is true, then 2 is true. If 2 is true, then 3 is true. If 3 is true, 4, 5, 6, etc. So therefore, if 1 is true, then 5 is true. Like, you can make like chain link sequences like that. I've actually done it before, and even though it's fallacious, it's still working script, which is weird.
An infinite loop, right? Always.
Exactly. So like, if the time in the sky is 14 o'clock, then turn the brick to red. If the brick is red, then car is parked. So if the time is 14 o'clock, then the car is parked indirectly.
That's actually really interesting.
Even though it's fallacious, like if you use that in an argument, it would be a slippery slope fallacy. In coding, it works, which it's just really weird, but really cool. Sorry, you can continue.
I don't really have much to say, honestly. Just, it's really cool. I never heard about the game, actually. So I will definitely check it out.
Lua 5.1 is a language.
Wait, oh, stop. Didn't you say you used to mod it?
Oh, I used to mod Civilization 5, I said.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, can you send me the name in the DMs because I will never remember it?
Oh, Civilization 5 is a game, but the mods can work on SQL or Lua or Java. It's really weird because you can write mods in several different languages for Civilization 5, which is super duper cool.
Yeah.
The reason I bring up Lua 5.1 though is because it has a lot in common with logical fallacies, which we actually do use in this server.
Yeah, so. I am familiar with you guys looping around that kind of stuff.
Well, I think coding will actually make you more aware of why logical fallacies are important, though. Because if you think about it, a script that is not fallacious is actually more efficient and gets straight to the point and does exactly what you want it to without risking errors or maybe exactly. And let's use my 14 o'clock example. If it's 14 o'clock, then the brick turns red, and if the brick turns red, then the car is parked. I know it's a weird analogy, I'm sorry. So what if the brick turns red, but it's not 14 o'clock? That's the interesting part. Do you want that to happen, or is that a mistake? And then, in a way, you could argue that it kind of has a correlation with non sequitur, because it doesn't follow. If I'm speaking overhead, let me know. I'm sorry. I just find it interesting.
I mean, definitely is interesting. I'm just not that kind of state to process that kind of information. Just had a really rough day.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I hope your day gets better.
It's okay. I mean, it's okay.
Bad days turn us into bad bitches.
Crack Villain's a bad bitch.
You a bad bitch, Crack?
What?
It's fun to be a bad bitch.
If I could, I would change his name to Bad Bitch right now, but I can't.
No, please don't. I would ask you not to.
No, not your name, Crack Villain.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
No, I just got to know you, man. I can't troll you yet.
By the way, just so you know, so we ended on a high note and we can start talking about masks and stuff. Minecraft, in the past year and a half, the Minecraft community has gotten the coding community has gotten a giant steer because now there are plugins that basically allow both versions to play together, and server owners like me, have to actually adapt to plugins that have shared code, basically like part Java, part other languages. That it's really weird and really exciting to see where the game is going right now.
That's pretty cool.
It is. Like before, you only had like one version, Java and Bedrock, right? And you couldn't really play the two together.
Whoa.
Right now, there's like.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. You're telling me Bedrock can play with Java now? That's pretty cool. I'm sorry, this is like really off topic.
Yeah, it's a huge game changer because there's basically this developer which is really talented. I really appreciate his work. He made this plugin, which is I think it's called what was it called? Geyser, right? And the Geyser basically uses Armorsend API to. He says if you have an account, a Java account, you can log into on it on Bedrock and play from like a Bedrock device. And then he took it a step further, and he added another jar which is called Floodgate, which basically allows entirely crossplay, meaning that Bedrock can play entirely with Java. And now all the plugins that were solely for Java are being converted to Bedrock and Java. And solely Bedrock players can now play Java servers too. It's really cool. It's really awesome. The game is not dead. Sorry, little digression. Just
That's fine. I mean, if it helps you feel more comfortable in this server, and it makes you more open-minded to engaging in conversation with us, then I think it's a good thing. Just realize that Sunday is usually a slower day in this server, though. So if you go like during like Saturday or Friday or Thursday or Wednesday, the server is going to be like strictly about the name of the server.
Yeah,
if you get what I'm saying.
I know. It has happened to me sometimes that I just join and try to talk about some stuff, and then they say, "Hey, this server is only for Flat Earth after all." But yeah, no, it's all right, really. I mean, I don't mind. It's the name of the server.
I can tell you why we say that if you want.
Oh, why is that?
Well, way back when, like 13 months ago, when I first joined,
I was around there.
We used to be able to talk about anything.
Oh,
however, we're not allowed to anymore because certain things happened and we have to stick to the server subject. There are certain things we cannot talk about. And I think you may have picked up on this. And we have to take action against people who talk about those certain things because we don't want our server taken down. And Discord may not like it if we talk about certain things, and neither will YouTube. So we have to adhere to their guidelines just so we have this platform. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, of course it does. I remember like even 6 months ago. No, wait. In June last year, there were huge theology debates, like giant theology debates that I really enjoyed. Jesus Christ. I wish I could come back to that time.
Well, if we get the arena back, we could probably have those days back. Because right now the issue we have is live stream sometimes is overpopulated and not everyone can speak. So basically, we're trying to think of a way to kind of like split up so everyone can participate and feel welcome. But we've tried like a second. Oh, I'm sorry.
You can use a Qbot.
Yeah, but that doesn't actually solve the issue because everyone's usually during peak hours, everyone's trying to speak at once. And like, let's say, and I'm sure you've experienced this before. Let's say there's, hold on, I gotta mute. I'm sorry.
That was kind of.
Oh wait, we still.
I think he had a call.
Yeah, probably.
Oh.
That's it.
Okay. I'm back. Sorry about that.
No problem, absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm sure you've experienced this before, but yeah, sometimes I have to go AFK. I actually have to get going in like 30 minutes. Going to my sister's because my birthday was yesterday. I turned 20, but
Oh, happy birthday in late, I guess.
oh, thank you. Thank you. So basically, we're eating at like this really cool Japanese place. But anyway, I'm sure you've experienced this before. But let's say you jump in a live stream, and let's say there's 41 people. Now, you're the only one who has just the standard VC verification when you join. Everyone else is FE. So when you join, everyone's like, "Oh, Glober joined. Let's see if they want to talk." And then suddenly you have like 5, 6, 7 people fighting to debate with you, right? And right, and I'm not gonna blame anybody. I mean, it's more of a design issue, not the actual like. I'm not the type to blame people. I love everybody. I love friending people. I need friends. So yeah. So basically, right now we're trying to think of a way to kind of solve that issue, so everyone feels like they're contributing, and everyone feels like it's a welcoming space, and we can have productive conversations while people also don't feel left out. So we tried like a second live stream before. Wasn't that
really
successful.
No.
And we're trying this thing called the green room right now, but like it's kind of like a mixed interpretation. Like some people tell us it's a place for the live stream to be listened to if the room's full. Some people say it's a place for AFK people to be moved into. Other people say it's a place for silvers and golds to practice their debate skills. It's a kind of a mixed bag. Not a lot of people really know what it is. So
okay, gotcha.
yeah, so we're still working things out. I wouldn't write it off as a failure. Hopefully something big happens with the green room soon, because I think that extra clarification would be really cool. And if a mod wants to butt in and give me some clarification, that'd be excellent. But right now we're just thinking of ways to try and make it so everyone feels like they have a welcome space and we have productive conversations. And currently the dilemma is everyone wants to be in live stream, everyone wants to be on YouTube, everyone wants to get their 15 seconds of fame, right? On both sides. So I think if we can really get the green room growing, that'd be excellent. Also, I just noticed Meme joined. Hi, Meme.
Hey, Meme. Long time no see. Jesus. Well, I hope it really succeeds because, yeah, it sucks right now to join and everybody kind of wants to debate you just because you're a Glober. Yep.
Also, I feel really weird because I'm usually not the type to hog the mic. So I'm usually like extremely quiet. So I feel weird that I'm like one of the only people speaking on live stream. This is really weird.
You're doing great, man.
You're doing great.
Keep up.
I believe in you.
Like my legs shaking. This is weird. I'm not used to this.
Oh no, the stress is getting to him, guys.
Yeah, so I'm glad you feel welcome here. Honestly, if you ever did want to talk about what the server is about, and you don't want to risk like a bunch of people focusing you, I think maybe like going into a smaller room like FE Initiative or FE Beginners would be a really good start. Because even if you're not like a beginner or whatever to this topic, I think that's a room that gets like the second most popularity when dealing with the actual server topic. The chill channel is also a good way because there's this guy. There's some people who are usually in there. So the main issue is like everyone sees live stream and wants to be on there. But at the same time, even if you're not super confident and you don't really like the feeling of a bunch of people focusing on you, I think it's important to get used to that because it honestly builds confidence and it builds character. So if you can get used to being in the spotlight and having to defend yourself, I think that will honestly help you even outside of the server. It will help you in a professional environment because let's say you're at a workplace and all of your coworkers are looking at you when you're presenting. Well, you'll have the skills from this server to actually incorporate that into your real life. So I think that's pretty cool.
True. That's
Yes.
yeah, that's true.
The main reason I love this place is because it's given a lot to me and it's built up my confidence. I have clips of when I first joined the server. I was extremely submissive. I hardly talked. I over-apologized. I kept saying sorry. Well, I still do sometimes. But I do it a little bit less than before. And I was just very quiet and I was afraid to say my opinion. So being in this place really helps build your character. So just know, like, if someone doesn't like what you're saying, or we tell you that your model is incorrect and just absolutely fallacious, just don't take it personally. We love to have you, and we're really happy you still stick around. Because you said you've been in this server for a while, right?
Yeah, like a year probably. No, I don't get offended when people like tell me that my model is wrong. I get offended when people like box me because I'm a globe earther, you know. Like there's certain people, I'm not gonna say names, that just really love to shove you as like some kind of loser just because he's a glober. Yeah, but no, I mean I usually I get pretty chill vibes from you guys, like especially when I joined and you guys were talking about masks mandates and protests in the UK, which I'm actually kind of dying to hear about, by the way. Yeah, I definitely wanna stick around.
That's awesome, dude. We'd love to have you. Also, I believe Kai was trying to... Oh, Sky's the limit. I'm sorry, I didn't know you changed your name.
Oh, no worries. Well, I changed it because it's true. The sky is the limit. Can't leave this place. But I was going to say, I think some people get super angry because they're just very passionate about it. And I can be this way towards, like, not anybody here, but towards my family members. Sometimes I get really passionate about things and I end up becoming aggressive about it. And I think they're not trying to come from a place actually to hurt you as much as you think. I'm not saying that it's the right thing to do to have people, call names or get angry, but it's because it means a lot to them. And in their mind, they are trying to help you, even if you don't perceive it that way. So I wouldn't take it too personally if people get angry. It just shows that they're really passionate about it. If they say like really mean things, like you're dumb or you're ugly or you're whatever, like then that's like crossing the line. But people get heat, like even myself, like when I'm talking about the fantasy germ situation we're dealing with or the shape of the earth, like I want people to be free, I want people to be liberated. I want the best for them. But sometimes I don't, in my pursuit for people to have, like in my pursuit for trying to have them have the best knowledge, I'm actually hurting them even more. So I'm actually going against my intention.
Why do you say that it's not a real virus?
Well, there's a lot of reasons I say that. And that are because they've never been able to prove, and we shouldn't even use that word, by the way. I'm using code words intentionally.
I can tell you. I can actually tell you. Okay?
Yeah.
And this is as far as I'll go on it. Is that when synthesizing anything for it, in their major paper from the CDC, they've already said they do not have access to the actual virus. They've never isolated it.
Yeah. Yep, exactly.
It's never been isolated. How do you have something?
Yes.
How do you know what something is if you haven't isolated it? How do you develop anything for it?
I mean, the CDC is not the only sanitary.
No, what they're running, they're running.
Work.
Yeah, but the
The
CDC is
CDC
recognized as the most, probably the most robust pathogen and germ establishment on Earth.
By far, no.
Who do you think's better?
Between who?
Who's better than the CDC?
Any really, like the European Health Standard Council, it is pretty strong.
A council? What research do they do? I guarantee you go to that European Health Council and you look at their research, and at the very bottom of it, it's going to have a big thing, Atlanta, Georgia, CDC on the bottom of it. It's where most of their research is going to come from.
Yes, it's just like the space programs. It's the illusion of separation, but they're all octopus legs controlled by the same head. Okay?
But see, it doesn't even matter. Last year, a certain number of people have died, in general, across the board, right?
Yeah.
This year, less people have died, in general, across the board.
Because
in other words, less people have died this year. Less people have died this year than last year.
Yeah, of course. That's how.
Wait a
that's
minute.
How researching viruses
If you have 4 million extra deaths, how do you have less deaths in general?
Wait, I didn't really get your point. Hold on. So
Okay.
what you're saying?
So in 2019, we had so many
Yeah.
deaths. And in 2020, the number went down. Less deaths.
The V
That's
killed
impossible.
the virus though, or the flu.
Yes, because they're just reclassifying everything. The
Yeah.
tests that they're using are not accurate. The guy who invented the tests, Kary Mullis, Kary with a K, admits on 3 different separate occasions in videos and presentations that his test is not to be used for diagnosis ever. So why
another
are they
thing,
using
too.
a test that can't actually quantify the situation?
That's the thing. Quantifying and qualifying these things is completely irrelevant because all they've done is create a statistical model. That's all it is they've moved variables in statistics. That's why the death rate has gone down, but they've been able to add 4 million deaths. Okay, so here's what happens. The biggest killer in the United States, believe it or not, is obesity. Heart
course it is,
disease.
yes. I know
Heart
that.
disease. And everyone who dies from heart disease this year, guess what it's being classified as?
Let me guess, COVID.
Yeah, because everyone tests positive for the single most common antibody in the history of the world.
Mm-hmm.
So if someone dies from obesity and they test them and they show an antibody positive, COVID death.
I mean, you do realize that a lot of viruses, like for example, the influenza virus that claimed a lot of lives in the 20s of the last century.
Actually,
it was
a lot of those
basically
people
the
died
coronavirus.
from onset pneumonia because they were wearing
The
big
issue
cloth
is
masks and
establishing-
rebreathing their own air.
The issue is establishing causation. This argument can go for the globe as well. Sorry, I'm like trying to blend the two topics. And please use your words carefully, Alex, because
Please
we don't wanna-
spare me.
No, I'm saying like don't say the V word or the C word. Just get creative with what words you use. But what I'm trying to say is they didn't ever establish causation. They're just establishing correlation with this fantasy germ. You can read in the papers. All they're doing is they are zooming in to this extracted stuff, and they're just taking a picture of it. They're not actually establishing causation. In order to establish causation, they would have to take the sickness from a host and inject it into a healthy person, and the healthy person would have to replicate the same symptoms as the sick person. And this is crucial because if you don't, then you're just observing correlation, which means
All right,
you're seeing
hold on.
things that are happening together Like a
Your
famous
argument-
one is
Sorry, I don't want to cut you out, but like I got where you're going with, and
okay.
your
And they
argument, it
haven't
would
done
be-
that throughout all of history with a lot of these illnesses. They haven't actually done that. There's a great book called The Contagion Myth, written by a nice
Right,
doctor.
But
So-
these viruses that were these
Yeah,
infection
get creative with
balls-
your word.
Sorry,
It's
my
fantasy
bad.
germs.
These balls that were observed hundreds of years ago, it's not like they are gone. They're still around. Right? Influenza, it kills people each year. It does, just in less proportion.
Actually, we had a 98% drop all of a sudden in influenza. Now, what happened?
I'm gonna need a statistic for that.
I mean, I'm walking around on my phone. It's really easy to just Google it. 98% drop in flu cases. A 98% drop in flu cases.
Give me a
this year.
second, all right? Give
Yeah.
me a second.
God, even Neil deGrasse Tyson tweeted about it. That just shows that social distancing works. Real brilliant there, Neil. It was either him or Bill Nye, one of the retards.
Uh-huh. All right, so that's not bullshit. All right.
Yeah. Oh, where'd it go?
But that's in Saudi Arabia.
No, it's everywhere.
Globally.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere, bro.
My bad. I read Saudi Arabia and I read globally. My bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So the flu disappears. Huh. Hold on. My spidey senses are tingling. Hold on. Right click, rename flu. That's it.
But you see, the thing is that the symptoms of the disease, like in the worst case scenarios, they don't present the same way as influenza.
That's
they do. I had. Let me tell you something. Two of my buddies, they tested positive for it and they were sick. Exactly the same thing I had in 2012. Muscle pain, couldn't breathe. 2012, I had to go to the hospital.
Right. However, when you get influenza, you don't lose your sense of smell and taste.
Oh, that's
you know why
bullcrap.
people are losing
That
their
is
sense of smell and taste?
that is absolute hot garbage bullcrap.
Well, part of the reason
What?
people are losing their sense
I couldn't smell because I couldn't breathe. Like all my senses were out of whack. I was dizzy all the time. I was hearing things. I lost my taste. Food didn't taste the same. My voice changed. My nose, everything smelled the same. Yeah, that is 100% what happened to me in 2012. And mine turned into
But you
pneumonia.
couldn't smell because you couldn't breathe. But
Nobody
people
with the
that
flu
can
can smell.
It's getting worse.
It's the most circular thing. Well, you can't smell. Well, yeah, because you got the flu.
And
Nobody
also,
with the flu can smell.
people are being forced to wear these things over their face that are making it worse. Absolutely making it worse.
why do you say they're making it worse?
Because there are chemicals. Okay, a lot of it's so funny. The problem supposedly originates
Yeah, there's a
from
warning
China,
on the
and so does
N95 mask about the fibers.
So does the solution.
Yeah.
So China doesn't regulate their products at all. Okay, you remember like the kids' toys with the red paint containing mercury and aluminum and all this poison. China doesn't regulate their shit, and you're ordering these little disposable face diapers from a country that doesn't regulate their products. And
It's
they're
not like China is
laced
the
with
only
chemicals.
producer. China isn't
That's
the
where
only
you're at. That's where
producer.
they're coming from. They're not coming from America. Okay.
Well, I'm not American.
Don't overtalk.
I know. I'm saying they're not coming from like more regulated places. So you're inhaling toxic chemicals, and it's making any sickness much
accurate
worse.
Because that's not accurate though. Like your
It's
statement would
absolutely
be
accurate.
valid.
Those are
Hold on.
full of chemicals.
Hold
They're
on, give me
actually
a
made from
second.
fluoride.
Your argument would be valid if you said China is the only producer of face masks in the world, and we have
Countries
no way
that do not regulate their products, like
Yes, the Chinese don't, but the Europeans do. The Americans do.
It doesn't matter because there's nothing to be worried about.
You're okay,
Well,
buddy.
you see,
I'm just saying it's
patients
making
are
the
still
flu
being
worse by wearing
regulated.
those things.
Well, what flu? That's the thing. The entire foundation of the argument is based off of a statistical variance that's changed, and that's it.
Yes, yeah.
There's
Yeah.
no argument past that. What they've done is they've created an axiom. X has happened. The problem is X never happened. So everything that follows after that point is 100% irrelevant. Since X never happened, you don't have to argue about any of this other stuff downstream. The real question is, where did all the deaths go? Why did obesity deaths go down? Why and the other cases go up? And then why did the flu disappear?
So, let me get this straight. A disease that literally drowns you in your own body fluids.
Where did the flu go? Why is the flu down 98%?
Wow. This guy.
You have to be able to answer the anomalies before you assert that there is a certainty.
I don't know. Maybe the flu went away. Just hear me out, because everybody wasn't talking with each other.
Well, wait a minute. Then how did this spread? If no one's been able to wipe the flu out in 100 years. And they're so effectively social distance from each other that the flu is practically wiped out. But this other thing still exists?
I mean,
you cannot have both. This is a mutually exclusive conundrum here.
You didn't
It's a mental disease. Yeah. How about this? It's a mental disease. It spreads through the mind, and people bullshitting each other.
Well, hold on. I have to hear the logic of this. I want to hear one of the NPCs.
Yeah, let me
explain the logic of why social distancing stopped the flu, but didn't stop COVID.
I am trying to explain it. It's not like you just social distance and that's it. You're wearing masks. You're disinfecting your hands, which, it doesn't do much.
I don't disinfect my hands.
No, hold on.
I don't wear a mask.
Hold on. So
I don't social distance.
Hold on, Mike. Hold on. So let me get this straight. I want to make sure I have your position correct.
Mm-hmm.
So the flu disappeared because people social distanced and wore masks. But cases of coronavirus spiked dramatically while everyone was doing that.
That's coronavirus is way more effective. And
no, it's not. You can't prove that with science.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, man?
There's no proof proof that anything today is.
You can't even identify it.
Able to spread than anything else. Plus, if people are so isolated that they have wiped out a disease that has been endemic to the human population for the past 100 years, it makes zero logical sense that it wouldn't wipe out both of them. Zero.
Well, you know what the problem is, bro.
Let's go with
dumb people just believe what they're told. That's the problem, man.
Let's go.
Too many dumb people.
Bro,
I gotta ask. I want to ask you. I want to ask you one thing. Do you believe in global warming, or climate change? You believe in climate change?
Not really.
Not really?
No.
Okay, well then you do have some brain cells to rub together, right?
Some.
No, I'm a retard. But okay, my point still persists.
Don't you see how these are conflicting? That these are contradicting each other. You can't wipe out the one and have the other.
Because I'm just saying, let's just go with the idea that all of the flu cases.
I don't go with ideas. I go with what really is.
I'm gonna go with what you said. Okay, I'm gonna go with what you said. Give me just a second. I'm gonna go with what you said, and I'm just gonna say, okay, flu cases went down. Therefore, the the Mexican beer cases went. The Mexican beer cases, they went up because they replaced the flu cases. It still doesn't explain the fact that there's people being...
Citation for the science behind that?
Are we talking about the fantasy germ?
Yes.
There's still the fact that people are being intubated and being put in hospitals.
Wrong. Guess what kills people when they're intubated? Guess what kills them? Intubation kills them.
Not what you would think.
Intubation is what
doesn't
kills
really
them.
kill you.
Intubation kills you. It distends your lungs. Intubation expands your lungs and creates scar tissue. It scars your lungs immediately.
He sounds like a child, bro.
Intubation
How old are
thins
you?
the lungs, it cuts them up on the inside, and then the person develops pneumonia. And they have to be intubated for the rest of their life or they die from pneumonia. And then, of course, when the doctors kill them with the intubator, they count it as a COVID death.
That's bullshit.
No, it's not.
When you get on an intubator, you are on it for life.
Yes.
When you get on an intubator, you're not for life. Absolutely
Well,
not.
there's something called.
you
There's
are.
something called. Wait. There was a nurse that did a video where she went undercover and she recorded what was happening in the hospitals. When you're intubated, you get coded with a DNR or a DNI, or they were coded. Do not resuscitate and do not intubate. So what would happen is they would be someone would go in with a cough. The doctors would immediately sedate them, put them with the intubator, and then be told that they could not resuscitate them when they would take them off. That's a death sentence. If you're having your lungs expanded for these breathing tubes, and then you come off of them, you need chest compressions to start breathing on your own again. And the nurses weren't even allowed to touch them. There's so much medical malpractice going on with this. There's something called the Great Barrington Declaration, where thousands of doctors all over the world have testified that this is a scam, that all the information that you need is out there, Alex. I'm sorry you're in cog dis about what's happening with the world, but you need to see what's going on, my friend. This is medical malpractice. This is coming from somebody who works in the health industry.
But I just know that a lot of people are intubated, not because of like the beer. They are being intubated because, like, they get in a car accident, for example. They cannot breathe under.
Yes, but they were putting people who just walked in, who said they had a cough, and they had to sedate them. They sedate you when you're put on these tubes. Okay, they did not need to do that. They did it so they could run up the insurance money and get the hospital could get as much money as they wanted from.
What does your child know about medical processes?
This is documented. Just Google.
So I'm just going to give
YouTube nurse video.
I'm just going to give an example. In the beginning, when all this started and they started taking numbers, there was a guy who took a bunch of pills, shot himself in the head with a shotgun, and they took him to the hospital, and he died at the hospital. They did a post-mortem blood test. He came back positive, and guess what they counted it as?
COVID.
Yep.
We're calling it Mexican beer.
I have to ask. I got to ask my guy. Would they do that?
I guess it's better to arrest the COVID before it murders somebody else with a shotgun.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and when we say it killed the flu, we don't mean that it actually cured the flu. They call the flu COVID now.
Hey, what's the most common antibody?
So nobody cured the flu.
Uninterrupted, please.
Can you differentiate? Hold on, I got to ask. Can you differentiate? But there are many different strains of corona. All right, right?
Yeah.
There's many different strains of corona, but the antibody markers are all the same. How do you know which one it's coming back positive for?
Because it's still
they're all the same. Coronavirus has the same antibody markers.
Beer is beer. It just different kinds of.
No, listen. If it's H1N1 or 19,
he doesn't know how they're identified.
They will have the same markers.
Yeah, and he doesn't know how the test is ran that they identify it with.
Yeah,
it is literally the most common positive on Earth, and it has always been. It is the most common marker.
Drives me crazy that people actually listen to what's on the TV and they don't actually do research on both sides. It drives me nuts. This exposes the ignorance. No, you're not going to get 5 seconds because I'm tired of people like you that believe in this crap that are literally destroying the lives of everybody on this flat and stationary plane.
By the way, I'm going to say that NPCs have murdered old people. I'm going to say that. I'm going to say that the people who believe in this stupid fantasy have murdered old people who have not gotten to see their kids.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah. All
exactly.
I'd like to point out. I think every single person who fell for this completely fell for it, by the way. I don't mean just slightly. Completely fell for it and is parroting it. They're going to get judged hard.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah, this guy's parroting it, but let me point out, he's been asked for scientific citation, and he hasn't talked about one science behind anything he said.
I haven't gotten.
Like there's not virology, like there's not study
I
of
don't even give a
viruses.
fuck what this kid has to say because
All
they
right.
did
Like
a
it's not
documentary
science.
about the CDC Okay. And also, before, when you used to go to the doctor, you could just show up. You could have tuberculosis, and doctors had no fear whatsoever doing a consultation with their patients that they had to wear a face covering before. People could just walk in bringing freaking malaria, and nobody felt the need to wear it.
It's almost like there's a vaccine against TBC. Incredible. I know, right?
Oh, you let's not even talk about those, because you really don't even want to open up that can of worms, my friend. You really don't, because you will get destroyed.
I actually do want to open that can of worms.
Okay, just all you got to do is just find me one jab product that actually used a true placebo. I'll wait. Until you've tested one against a true placebo. I don't give a fuck what the experiment says. You're not proving that it's safe or effective. That's it. Just find me one that used a true saline injection. Good luck.
So
yeah, you probably don't even know what you're talking about.
What's your point? Like, what's your point here?
You're believing in medical witchcraft that's not established to be safe and effective.
Or even based on any kind of science.
It's almost as if it has been proven effective, because we have literally wiped out CBC.
Show me that it was tested with a. Then, if it's been proven, show me that it was tested with a true placebo.
Used to die with TBC.
Show me with it. Just all you got to do to end this conversation is just show me one that was actually tested with a true placebo.
All right, hold on.
Not an aluminum injection, a true saline injection. Good luck.
Hold on, give me a second.
After that, maybe you can tell me what a cycle threshold is.
Here you go. Down. I'm not gonna find your point. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah, because actually,
it doesn't exist.
Yeah, you don't even know.
Because it doesn't exist.
You don't even know what I do for a living.
Yeah.
So shut the fuck up, bro. Like, I'm sorry, Alex.
Sure.
But your ignorance is exposed.
My ignorance may be stupid, but why has
maybe we should ask him what the scientific method is, because it'll apply to the platter.
Why is it that every time you speak, I more or less let you finish, or you make you finish? But when I start talking, you guys say, "No, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up." That's not how a debate works. I'm just saying.
I'm not really actually wanting to debate you. I don't want to debate you. I just want to dare you, because I'm so tired of people like you.
Oh, okay. Then fuck it. Let's stop the conversation.
I'm not even going to debate you because you have no debate.
Here's the problem, Alex, is that she asked you for something very specific, and this always happens with these kind of like stubborn morons, is that they won't admit that they don't have what they need. They'll never, ever, ever admit they don't have what they need. You could have just said, actually, I don't have what you asked for, which is a true placebo with a saline injection, because it doesn't exist, which would have been the true answer. But no, instead you post this reported TB cases, which is both a red herring and a non sequitur in the very same post. And it just doesn't mean anything. Like, you're just saying things that don't matter, right? So we're talking about COVID very specifically. And we're talking about vaccines, right?
We were just talking about tuberculosis.
Okay, but we were talking about vaccines, not reported.
Yeah, the vaccine against TBC. That's my proof that it works.
Yeah, but you don't know that that's the case. You're just asserting that it's the case. Have you ever heard of the term correlation does not equal causation?
We just talked about this.
Because this is literally you asserting that correlation is causation. You know that, right?
I mean, I guess you have a point.
Thank you. So, do you know what a cycle threshold is?
No, please explain. I probably could know it, I just don't know it in English.
I'm interested to know, actually. Kai, you know what cycle threshold is, right? On the PCR tests.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So maybe you can brush up on this if I'm getting anything like subtly wrong or whatever. But Alex, you know, when I'm assuming you've gone for a PCR. Actually, PCR test is a misnomer anyway, because it's a process rather than a test. But Alex, I assume you've gone for a PCR swab, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you know that when they stick the swab up your nose and then you put it in that bag, or you put it in the little vial and then you put it in the bag and then you send it off, right? You know that they then synthetically amplify what you've given them multiple times in order to analyze it, right? So you know that the amount of times they do that has a direct consequence for how accurate that test is.
Tell you what, I will come back with better. I haven't done my research at all. Tell you what, let me come back. Maybe
can we finish this thought? We finish this thought, right?
Sure.
So they will take it through a series of cycles. This is the official narrative. I'm not saying I believe any of this. They will take it through a series of cycles. They'll cycle it over and over again, like taking a photocopy, right? Now, every single time you take a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy, you lose accuracy, right? Same with these tests. Now, you know, that sinister bellend Fauci even said that anything with a cycle threshold of over 30 is basically useless with regards to detecting anything at all. What do you think that the Italian, UK, and US cycle threshold standard was up until very recently?
I honestly don't know.
It was 35, right? So Fauci himself admitted that 30, at that point, it was useless because it was way too inaccurate, and their standard is 5 cycles more. Do you see the problem?
Okay, yeah, I do see the problem.
Yeah. So all of the case numbers that you've seen on the TV are complete bollocks.
Mm-hmm.
If there's no way to quantify this, then the whole narrative that you've been taught must be discarded.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do my research and I'll come back next time. Tell you
and
what.
sorry for getting mad. I just get mad at people who haven't done the research because this is something I'm very, like I said, I'm very passionate about this because I genuinely want you to get your freedoms back, just like me. Right? That would be the best world for both of us to be in.
Amen.
So I get mad at people when they're not prepared for debates like this because it's very important, right? If this is really happening, that there's scientific evidence that supports this. Because if there's not, then what are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yep.
Yeah, don't you go down to the sun without a muzzle on your face?
Well, the thing is, they can create the science out of nowhere now too, and just say that's the science. They can change the numbers. They can do whatever they want and make it seem plausible, even to the scientists.
Well, they still even admit in their OG papers. The first paper that came out was in 2019. I believe it was December. It was titled "Novel Influenza Found in Wuhan Chinese Patient." They admit right there, all they did was just take it, put it in a centrifuge. They didn't actually isolate it. Then they just did electron microscopy. They noticed a crown-like appearance in the pictures, and that's why they named it Mexican beer. That's another word for a crown. So that's how they established it. And then at the last paragraph, it says they didn't follow Koch's postulates, so they didn't ever establish causation. They just took a snapshot of it and said that it's a new germ.
Mm-hmm.
So, bro, this is, I mean, when I had nothing to do last year, this was my obsession. So I'm very passionate about this because
me too.
They admit their lies. When you know what to look for, you can see their lies. Just like NASA, they admit their lies on their website for everyone to see. But you've been brainwashed to just accept it because it's like authority, and we think as humans that authority somehow means that these people are like better than us or smarter than us, or they're just like this elite level of human. But when you actually get older and you might be lucky enough to meet people that are high up, that are like, you know, your role models or whatever, people that you see on the TV, you learn very quickly, oh my gosh, they're just as confused and stupid as me, and half of them are just making stuff up as they go. So we have to be as critical. You have to be as critical of your leaders as you are to me and to us. Right? You reject everything that we say because you're a critical thinker, but you need to have that same criticism towards your authorities. That's fair.
Yeah, I suppose a good follow-up question would be, did they ever prove to you that this exists? Did they ever prove it?
I mean, no.
No, exactly.
Whatever.
No, of course not. They just repeated it until you believed it, and that's the problem. People just hear it on the news, and bear in mind the people telling you aren't doctors, they're journalists, right? So you heard journalists tell you that a germ exists and that you must be very scared, and they repeated it until you believed it. That's literally all that's happened.
Not entirely, but yeah.
Well, have you spoken to any doctors face to face about this?
Yeah, I have, as a matter of fact.
What do they have to say?
I mean, from all of them that I have spoken to, all of them have said that this is actually a serious problem.
Did they prove it to you?
How are you gonna prove a teenage boy that there is a virus out there?
Well, that'd be up to them. I mean, if it's their claim, they would have to prove it, right?
Here's the thing. They don't really have to prove you jack shit.
Yeah, because they just tell you it and then you just accept it. That's why they don't need to prove anything.
Well, they should prove it if they're going to tell you you can't work and you can't go to school and you can't leave your house. Right?
You would have thought there'd be a certain proportionality with the seriousness of the consequences and the willingness to believe the reason for the consequences. You would have thought there'd be some kind of correlation, but apparently not.
Can't get close to nobody. Can't hang out in groups of 6 or more.
Sorry, ma'am. What is your job? Asking for a friend.
Yeah.
Clinical trials with medical products. Mm-hmm. So it's literally designing the experiment.
So, like, you're not a doctor?
Not a doctor.
All right.
No.
Are you?
But if you want doctors that are speaking against this, the Great Barrington Declaration. Again, though, the internet doesn't even allow you to hear both sides. You have to do a lot. I would go to BitChute or the highwire.com if you want to hear both sides. Because that's why a lot of people believe this, is because they actually haven't heard both sides. And when they try to Google, you know, are face coverings dangerous, you're only going to see recent stuff from 2020. When actually in if you can find papers from a few years ago, that's a more fair representation of the truth. They are actually spending so much money and energy and time to make sure when you go to look for answers, you only see their side. And they shouldn't need to do that if there's no debate. Right? If they have the science on their side, it's just like Flat Earth. They censor us so much. They should have no problem debating us if they have all the cards. But they don't.
Yeah, and as usual, you have to ask, like, if the counter arguments to what they're saying are so weak, why are they censoring them?
Well, and when has it ever been forced that everything is that, like, this medical practice is a one size fits all? Like, we totally know within health and medicine that some people can't eat almonds. Some people can't have codeine. Some people can't have penicillin, right? We understand that everyone is very different. So when have we ever seen the government literally force people to all take the same uniform medical approach? Everyone has to wear a face covering. What about people who have asthma? What about people, like, you know what I'm saying? Or like everyone has to get the jab. We know that people can be allergic to these ingredients. So it's showing that it's not about compassion. It is about control.
Not to be, that guy again, but there's so many people with asthma that have no problem wearing the mask.
I have asthma, and I have a huge
asthma.
problem.
You are not all of the people with asthma in the world.
Yeah, but my health should be taken into consideration. I don't need my fat governor to tell me
right. But
what I need to do for my body, right? He's not a doctor.
You would be right if every person with asthma said, yes, I have asthma and I cannot take it because asthma prevents me from taking it.
Doesn't even matter every person. I cannot wear it.
Why not?
I'm forced to wear it regardless.
Yeah, so I think Alex is deliberately diverting from the point that there are mask mandates forcing everyone to wear this. And what Kai is saying is that you shouldn't be forced to wear it. I don't care if a Karen goes down to Asda and wears a mask. She can wear 3 masks if she wants. She can get herself jabbed with every fucking jab that they've come up with if she wants, right? Don't force that shit on me. Don't force that shit on anyone else.
Still not getting it. Fuck. Like, you said some people cannot take codeine. Yes, because their body is allergic to it. Their body literally reacts bad to it. Same thing with like everything you said. It's it's your body that reacts to it, and you cannot really control it. But
yeah,
a lot
so
of
no
people
one should be enforced to all take. No, they can't. They shouldn't tell everybody that you all have to take codeine to go to kindergarten.
The last gentleman just told you.
They're doing that now. They're trying to make it so you all have to take the same medical product just to get groceries. If you don't think that's what they're trying to do, like that's literally what they're trying.
It's also interesting. I mean, maybe Alex doesn't know this, but I believe it's still the case, but it certainly was the case last year that international law stated that you're not allowed to be forced or coerced into any medical procedure. So that's testing, that's vaccinations, that's any of that stuff. So why was that international law if it was so unnecessary? And why are they now trying to remove it if it was necessary?
I would agree with that, but who decides what becomes an international law?
Oh, no, I agree. I don't give a fuck what the law says. I'm not going to be taken anyway. But the point is that they put it into law, right? So they realized how ridiculous it is to force or coerce someone to take a medical procedure that they don't want to.
If I can add, the one gentleman just told you, if you want to get 20 jabs and wear 5 masks, go ahead, but don't tell other people to do the same thing. And your answer was, I don't get it.
No, I don't get it. Because, no, hold on. Like, when you say take this substance that your body cannot tell or you die, then yeah, you cannot take it. But a mask?
Why should I have to?
For everybody's safety.
Yeah, see, this is how tyrants get away with their tyranny, is that they tell you that you must take these measures for everyone's safety. But I ask you again, why should I?
Can you show scientific evidence that these masks do any good for anyone?
But even if they do, why should I?
Because if they do, you actually must.
Why must I?
No. What?
Again,
because you say so.
just like there's people with asthma that, okay, let's pretend there's people with asthma that cannot breathe through a mask. There's people that are immunodepressed that need you to protect them.
Yeah, there's also people who are just straight up depressed who need to be able to leave the house. There are people who, when they put a mask on, they get anxiety attacks, panic attacks. There are people who are so depressed that they've literally killed themselves. In this country, there are thousands of alcoholism deaths, thousands of depression deaths, not to mention the millions of people who aren't dying but are still suffering horrible consequences because of this shit.
There's people that
not to mention all the people that have lost.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Lost their businesses that they worked hard to build, and they either become depressed, or if they were depressed before and they were reliant on their business for a will to live, and they went and killed themselves after losing their business that they worked so hard on. What about them? Do they matter?
Well, and there's people that are severely allergic to dogs and cats. Does that mean because one out of every 100 people could die from being exposed to a cat that we need to kill all cats and kill all dogs?
If you are allergic to cats, don't come in contact with cats.
You're right. If you are immunocompromised, see, I wrote a song. If you're afraid of germs, then you stay home. If you're afraid of germs, then you stay home. I am not afraid. Let me go about my day. But if you're afraid of germs, then you stay home. That's how it goes. If you're afraid of germs, you stay home. And it's
Alex,
and leave the TV running.
Yeah, Alex, you realise you flip-flop between two positions, right? So on the one hand, everyone must wear a mask because there are
I don't fucking know
immunocompromised
anymore,
people.
man.
Yeah. I'm just going to repeat the two things that you said, right? The one thing you said is that everyone must wear a mask because there are immunocompromised people. And then Kai brought up, well, some people are allergic to cats and dogs, so should we kill all cats? And you were like, no, those people should stay away from cats, right? So these are these are opposite positions. So which one do you now think is the correct position?
He has no clue.
People that are, for example, immunocompromised, it's not like they can't. They
You're not answering the question. I didn't ask you to waffle. I asked you which is your position.
The government would probably have to tell him that cats and dogs should be killed or not killed for him to have an answer to that one.
No.
So is your position that everyone must conform to the wishes of one or two people, or is your position that the one or two people should look after their own health and remove themselves from the dangerous situation?
They can't.
Is it the first or the second? Which is your position?
They can't remove themselves.
Is your position the first or the second one?
You can't stay home 24/7.
Bro, is your position the first or the second one?
Neither.
Okay, no. I beg to differ on that one. You can stay home 24/7. My mom has not left her house in over a year.
All right, but she still has come in contact with people, hasn't she?
No.
He's diverting from the position. He doesn't want to hold a position. You either believe that one or two... No, because you held position one, and then you held position two, and when I asked you which one is it, you said neither. So at the moment, you have three positions.
Okay, I think that...
But you clearly don't. You clearly have one.
I think that the position we have to go with is if you are immunocompromised, people should protect you, so everybody should wear a fucking mask.
Right, so we should kill cats then. Cool.
No, we shouldn't kill cats.
Yes, but that's the same thing. Is saying. Yes.
If cats were everywhere, yes.
Cats are everywhere.
They are everywhere.
Have you ever been outside?
Most definitely fucking not.
Cats are everywhere. I see multiple cats every day of my life.
Yep.
Mew, would you rather have cats everywhere or mice everywhere?
And I'm allergic to cats, and they come in my yard. Should I kill all of the cats?
Are you dumb, Meow?
By Alex's logic, we should get rid of all cats because Redford Bear could die from a cat.
I could technically.
Yeah, and mice and rats do a much better job not spreading disease, right?
You know, some people have celiac disease and they can't eat gluten. If they eat gluten, they will die. I actually know a lady who almost died because she ate gluten. So does that mean we should get rid of all Italian pasta and pizza because some people could die from gluten?
See, here you go. Here you're twisting my word again.
No, I am
Right?
actually applying your same logic to other
No,
scenarios. You're
that's-
picking and choosing. No, you
All
don't
right.
like it because you understand that the logic is flawed.
I don't.
That's why I'm starting to use other analogies.
I don't.
Flawed, meow.
I don't think that I don't understand that the logic is flawed. I'm just saying gluten. You know where it is, and you know how to avoid getting gluten. COVID.
He doesn't
I could
understand
accidentally
the
fed.
logic
I could
is
accidentally
flawed.
get fed gluten, so I say we just get rid of the whole country of Italy because it's just a threat to my house, guys.
Yeah, but you
Yeah, you
can't come in contact with gluten. Easy.
Get rid of peanuts as well because some people are allergic to peanuts.
Yes,
So,
and dairy and what
yeah,
else?
get rid of
So we can
dairy.
just get rid of it all.
In fact, just get rid of all food because virtually every food that exists, somebody's allergic to. Just
Here, let
kill
me get
food.
help with my email. Let me get help with my email account before you guys ban this guy, okay?
Not going to
Why
ban
would you
him.
ban me?
Not going to ban him.
Bro.
He's not a troll. He's just retarded, so I'm not going to ban him.
Yeah, he's actually right. I am retarded. I'm retarded as shit.
Yeah.
I am just saying.
Take a red pill and that'll solve your problems. That's all it takes.
Yeah,
with a doctor.
I don't.
With
I
a
don't
shot
think
jack.
that's fair. You shouldn't put yourself down.
Shot jack.
You shouldn't put yourself down.
Let us.
Sure.
Take a chance. Try to learn and open your mind.
Oh,
the
I
first
took
step to
that as-
recovery is admitting it.
Oh, can you recover from that?
All right, later, guys.
Can you fix that?
Is there
The thing is that
I mean, you can fix fat. Fat dudes they're all right. They can get skinny, but you can't fix stupid. Okay.
Bro, Michael, I don't even recognize you. Is that you?
Michael, who's Michael?
Don't throw him if you don't know him.
Yeah, just accept the concedence and let's move on. Yes, that's Michael. It must be my
Cut back on the sugar.
God, I don't recognize you anymore. What happened, man? Your voice. Fucking hell. Anyway, that's not what we were talking about.
It's allergy season, bro.
Nah. Anyway, if you are afraid or like if you cannot eat peanuts, it's easy as that. You say, I cannot eat peanuts, and you don't eat peanuts. If you can't get COVID, you can't really say, hey, is there COVID here? Because no, that doesn't work like that.
You've been told it transmits through the air. That is a lie. Do you understand that?
No. Question mark?
How do you not understand that? I'm just telling you that is a lie. You have been lied to. Do you understand that?
Meow.
By what standard are you saying that it's a lie?
I'm saying that because there's no proof that it transmits through the air, any such thing like this Mexican beer that we're talking about. It doesn't transmit through the air, okay? This crown thing, it doesn't transmit through the air. There is no evidence that it transmits through the air. So being told that it transmits through the air is a lie, and you have been lied to. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you were lied to about the shape of the earth, too. I mean,
so what you're basically saying is if we have no proof of something, that something isn't real.
You shouldn't go around spreading it as the truth. Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Okay, so flat Earth?
Observational truth. Axiom. Self-evident. You go outside every day, you observe a flat local Earth. Prove me wrong.
yeah, if you can show evidence of curvature, we would very much like to see it, but we need to see the evidence of the curvature, actual direct measurements of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Meow.
Stop meowing, God's sake.
Are you triggered, Meow?
No. You know me, I'm not.
Meow boy, don't talk to me like that, Meow.
Oh no.
What if he started hissing at you?
Meow.
Oh no, my feelings are getting offended. Guess I'll start barking at you.
Are they, Meow?
It's actually hilarious.
I'm so offended.
Oh,
Not.
I'm offended too.
Not Meow.
Hey, there's a good video I just put in the live stream voice checks from Space Busters on BitChute. If you want to watch it, Alex.
Oh, I will.
Send him the link to the movie Level, bro. Watch it.
So, Alex, you can think of this as a. You can think of this as a plus and a minus. The plus is you don't have to be worried about any ghosts or any ghost of any Mexican beer floating around attacking people. The minus is you now need to be a little more weary of the government.
Oh no, what am I gonna do? To be fair,
Do you think the government would lie to you, Alex? Do you think the government would lie?
I think that the government
They're
is
transparent.
I think the government is put there to fuck us over. It's not something that we don't know. All right, I'm just saying that to lie to this extent, it's takes a mastermind.
It's
Well,
brilliant.
there's tons
Yeah,
of
right, you're right, it's
levels,
brilliant.
right? Like when you start picking things apart, like, okay, so I'll ask you then, do you think the government cares about your health?
No, I mean, yeah.
Okay, so then
because you're a worker.
why were you on about the mask mandates and stuff? So if you think that the government
Because
doesn't
the
care about your
government
health,
not caring about you doesn't mean that they don't care about the profit that you can bring them. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, think of the profit that's been brought by this.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, I'm just so rich now because of this.
there's more profit that has been brought by this, the scare of this, and there's billionaires getting, or millionaires becoming billionaires and things like that. But I mean, you're not, I don't think, being honest with yourself about this, and you're finding excuses. I mean, that's just my opinion. But if you know the government lies to you and they're not transparent, then, it's kind of hard to take what they say and, this scientific evidence based upon this virus that we can't see, right? Quote unquote. So it's just interesting.
You own a sign printing company, Alex? Is that why you're so happy about this?
No.
You're printing up COVID signs and making lots of money, or what?
No.
Well, so then how is this beneficial to everybody?
The fact that the less people die, the more money the government can make, technically. Am I wrong in assuming that?
But
You know
then
what
you
they
think
got
of it,
for
how
each person
does-
put on intubators? What they got? What each hospital got for each case?
Again,
that they
intubators, they don't really kill you as soon as you get intubated.
9 out of
They
10
do kill
die.
you. They do kill you.
9
Don't
out of
get me
10.
wrong. Sorry?
9 out of 10 die.
Citation here, please.
Oh, they even admit to that.
I want to know if I can take his comments as medical advice.
No, you
I'm ready to file a lawsuit. I'm ready to file a lawsuit.
Do you know
But
where
like-
money comes from, Alex? Like, if you think it's all about money and making money, so where does money come from?
The fact that the more
How is
workers
money
are-
created? How is money created?
Oh yes, of course. The bank prints the money. Haha. No, it's generated by work, labor.
Is that how fiat money is declared? No.
What? I didn't hear what he said.
Fiat money. How is fiat money created? We all run on a fiat system. You want to talk economics?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think he might be. I think we shouldn't really focus on this aspect because, again, it's about what you can prove, not who might have paid off who with what money.
Well, I know. I
Well,
was just asking him where money comes from, because if it's backed by nothing, then how can it be all about money when money's printed from nothing? That was just the point I was trying to make, but continue.
Right, and it is. We just proved he doesn't know anything about that because he doesn't know about the fiat system.
Yeah, exactly. So he's making claims that, again, he can't really back by anything because he doesn't even have the knowledge to have the conversation about it.
Yeah,
Alex,
somebody could bribe me to do something, and after they bribe me to do something, I could simply not do it.
I'm just curious.
Well, where'd the money come from?
The sucker that gave it to me.
Alex, if you prove COVID is real, does that make it a globe? Like, I don't understand. Who cares?
Who cares what?
Who cares?
COVID or the globe?
No, yeah, like, I mean, obviously they're both a lie, but like he's like trying to prove one. If he does that prove the other? I don't get it.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. Yep, doesn't prove squat.
Fucking doesn't.
I haven't seen one scientific citation on anything he said.
As I said before, I wasn't ready for this conversation where I was going in it. And I didn't know where I was getting myself into. I think I admitted to that pretty much.
You think?
Yeah, probably.
It's okay. Most of us here have space for improvement. I do, at least.
Space? What kind of space? Can you prove this space?
There they go.
Oh my god, he's triggered.
I'm not triggered. Never been.
Are you sure? Are you sure, Meow?
I don't really get being triggered, like, at all.
So about that help with my email account.
If you found out everything we're talking about makes more sense than what you thought before, would that trigger?
No. I don't really get people that get triggered. Like, it's not like you can
Would it
change
bother
something.
you? Would it bother you? Would it bother you to find out that this whole more an economic
Bother me? Of course. I mean, I think anybody would be bothered.
That's what we mean by triggers.
It's okay to be triggered as long as you're not loaded.
What does that mean?
Nothing. I'm just making stupid jokes.
Cock the hammer, ready for action.
That was a good one, though.
Yeah, I know. He didn't even get it. No gun.
No.
No one mofo. You ever a gun? You ever seen a gun?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Well, that makes perfect sense.
So if the government came out tomorrow and all the scientists and said, you know what, our bad, we made a mistake, you don't have to wear masks anymore, blah, 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 all this stuff, what would you do? Would you believe it?
I would be very fucking happy. I would go out and get drunk without the curfew.
Yeah, don't forget. Don't forget they said Earth's flat too.
Yeah, that too. That too. Yeah, I was gonna add that.
Alex, have you ever heard of eugenics? Have you ever heard of eugenics?
I've heard about it, but I just don't remember where.
Look up eugenics.
All right, will do.
Hitler comes to mind.
Come Bill Gates' dad.
Euthanasia?
Euthanasia? What? What does that have to do with anything?
It's the very topic we're talking about.
Do you think he's talking about youth in Asia, like the country, or
No,
like euthanasia? Like, have you heard that?
EUTHANAS.
Eugenics. So, euthanize the unuseful. Eugenics, euthanasia, Hitler. They're in the same genre. genre, however you want to say it. Genre.
The last video I posted for you in the live stream talks about that.
Appreciate it. We'll watch.
Get on the train. Put on your mask. Get on the train.
On the taxi shower.
What?
The gas will not on. Move to the back.
Papers now.
What? Mom, pick me up. I'm scared. There's a Canadian man telling me to get on the train.
Oh, hey. He gets on the train, eh? We're not serving moose, eh? You can get your fucking ass on the train before I hit you with this beer, eh? You're lost, fella. You need help.
On the train, eh?
Yeah, that's the Canadian. You betcha. You please. You just have to. Hey, you gotta get on the train, eh? It's my job, eh? Just get on the train. Help me out.
Oh, gosh, yeah, motherfucker. I'm gonna eat your ass like a fucking cookie dough. Oh shit, my mouse disconnected. Alright, I think that ends the discussion about beer.
Oh, the fact that you eat anus, yes. Yes,
Yeah.
we're on to a new discussion now.
So
you
much
butt
anus,
munching
it's part of
crazy
my diet.
motherfucker.
It's
You know you are what you eat, right?
I am an asshole.
You ass muncher.
You are what you eat, but I don't remember eating a fucking disappointment. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Well, I could equate ass to disappointment, but hey, ask your parents. They might be able to do the same thing.
Hey, did your girlfriend thank you for that?
This conversation is
No, he said stop.
I read an article, guys, okay? That's all.
Oh, wow. Incredible.
The crazy thing is they probably taught him how to do that in a healthy manner in sex ed nowadays at school.
Mike, did you consider to give Alex mod role?
Oh, please do. I will definitely be a good mod.
Yeah, we know.
So, no, I was thinking about him making him king of Cogdisso.
No, please don't. Come on. Don't do this to me.
Hey, our admin started there. Rogue Boomer was once CJ, the Cogdis Pitbull.
I mean, I remember where a co-show was a thing.
Oh, you've been around that long.
Yeah.
No, I know you have.
Yeah. That is I, Alex.
Coach never talked about eating ass, so Alex.
The destroyer.
Coach's got one up on you. Jeremy doesn't talk about Butte. I'll give him that.
Kosha was a blue pill, like blueberry pill.
Like you?
Fucking love that guy. Legend.
He doesn't bother me. I don't mind Kusho.
Anyone here plays War Thunder or Minecraft? Or both?
Yeah, we don't game in here.
Yikes.
Oh, hey, don't, hey, speak for yourself, hey.
I mean, Michael does play Call of Duty Mobile, which is highly respectable.
I do.
Yay. I've played with him before.
I'll play them other games with my children too, you know. Gonna entertain the kids.
Yes. Fucking legend, man. Peace and tranquility. It's currently 2 a.m. 1 a.m. Michael, can you give me a custom role? Just for me.
Yeah, victim of lead mod abuse.
Gosh, you.
I don't make.
Wait.
I don't make them custom roles. That's for all them other guys that don't do nothing here but make custom roles. You ask Brad. Brad might hook you up.
Good night, all.
I don't think
I gotta
that
pick
Brad is gonna give me the role destroyer of pussies, eater of ass. That's not something that he can relate to, you know.
Good night, Roger.
Good night.
Oh, you know, if you keep saying it, Alex, you know.
Yay.
Somebody else might swipe left on you.
To be fair, not looking for a GF.
A GS.
GF. Ah, you asshole. Okay.
But whose asshole are you gonna lick?
This guy. I'm on his tail, and I critted him like twice. He's going to go down. There you go. Assisted him. Good enough. Ooh.
Oh, and the moon. He said moan. Hans, do you know how to spell moon? Is he in live stream? Let me see. No. This dude can't spell moon. These are the kind of people that want to debate. The kind that can't even spell moon.
Well, maybe he
spelled it long.
What do you know?
He spelled it moan and loon.
Maybe he has autocorrect on.
What do I know? I know grammatic function.
Well, that's a fair point.
I know if you didn't pass grammar, I don't want to debate you about science. That's what I know. I pick my battles well. I'm not gonna debate some frickin' moron.
A good
I troll moron.
The one that avoids battle.
I troll morons. I don't debate them.
Am I a moron?
Well, I was debating you, wasn't I? Christ. I don't know, though. You didn't pick up on the
trigger me,
clue.
though. You were trying to trigger me.
You didn't pick. Oh, was I meow?
Yes.
Meow 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 meow.
Turn on.
You eat ass and you get triggered by meow, man. It's so easy. Fuck.
What? Okay, what does triggered mean in your opinion? Because I'm getting fairly confused to your definition of trigger.
You're getting. He's so pissed off. He's confused. He is triggered, right? Triggered. Emotional response to trolling.
Means the gun's just about ready to go off. Boom!
Hey, can I ask a question really quick?
To whom?
Sure.
To you, Alex. What's your preferred safe word?
What the fuck is that? That sounds like a communist bullshit. Not having it.
Is this communist bullshit? You're talking about eating ass. I thought that fit right in the in the topic. He wants to tie your ass up and sit on your face. He just wants to know the safe word so he can move his ass before it's too late.
What the fuck is a safe word, by the way?
Don't penetrate me.
Yeah, one tap is keep going. 2 taps is you've had enough.
Nice. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, guys, the women here are gonna hate us.
Ladies,
one of them's got the role. One of them has the role where she can just ban us all. And I mean all of us.
Ladies, just so you know, I'm single. Just thought of letting you know.
And you will remain so.
Yes.
He's slightly used, but he does eat buttocks.
Hell yeah.
You're a nasty mofo, bro.
Yeah, look at the bright side. You'll no longer need a bidet.
But I'm fairly interested.
Because he eats a bidet.
I do actually want to know what a safe word is, just for personal reasons.
That means you're choking somebody. They're choking the shit out of you during sex, right? And you say, "Stop."
They're not gonna stop.
That'd be, or you're choking so bad, then he was giving you an alternate one. You could tap his shoulder twice to say stop, or tap it once to keep going.
All right. Come at me, fucking queer. You got me. You're not. You're just bad.
Yeah, he propositioned you with that one, and you didn't even know it, meow. I got the idea. He wanted to tie you up and put you in plastic and hook one of them suction machines up to it.
Oh.
Ziplock your ass.
Oh.
Latex.
For legal and moral reasons, I am expected to say, "You gross." But some part of me wants to hear the rest, so please continue.
I can't. I'm not educated on that, dog.
You're not educated enough. Okay, gotcha. It's all right.
No, I seen that part on a movie. The girl with the dragon tattoo.
So what the hell is the game? Because I'm listening to music and there's this guy that says the game must be a girl because I'm always in it.
Oh, he's talking about the rapper of the game.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Or the rap game.
I have a propeller broken and my wing is clipped, but I'm going to continue because I'm not a pussy. I'm ramming you. Okay, you rammed me. So who the hell is Joe?
What?
Joe Mama?
Oh no, he knows.
So who the hell is Alex?
Nobody special, ban it will.
Wait, what? Huh?
He's that cog disc kid that came in a little bit ago. Oh wait, he's still here.
I'm still in. I'm still going. Broken but not forgotten, am I right, gamers? Does anybody want to talk about religion or something?
What do you want to talk about, Alex?
Sure, let's talk about Sodom and Gomorrah. You sodomite.
I have read the Bible. I don't remember much about that episode.
Episode.
I bet.
All you gotta know about that is they try to rape an angel and
he missed that season.
I missed that season, guys. I don't have the Bible Premium. Sorry, guys. My demo version expired.
No,
Can we talk about how a good communist is a dead one, please?
When's the next season of the Bible? What do you call a million communists at the bottom of the ocean?
I don't know. What?
A good start.
Say that again. I couldn't hear you.
A good start.
Bro.
Ironically, you started to robot at the end of that.
Exactly. You fucking.
I heard you the first time.
You fucking cunt. I hope you fucking. I hope your mother beats you with a fucking hammer.
Comrade, I will see you swimming in the ocean soon.
Yay.
Alex, you can't talk to Battlemod like that. You know he likes that kind of stuff.
I'm not talking to Battlemod. I'm talking to this fucking guy that is god shit. And I fucking die. Okay, so there's these two dudes in a gulag. And so one guy says to the other,
yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away.
Wait. I was waiting for it to talk. I was wondering, I thought he glitched out. Oh, poor Alex. Oh, shit.
If I let him continue, somebody's going to ban them. Help me help you. I did this for your own good.
Oh, shit. The timing on that was impeccable. He's probably laughing. You have to agree, Alex. It was funny. Oh. Ooh. So, actually, I do think Alex was trying to somewhat get. It's like his inner heart was wanting to reach out and connect with people. Otherwise, why else would he be here? But he wanted to troll at the same time. You know what I mean? So, Alex, I want to tell you just a brief story. When I was really young, I used to like to troll people a lot too. I mean, I still do, just not in the same way. But when I was young, it was for a different reason. It was because, I don't know, I felt like my parents didn't really care. And, you know, I don't know, I didn't have the greatest childhood. And so I always wanted to lash out and troll other people, you know, spark emotions out of other people because I thought that would bring me happiness. And at the end of the day, it didn't really. Like, not a fulfilling happiness, man. what did finally bring happiness was bringing joy to other people, which it takes longer, it's harder to do, but it's more fulfilling in the long run, you know. But trolling and whatnot, it's definitely fun and humorous given the right context and the right situation.
Don't talk about no booty, Alex.
I'm sorry. But I didn't really come here to troll. I deadass come here to listen usually. And I try to go unnoticed.
Well, you just get us both in trouble talking about eating on the ass.
No, of course. I was answering to the guy that said before that I came here for trolling for some fucking reason. I didn't come here for trolling. I swear. I usually come here just to listen to you guys saying while I study my chemistry classes or shit like that. I go unnoticed. Or because I'm muted or because I just don't want to talk. But today you just guys say hello, hi Alex, and I asked to be unmuted. So yeah, that combo made me speak and say the bullshit. Anyway, back to communist jokes. Two guys are sitting in a gulag, and one guy says to the other, "It sucks. News don't reach here." I don't even know how the what was the name of the match called? Fuck, I forgot.
UFC boxing.
Sorry?
Don't know how the boxing match went.
Yeah. Come here, you JU87. I'm gonna kick your ass.
Get your little piggly ass back over here.
How much did that entire toolbox cost?
No way. This is really expensive. How did you get this?
Well, Snap-on gives good deals. That's why I'm so curious. What did they charge you, bro?
Well, it depends on. I didn't buy just a box. I bought a tool set too, so it was about 28. If you would have financed it, it would cost you about 34. I pay cash.
Nice.
That's $1,000. My Harley box, it cost $12,000 just for the box.
Yeah, mechanic stuff is really expensive, man.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean,
that one's more about the look, but yeah, the tools are guaranteed, last forever, and free repairs.
You fucking piece of shit. I hope you fucking kill yourself, you stupid retard.
What's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with you, Alex? Chill.
Shit, I'm muted. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, he's playing.
He just got killed on the video game.
Range quit. All right.
Right. It's not our fault you suck at that game.
Shut your bitch ass up.
You're getting waxed, bro. I can hear you. He's triggered meow.
I am triggered now because this fucking retard that doesn't know how to fucking play just.
He said triggered meow.
Yeah, he said he'll see you at the respawn. Biatch.
I'm playing Warframe. This fucking guy, instead of fucking shooting, crashes his plane into me. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, you fucking retard?
Hey, I know how to troll them kids on the games, man. I kill kids on Call of Duty and I tell them I'm 55. Oh, you got killed by the 55-year-old man. Oh, they're bitching in their microphone from the respawn to the next death.
Have you ever had one respond saying he'll eat your ass? It's probably him.
No, never had that.
First time for
so
everything, I guess.
You haven't played against Alex then, for sure.
For sure haven't, man. Come on,
I was hooked on
What the
COD.
fuck are you doing, you useless fucking plane?
Call of Duty, as soon as I found out I could kill little fat kids eating bags of potato chips and listen to them just trip out, I was hooked. I was like, yeah. I played with my son. You hear that kid crying, son? He said, I do, Dad. He'd be upstairs, I'd be down. We'd just be good. I'm good at COD.
Hey, Alex, you mentioned earlier that you played Minecraft, right?
Yeah.
Why don't you just play that instead?
No, I am trying to make a server, but I got bored of coding, so I just decided to play War Thunder, and now I'm getting my ass beaten by a bunch of fucking retards that instead of flying planes decide to crash into you. Fucking bullshit. And now we lost because the fucking idiots crashed into each other, and now it's somehow
funny. That's what you're supposed to do with it. You ever heard of the kamikaze?
Yeah, but the kamikaze did it on ships, not other planes.
Bonsai!
Explosion.
Allah Akbar, go Jim.
No.
Bonsai!
For legal
Allah
reasons,
Akbar!
that's a joke. For legal reasons, he's joking, of course.
Oh, Batman, I never thought you'd say that.
Yeah, I'm just joking.
Oh.
There's been Christian terrorists and
Bonsai! Boom! 1,000 virgins. Oh, shit, they're male virgins.
No.
That's what they say every time they go to paradise. They didn't know it was a gay paradise.
No.
You get there and they say, did you just assume my gender?
Yes, I fucking did. Got a problem with it, bish.
Oh, man.
He's so sensitive. He's like, no.
Don't fuck with his paradise.
Oi, anybody here plays Minecraft?
You know what that says to me? You jihad. You jihad, bro?
Yeah, of course. Every day, man.
Most of the people here are good at Call of Duty, so we don't really play Minecraft and whatnot.
COD Mobile or like full on Call of Duty?
The kind that you're using at?
I play Grand Theft Auto. I mean, where else can you stomp a hooker to death and take her money? Right?
That's a serious question. Are you going to answer him?
No.
Okay, well, the answer's LA, but you know.
I don't play GTA. I had a rough childhood, you know?
Nobody will notice there's so many hookers in LA, just, you know, they can't keep track. That's why the serial killers go to LA.
Anybody that is mildly good at coding want to try to make a simulation in JavaScript?
I have, but...
So, BattleMod, do you have like your own workshop or something?
Yeah, you could call it a shop. I got a system of barns collected together. One of them is a engine shop. I can rebuild engines, build performance engines. I got machining centers, lathes, CNC mills, grinders.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
None of the places I worked. Sorry for cutting you off.
You're all right.
I was gonna say none of the places I worked at ever, did any of that stuff. We just replaced parts, and that's about it. We call it a day.
Yeah. That's not. I'm not running a mechanic business, bro. That's a love. I spend the money I make paving highways and roadways on automotive shit. That's my love. But I got a degree in mechanical engineering, so I'll build anything. I'll build a drag tractor out of a frickin' riding lawnmower. I don't care. Tell me I can't do it. That's all you got to do. But we can fabricate and tub anything right here on the property and not even have to leave for materials. That means we can build a drag car. If you don't know what a tub in a car is, you cut out the entire body. You just leave the sheet, the outer shell of the body, and you build a chassis to set the body on. You put a big block on it, maybe twin turbos, maybe ethanol. You might make it top fuel.
Nice.
Depending on what you're gonna run will depend on how many point roll cage you have. So when you build a drag car, generally most people have to send it out for a professional fabrication because they test your welds with a microwave testing system. But I don't have to do that.
So what do you
I build my own cage.
What do you
When
do?
I was in high school. Go ahead, bro.
No, go ahead. I'm lagging bad. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, when I was in high school, I remember welding, and the teacher came by. He was like, "That is the ugliest weld I've ever seen, but that is thick." Because I would just go so slow. I would just lay it on thick.
Yeah, that's the key. You got to be slow and steady, but you got to hop around too. You can't overheat. It depends, thick metal or thick metal. If you're doing thick, you can just keep on flowing. But if you're doing thin stuff, you got to hop around.
Yeah, those plates.
Or you'll
plates.
Yeah.
I was welding two.
Oh yeah, so you were just that's general. That's where you start. Yep, that's the beginning of schooling for welding. Put welds on plates. Sheet steel.
I just remember I made it like a horseshoe. It was like a horseshoe in my mind. Like I was attaching a horseshoe to each side of the plate every time I went back and forth.
Yep, I'll make mine look like a stack of quarters that slid out. 50-cent pieces, you know. I can keep it pretty symmetrical, but I've had years of practice, you know. Done it for a long time. It's just no different than playing a guitar or shooting pool. The more you do it, the better you get at it.
Yeah, I did it for one semester in high school. It was fun.
Certified welders can make good money too. The way to go, though, I wouldn't suggest anybody work for other people. Personally, I say go for the full fabrication and then start your own fabrication business. But you can work for somebody else and make good money welding and fabricating. You can make better money working for yourself, though.
Very true.
Yeah, because you decide what you're worth, right? And then you place the bid. And then if they take it, they take it.
If you're good at it, people beg you. Like me painting cars, I lay candy coat so well and flip flop paint jobs that people press me, and I'll be like, no, I'm building my own shit right now. I don't want to do yours, and they just keep going up in monetary value. Man, come on, I'll give you $12,000, just paint it. Eventually, they get to a point where I'm like, well, that's a lot of car parts. Okay, I'll do that. You know. I mean, you can spend 15 grand just on all aluminum shit for your motor to make it look pretty. It doesn't really make your motor faster unless we're talking a polished ported high-rise aluminum intake or aluminum heads. But it just, a set of aluminum heads can be 15 grand or more. You can put 30 grand into a motor. It'll be one sexy looking motor too, though. But hard to get that out of them, you know.
30.
Is the stream quiet or is my internet broken?
I don't think your internet's broke, bro. You want to see an example of having way too much money in a fucking motor? This is a 454 bored out to a 496 stroker, about 1,000 horse, raw. So it could come up to about 3,000 horse when it's tires to the road, you know.
Damn, that's nice.
It's for Chevelle. I got a lot of Chevelles and a lot of Corvettes. They were popular in my area, and I find them in barns and in fields, and I buy them. I can't stand to watch a classic car rot out in a field.
So what do you do with them after you, I guess, repair them and fix them up?
I rarely sell them. Usually I just put them on a shelf system in a barn. I'm selling a few 69 Chevelles right now because I just got way too many of them. There's a few cars that I don't have that I would like to get, so I'm going to shift it around, you know?
Nice.
I generally try not to build them too bad to where I could never get the money out of it I put into it. Unless it's a car I really love and I know damn well I'm going to keep it. Then it doesn't matter. A lot of times it's just I'm challenging myself. I'm trying to build better than I've already built.
Oh shoot, Buggy! I just read your message. Did that guy leave or did he get banned? Hello, mic check. Hello. Is anyone talking? Can I just not hear people? I don't get it.
Not talking, yeah.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah. I'm looking at the full moon, and they're still fairly daylighty out, and it's looking at it now like it's so illuminated while there's still daytime. It doesn't look as rocky as I thought it used to look, you know. Where are y'all at? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Where is everyone at?
Right. On the way to work. That's
It's
where I'm
amazing
headed.
how, I'm looking at this full moon as the sun is still up. Well, it isn't now, but it was. But it's still super bright out. And I'm like, this is the exact same condition for Selenilian eclipse. Except it's not a Selenilian eclipse. So weird. The things people think. But the luminosity of it is just insane.
Is there anybody else here just listening? Hello?
Yep.
Oh, shoot. I thought it was entirely dead. There's one of us.
I think they're all watching the replay of this SpaceX.
Oh, shoot. Is there something being played over the Groovy bot?
No, it's just there's a video that one of the mods posted. YouTube link for SpaceX.
Oh, I didn't see that.
It's really boring. CGI's not half bad though.
Well, what's up, John?
What's up?
Oh, not much. Just chilling. What about yourself?
I don't know. I just heard that it was all silent.
Oh, yeah. It's been silent for, I don't know, probably 15 or 20 minutes, I think.
Just joined.
Nice. Sure, if we talk about something interesting, people will chime in at some point. Some people get a little bit shy, though.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I was connected. Sometimes it cuts me off for some reason.
Oh, Discord definitely does that to me all the time. I hate it. It's so glitchy.
Yeah, whenever I get a glitch, I'm like, especially like mid, what I'm talking.
Are you ever like listening to people, right? It's a full-blown debate, and then all of a sudden it goes dead silent. So you assume that nobody's talking, right? So then you'll say something like, hello, hello. Nobody will respond.
Yeah,
so then
and
you
then
check.
you talk during those times, and it's like, wait, like, am I cringe or like?
It's so annoying, man. That drives me nuts. No, we actually had some pretty good discussions today about uh quite a few different things, man. It was good. Um but the couple or few trolls that tried to come in, they weren't that great, so you didn't miss out on much. Wish it would have been funnier. So I guess for whoever here is listening, about I want to say about 2 months ago, I quit smoking cigarettes. I'd smoked since I was 14. I'm 27 now, so about 13 years, and I finally quit. For the first time in my life, I stopped smoking cigarettes for 50 days, actually, 50 days, and then I went through kind of a rough patch and figured I could just smoke one. One of the biggest, most fallacious senses of reasoning. I grabbed a cigarette, and I'll be honest, it felt really good. And I set it down for a couple more days, for a few more days actually. Didn't smoke any, uh, and then I smoked two in a day, and then the next day I smoked three, and the next day I bought a pack and smoked the pack, and it's been that way for a week now. I feel kind of bad about it, but I have no doubt that I'll be able to hop back on the train and quit them again. It was the first time I ever really tried that hard, and I did do it. I'm super proud of that, but I wish I wouldn't have believed the lie, that I could just smoke one and not pick it back up. But on a better note, I have been studying the fallacies and stuff like that. Super boring to read and learn that kind of stuff, but I figure I have to know that kind of stuff eventually. So been studying that for, I want to say, like 30 minutes to an hour each day and practicing it, for a little while, I guess. Damn, nobody else in VC is really going to talk. That's tough.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, we hear you. Wow, the numbers of people in this live stream have been really low the last couple days.
They were all over at Gem Pandas. That's why. Listen, by accident, it was like I woke up and I was in the Twilight Zone today. I woke up. I just checked real fast because I said I would help Mod over on Betty's channel. So I checked there. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning. Nobody there. So I just hit my little icon to get on 24/7. And I noticed that there's like 80 people there. So I'm like, holy shoot, something must have went down that there's so many people on. So I go on, I hit the mic, and it says that I don't have speaking privileges. I said, what the freak is going on here? I see Chemo's name. So I send him a message. Can you please take me off mute? What the hell am I even on mute for? Then I'm sitting there and I hear Chemo saying, well, we're fortunate to have Neil with us, and Neil's going to join us. And then I'm like, where am I? As soon as they opened my mic, they were like, you're at Gem Pandas. I went, no! How did I get here? But I'll entertain you for a while. Tell me what's going on with this picture that everybody's going crazy about. So I don't know who started spewing off all of this mathematical nonsense for about a minute. He gave me all of these sizes and distances and what you would see on this and it's impossible to see on a flat Earth model. And I was like, first of all, we don't have a flat Earth model. I don't know what you're talking about. And if you think that this picture gives you a belief that you're on a spinning water ball, you're out of your effing mind. And I left. But I wound up over there. I don't even know how I wound up over there.
What a nightmare.
And I couldn't find the icon that gets me on here. Because it's right. It's Nathan Oakley's one, the Flat Earth Debate one, and 24/7. Like, right underneath each other. For some reason now, Gem Pandas one is there, and I don't even know how it got there.
Hello.
But I found that little Flat Earth sun and moon spinning, and I'm back, baby. But it was like the Twilight Zone this morning. Holy shit.
Hello.
They're all over there. Dallas Dave. I see Chaiki found a home over there. Waz. All the rejects that get slam dunked over here and at the Flat Earth Debate, they find a home over there.
Well, good. They can stay over there.
Yeah, really, because I have no need to deal with zealots. Like, just stay there. If you want to believe keyword that all of this stuff makes sense and your controller's got you in the right place, then stay there. Don't try and convert me. Astronomical claims need astronomical proof, right?
Yeah.
And to me, a gigantic spinning water ball with people on it and cities built on it, that's an astronomical claim. That's an extraordinary claim. And it needs extraordinary proof. Show me the proof. Oh, you can't. You show me a picture. And it can only work on a sphere. That's the kind of nonsense where they say, when my son says the star rotation is different in the northern hemisphere than it is in the southern hemisphere. It's the same logic.
Hello, is anyone there?
What was that?
Oh, I can finally hear someone.
Yeah, what's your question? What's up?
What are you guys, what are you guys debating?
We don't debate, we teach.
Oh. What are you guys teaching?
Flat Earth, cosmology. Other than what we've been taught in school, that we're on a spinning water ball in a solar, in part of a solar system where planets orbit. None of it can be proven. None of it is scientific.
I see. What part of that are you talking about? Like, how can I explain that if you don't understand?
Don't understand what? We never said we don't understand. We know the whole heliocentric nonsense. We were taught it in school as well.
Okay.
Earth presents itself flat. It's measurably flat. You can't have gas pressure without it being contained. So what they tell us can't be true. Can't have a vacuum of space above us. Otherwise, we'd all be dead. How are we breathing?
Yeah. That will be in the violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
That's correct.
All right. Yes. So, kid,
have you ever heard of this law?
What can you teach us without invoking NASA magic?
Yeah,
go.
I don't know much, but
just don't use NASA. Don't use NASA. Don't use NASA.
I'm not using NASA. I'm not
Don't
using
use
NASA.
Don't use SpaceX. Don't use Blue Horizon, whatever the hell they call. And give us the information that you got, please.
I was just asking if physics could answer some of those questions.
No.
Okay.
Is physics going to answer the question of gas pressure out of container?
Nope. Yeah,
This
dumb
is
question.
physics,
Sorry.
yeah. So,
Hey, what's with this? Hold on. What's with physics anyway? Hold on. What's with physics anyway? Because you know my son, my 18-year-old, he does not believe Earth is flat. He believes all that nonsense. He bought a physics book the other day, and he goes, "Here, physics," and he slams it on the table. I'm like, okay. So, what's with this physics? Enlighten me.
Yeah, I don't know.
What is the physics science studies?
Yeah, but we go by what's in the physical and natural world, right? That's what we go by.
Yeah, we go by the scientific method. So we are glad to go with you, you know. I mean, let's talk about light inverse square laws. Let's talk about angular resolution, perspective, refraction, curvature.
All the things that they didn't teach us about in school pertaining to where we live. Correct?
Yeah.
Let's talk about
you got to go to an art class to learn about perspective. When it should be taught when they're teaching a science class.
Could you teach me? No.
Can I teach you?
Well,
go ahead. You're free to go. Go get them.
What would you replace with, for example, the down vector, which you call gravity, erroneously?
Did you say gravity? You kind of
yeah.
I don't know. It's just how they explain it. They explain. Well, how. I'm kind of nervous. I can't think.
Well, relax. We're just normal people like you. It starts with the center of the Earth. Everything being pulled to the center of the Earth, correct?
Yes.
That's not true. Everything, it's relative density. You're heavier than the air you're in. That's why you're standing. When you're on a flat Earth, you do not need gravity. Gravity's needed when you have a belief that you're on a spinning water ball revolving around other planets. That's when gravity's needed.
And you're solid too.
Their planets is revolving around the sun, but I must have misinterpreted that. Or
that is astrophysics. Astrophysics. That is a pseudoscience. It is not science.
Yeah, it's not science, exactly.
Yeah. You
It's
cannot measure. Nobody measured the distance to the sun. Nobody measured the size of the moon or the sun.
That's correct.
So they just came out with random numbers, like a lot.
Yes, yes.
Agreed upon numbers.
Agreed upon numbers to make it seem sensible to where, because
Yeah, because you got to remember, you're taught. They don't hide that it's a model. Earth is a model.
they teach that the sun is like really hot, and therefore they must have big numbers to show that this is why we're not burning to death. And that's one of the reasons why they must have put out those numbers to start with, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 93 million miles away, 90. They still don't have the correct number. Nowhere near the correct number because they can't get there. You don't even know if it's tangible. How about that? It's not tangible. I know. You can't touch the sun. It's not tangible to us. It's not tangible to anyone. You don't even know if it's a reflection.
Maybe not. I mean, we may never be able to go to the sun, and I don't expect us to. And it might. It has to be a substance of matter to me in some way.
Soho satellite's not far
Making a
away.
mistake doing that.
The Soho satellite's not far away, so I'm there. We're already there, buddy. You gotta watch. You gotta pay attention to your NASA, man. NASA's hanging out near the sun with Soho.
Yeah, but see, you're already making a mistake by saying, I think it's got to be this. This is the problem. Whatever you can't validate, then it shouldn't be repeated. Unless you're going to say, well, my belief, and I'm not teaching this to anybody, but this is what I think. Everybody can have their own thoughts. Till they're verified, they don't mean anything.
Okay. Thank you for telling me that.
How is the sunlight on the Earth in daytime? What kind of light?
Good question. I don't know.
Is it collimated light, convergent, or divergent?
What is collimated light?
Collimated light is what Eratosthenes in ancient Greek thought the sunlight is. It is a parallel ray.
The name is in the
light
word.
Source.
The name is in the explanation is in the name of the light. So it's columnated. What's a column? You know what a column is?
Yes.
There you go. Looks like a
Yeah. Straight parallel
lines.
rays.
Straight.
And actually lasers, that kind of the collimated light is such a perfect kind of light that is far more different than lasers. The lasers we have, they are like toys, because laser light is a divergent light source. It is a low angle divergent light.
But what actually is the sun, in your opinion?
It's a
I have no idea, and I don't try to speculate.
Sorry, I'm just a very speculative. How do you?
It's like I don't know what the sky is. I have no idea.
No, well, basically, young man, you live in a fantasy world. That's what that's what you're trying to say, because in a fantasy world, you cannot explain anything, right? You just make shit up. So we try not to make shit up. You see?
Okay.
How
These
old are
are
you
the
anyway?
things.
How old are you?
I would not like to say that in front of all these people.
Okay, so but I can tell you're young. You're young. Okay, so
Oh,
we're a little
hold
older. So hold on, we're a little older.
on.
So
I'm
we're
40.
a little
I'm
tired.
49, bro. Woo!
We're a little tired of hearing stories. We like truth. We like fact.
Yeah.
Well, then we can.
Yeah, and listen, the only thing we want to know age for is experience and application. We want to know how much of that you actually have.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at.
Well, experience does rule over intelligence, so you have way more experience than me.
No, but the ability to distribute knowledge is intelligence. Not how much you know, but how well you use what you do know. That's
Yes.
intelligence. Yeah. So that's why experience and application go together when speaking intelligence. And I'm not talking about intelligence when I'm asking about that anyway.
You're not talking
It's
about
more
book
of,
intelligence,
are
right?
you ignorant? And,
You're not talking about book smart, right?
And ignorance isn't stupidity either. Yep.
Yeah, I agree with
You
you.
think?
See, Mike knows a lot of stuff, man.
And I am bold to say I do not.
Well,
Mike, am I correct?
Time, bro.
Your experience, Mike?
Yeah. I've been around the world. I've done a lot of things.
Right.
I've seen wars. I've seen love. I've seen hate.
And I've not even seen half that.
I've seen all that firsthand.
Well, that's cool.
It depends. In retrospect, it's not that cool, but it seemed that cool when I was young.
Yeah.
Well, let's give the young
I
guys
think
some
the
advice.
military's open.
Give us some advice. Like, don't believe everything.
Don't go in the military.
Yeah, that's a good one. Don't go to the military, and don't believe everything you're taught.
Yeah.
Scrutinize.
I'm
At 18 years old, I don't think.
I know not to listen to everything I hear. That's called being gullible.
Well, even in school too. I mean, you can't believe everything they teach you
Even
in
your
school.
teachers.
Exactly.
It's not CNN, Fox.
Well, I just
I'm homeschooled.
should be make decisions that'll may or may not put you in a position where you have to weigh your life over somebody else's, and you might have to take somebody else's life.
I hope
Carbon glitching.
that doesn't happen in my lifetime. Well, in my life, but that might happen.
The way
Anything
things are
might
going, it might happen. The way things are going, you never know.
Yeah, things are going crazy.
That's correct.
I just I do seek advice and facts and stuff. And I want to see how things work and why they work this way and stuff like that. But can you give me advice on how I can get that motivation and stuff?
Well, you have to come to the understanding that you may never know how some things work. That's a fact.
True.
The motivation, I'd say, it is very important for you to know the truth, because otherwise you will be living a lie. And how could you know when you're living a lie? Will that be your own life?
The better the good thing is that you're questioning. It's all about the quest, not the answer. The answer just leads to more questions. The fact that you're asking the questions means you're on the right path, and everyone takes their own time to go down the path. So people have shown you the door. That you're the one that's got to walk through it, but it seems like you will. So as long as you're questioning, that's the most important thing. If that makes any sense.
Socrates says the only true
Yes.
wisdom is in knowing that I know nothing.
Yeah, let me ask him a question. He was asking a minute ago about the sun, and there's a channel, there's a room down below that's called Crepuscular Rays, and if you go down below and click on that, it will show you what the rays from the sunlight look like as they come through the clouds and at the angles they come through, and that will tell you very clearly that the sun is not 93 million miles away like they say it is. The sun is where those light rays point to, and they point to a very close and local location. If you just go down and click on Crepuscular Rays, you'll see all kinds of pictures in there that we have that show you what the sun rays really look like. Not what we're told, but these are real pictures of what the sun actually looks like, the sun rays. And that will give you a good idea as to how far the sun is. Maybe not exactly, but it will definitely tell you that it's not 93 million miles away like we're taught in school.
That's
Or
a
you can
fact.
Or you can go to YouTube and go to the Soho channel and watch NASA's idea of what the sun's doing, buddy. You can do that too.
It's down in the
You don't
bottom.
want to send them there. Come on.
Come
Answer
on, man.
questions.
It's entertaining, man.
Don't send them there.
I do have this one thing, but tell me if I'm wrong, but this isn't really a related topic, but here we go. We might not do like with machines and stuff, we might not get it right because of how we're taught to do things in school and the numbers and stuff like that. And it might need a different teaching thing. Is that true? Or am I not explaining it good enough? Because I'm terrible at explaining. I'm sorry.
What machines are you talking about?
Certain machines that we yet to not understand or just can't work on, or we're trying to invent but we keep on failing.
Can you give us an idea at all of what you're talking about? I mean, that's kind of vague.
Are we talking like AI, like Terminator type shit?
Kind of, not really, but I guess you could. Let's have that as an example.
Well, they got these AIs now that answer questions.
Okay. Sorry, I asked.
Have conversations.
I'm not asking the right questions. I'm sorry. I feel dumb.
Are you talking about like?
Don't feel that way.
Are you talking about spaceships or something like that? What are we talking about? Alien intelligence?
I guess you could. Spaceships is a good I keep on forgetting words.
Example?
Yeah.
Are you asking whether or not NASA knows what they're talking about or what machinery they're doing to operate? Is that what you're boiling down your question to?
Yes.
Yeah. The thing is, here's the thing. When NASA says they're doing stuff, right? They can say, yeah, we're going to build this big rocket and we're going to hire all the different engineering companies in the country to help us. Right, we're gonna hire this one to make a wing nut, and we're gonna hire this one to make a washer, and then this one's gonna make a windshield. And so everyone is compartmentalized. They're all doing something, thinking that it's gonna be going to space. Even the person who made the Mars rover, they made a robotic version of it on Earth. they shipped it to somewhere in Florida thinking that that's going to be loaded onto a ship and sent off into space. They're not the ones actually doing it. It's all compartmentalized. No one knows exactly what everyone else is doing, and only a few people need to know what's actually happening. You see a rocket take off, and then it cuts to CGI images because we don't have pictures or cameras in space, and we just have to believe what images we do get from them are accurate.
And if you tell somebody that worked on the project, like he's telling you, they'll say, "No, I made it. I know it went there. I was in charge of making all the wing nuts." The other guy will say, "My uncle made the windshield.
My brother's uncle's sister. Exactly. They made the wing nut.
So it
Therefore,
went there. I know
exactly.
it went there."
Everybody's part of it, and they're all patriotic because they all contributed to putting someone on the moon, thinking that the making a wing nut is actually
correct.
landing someone on the moon, and therefore everyone's brother's father's sister has a person who knows someone who worked on the wing nut. Are they lying?
project.
Are you telling me that right? So that's how they're doing it.
You telling me my uncle's lying?
Oh, bro,
They're
think about
actually
the
launching a rocket.
emotional. Think about it emotionally, dude. Fuzzy, you either accept the biggest achievement ever known to mankind, or get nuked. You know what I mean? That's the way they do it.
Right.
I have a question.
So does that make sense? Did that, like when you ask about them using machinery, something is launching out of Florida, but it's landing in the Bermuda Triangle, and you can't verify what actually was launched. You can't verify that it actually went to the faked place that they claim went there in the first place. You just have to take the images on a screen for granted and think that that's true. You have to take it on faith. There's nothing you can say or do to validate it.
Basically.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense.
I mean, we have to trust them that they're knowing how to work their own machinery to get to Fairy Tale Land.
And that's why you got guys like Zanuck, whose uncle worked in NASA, so you can't tell Zanuck
That's Veach.
anything.
That's Veach. Veach is
too.
who's-
Veach too,
Yeah,
but Zanuck's uncle worked somewhere in NASA too.
Neil, my grandpa worked on Apollo 17.
It's amazing.
It is amazing. He was in. He was from MIT. He was a contractor out of MIT. He worked in communications. Oh, ironically, he didn't believe we went to the moon.
Excellent. So he was one that was a free thinker.
Let me tell you something. He was a bad man,
on the
and
program.
he worked on the program and knew it was fake, working on it, and believed in it. So no, he was not a good guy. He was a free thinker, sure, who willingly worked
Free
for them.
trapper. Yeah, exactly. That's like, yeah. I know you're.
Why? He was making money. You're gonna fault him for making money?
Yep.
He was in a sex cult in the Air Force. He was in a sex cult in the Air Force. I had a very strange grandfather.
Yeah, it's going downhill from here, buddy. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I just want to apologize for asking dumb questions and not being able to explain things.
You're young.
There's
You're
no
young.
stupid questions, only stupid answers.
Exactly.
You're young,
The
you
fact
let
that
it
you're
slide.
asking the question in the first place means you want to understand or learn or get a better grasp as to what's going on.
Or you're just a clever troll, one or the other.
Yeah.
It's just fine. We deal with them all.
No. I actually want to know about stuff.
All right. So I'll take your word for it.
Exactly. It's all good then.
You sound like you don't believe me.
No, he's taking your word for it. Take him
Yeah,
out.
I take your word for it. We deal
He's
with
just
so
from
much.
New York. He's just from New York. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's it. I'm from New York, so I'm very skeptical of everybody.
But plus, you have a level of sarcasm that
natural
most don't
territory.
quite understand.
Neil thinks everybody's out to whack him.
Yeah.
Gotta watch out for Johnny Trash Bags over there.
Hey, what are you doing? Bumping into me. You're probably trying to shank me in the side. What the fuck?
So, yeah. Do you have any other questions, stupid or otherwise?
I do not know. I'd have to think of more. And also,
Well, because Well, I just only say, like, especially in this arena, there is no such thing as a stupid question because we're having to question things as like gravity, like as something that should be fundamental. It actually sounds stupid to other people, if that makes sense.
We believe the Earth is flat and stationary. We don't believe that the Earth is a sphere. Actually, we don't even believe. We know the Earth is flat and stationary, has no movement.
How do you think that we know
have to
that?
have a belief. We know it.
How do you think that we know that, by the way?
How do I think that we know it? Because that's the way it presents itself to me.
No,
It's
I'm
never
asking-
presented.
I'm asking the youngster.
Oh, okay. I'm like, wow, he's really put me to the test here.
No, not you. I'm asking the youngster.
I love
Well,
how you guys are just calling me like I'm just saying the like youngster or whatever. It's funny to me. Well, ask the question again, please. My memory's terrible.
Go ahead.
How do you think that we know that the Earth is flat and stationary?
To be honest, I don't know, but I'll give it my best shot. Just how the other guy said it presents itself and the facts and what other people have said in the past or did in the past, and just how you perceive the world and what you see around you and how it and you have to be observant of how the world looks not looks
Pictures.
That's a good answer,
bro.
Good answer.
Very good.
Very good. But there's also, we did something else too. We went out and measured it. We took laser beams and shot them out over the ocean to look for curvature, see if the Earth was actually a ball, and it wasn't. The curvature cannot be found. It's the laser beam. We shoot it out over the water, out maybe 50 miles, 30 miles, whatever, and there should be a certain amount of curvature, which means the laser beam would be over your head because you'd be down over the curve. Well,
But
instead
what if
of that
that's an
happening,
optical illusion?
well, it's yeah,
Well, but then the numbers that they give us are also an optical. They never measured the numbers either.
Wait, what's an optical
These are
illusion?
the numbers that are given to us by NASA and them. Right? These are the numbers they claim. So
Do you know-
if it's an optical
What's an optical illusion?
then they can.
he's thinking that the laser beam is an optical illusion of being
Well,
straight. across
no,
the
no, no,
water.
no. The Earth, like the flatness of it, or like the roundness of it. I guess you could say.
So
How would
that
you
would
tell
mean
then?
that would mean nothing is provable.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Actually, sorry.
That would mean you can't prove a globe or flat if everything's an optical illusion. Right?
You
Sorry.
don't send satellites
Stupid.
in space based on optical illusions.
Yeah, you don't do that.
Have you
Yeah,
ever
sorry.
seen a round building?
Yes.
So
So in other
when
words,
you're-
we did a real practical test. We went out and did a visual observation with long distance photography, with long distance microwave transmissions, which has to be point to point. They don't go around curves. They only go in straight lines. And then laser beams also only go in straight lines. And all of those three different things I mentioned to you always go straight over the top of the water and always hit the target that we're looking for. It's never below. It never is down over the curve. So we can't find any curvature. So in order for it to be a ball, there would have to be curvature. If we truly live on a globe or a sphere, there would have to be a certain amount of curvature. And we know exactly how much that should be because NASA has given us these numbers. They said that the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. And they said that the circumference is 24,901 miles. Now, using those two numbers, you can do what's called simple geometry, and you can figure out the drop rate. You can do a calculation. It's called a curve calculator. It's been put together. You put the numbers in the curve calculator, and then it tells you exactly how much drop you should expect to see. Well, whenever we do that, we don't see any drop at all. The laser always hits the target. The telescope always sees the target. The microwave transmission always hits the other dish straight on a straight line. Always, every time. Never once does it not happen. So we've never, ever seen curvature, not once. And we have looked hundreds and hundreds of times.
When was
exactly? No, he's exactly
So
right.
if it's not curving, then what is it?
flat?
There you
Exactly.
I do have a question. When was this done?
It's been done for the last 5 years, many, many times.
Oh, it's been
And
going on
down
longer than
below-
that as well, to be honest. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I was just
no one's
giving a
ever
rough
seen
number.
it. Yeah, no, I'm saying no. I'm not. No, you are right. That's since we've been doing it. I'm saying, but like, the globe has not been observed for forever. No one's ever observed one. Face it.
To tell you my DMs, I would. If that'd be okay.
You broke out a little bit there, dude. What was that?
I would tell you my age in DMs, not in front of all these people, because that's just safety reasons.
DM it to a moderator, dude. As long as you're over the terms of service age, then that's fine.
Yeah, I'm over it by a few years.
That's alright then. Don't worry about it. As long as you're saying you're over 14, we're cool with that. Don't worry about DMing it to anyone. No.
Mhm.
We've got you. You're over 14, right?
About, yeah.
Yeah, you are. Alright. As long as you are, that's cool. We've got you saying it anyway, so. Alright, sweet dude. No worries. There's no worry. Don't worry about your age now.
Isn't the Discord terms of service like 13 and under?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're
Yeah, I
saying
know.
14. Sounded
Yeah,
like.
I know. I know, dude, but don't
I
matter.
was like, why? Yeah, I thought it was this.
Well, at least that shows he read the welcome and he
There
read
you
the
go.
rules.
That's what I
So
do,
that's a
little
plus
dude.
also.
That's literally why I do that.
At least he's yeah. Most people, not everyone does that. So my hats off to him. He's a good
Actually,
kid.
a friend gave me this Discord server link because she was arguing with you guys. I was like, let me see the server link, and I wanna actually not argue with them, but talk with them. And that's what I'm doing now.
Made you curious.
Well, that's a good way to go.
Made me curious.
Because
Yes.
that way,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
good.
Because you'll learn a lot more just by talking.
Yeah, dude, you don't
Yes,
have to
I would
argue.
rather talk about a subject than argue about it because you learn more by talking about a subject than arguing about it. Because arguing about it, you test what you know and test how you can word things and stuff and what you know, I guess.
You know,
Well, to be
for
honest, the thing
example,
about listen, one second, just very quick. Just the thing
Go
about
ahead.
arguing is that when we argue, we get our ego involved, and we become unobjective about the subject matter. So
Wait a minute,
yeah.
I have to leave.
Oh damn it! Sorry, get.
no problem.
Nah, I'm sorry, dude.
It's cool,
Because you
crack.
did try and get. Nah, I was gonna pass the mic straight to you as well. Because yeah.
Yeah, I was about to tell him how they lie to him in school. They tell him to ignore his observations, his own senses, to believe their story. And they say, oh, it's so big, you cannot see it curved because it's big and it looks flat.
Yep.
That is, they just teach him to lie to himself.
I take it his mom must have walked into the room. I gotta go. Bye.
Yeah. Well, he made it. To
Maybe.
here.
Yeah, maybe. I'm just guessing.
No, I mean he made it coming here. At least he can always come back.
Anthony Cinconti, can I just answer you back in here?
Yeah,
Atomic theory. Yeah, bud? What are you going to say?
Said, yeah, man.
Alright, sweet dude. Yeah, not in the sense of like what they say it is, no way. Definitely fucking not. But I would say in the sense of like, it's a difficult question. In the sense of like thermobaric bombs though, 100% yeah, they exist. Because that's what people always seem to miss.
What sort of bombs, sorry?
Thermobaric. Not nukes, but thermobaric bombs definitely exist. I don't care what anyone says on that one.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Can you tell me how to spell that, bro?
Thermobaric. It's not that hard, really. Wait there. I'll just DM it to you instead, mate. Easier. But yeah, yeah.
Does that say they're using thermite or whatever? Is that what
Not
you're saying?
always. No.
Yeah.
No, that's not what
Sorry, bro.
thermobaric is. You're roboting, dude. That's all, mate.
Oh, I found it.
Found
Then
it.
what is thermobaric? If you don't mind telling
More
me,
than
'cause
one. More than one thing.
Okay.
Well, you could use a thermite in a thermobaric bomb.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
But it isn't just thermite, if that makes sense. I don't know really. It's not
Can't
like
really
I'm
hear you
not.
properly. Thelma Barrick. Thelma.
It's probably you, mate. Am I coming in clear enough for everyone else?
Yeah. Yeah, you're coming in fine.
So I don't need to load in and out then or anything.
Yeah, no, sorry about that, bro. Just driving and went through a rough patch. But I found a link, so I'll do some research on it. Thanks, bro.
That's all right, mate. Yeah, just have a little look into it. Like, I can't really tell you exactly what a thermobaric bomb is. I can tell you what it does in theory. Like, I'm not gonna go listing all of the different explosives therein that are used though. It's not good form.
Yeah, I've already found some interesting information on it.
So it's basically the idea of igniting the medium itself. They're used in bunker busters quite a lot. Bunker buster bombs, you know. If you know what they are, God rocking. Usually a big shape charge, yeah, that bores a hole through Monroe effect. Boom. Next compartment of the bomb that's behind it, like the Moab, for instance. People think it means mother of all bombs. That's a pseudonym that they use for it, but it's actually mass ordnance. You know what I mean? Aerial mass ordnance aerial device.
It's mass ordnance aerial blast, I think.
Well, yeah, Moab, yeah. That's it. Mass ordnance aerial device. Or yeah, sorry, you've got the Moad, and you've got the Moab. There's two. There's Moad and Moab. You've got the mass ordnance aerial device and then the mass ordnance aerial blast.
And they're huge, I understand. They drop them with the parachute.
Well, there's the aerial one is the one that it slides out the back of out of a fucking what you call it?
Cargo plane.
Yeah, out of a big cargo plane. But like they get mixed up. Like you have the aerial blast.
It's like a 9-ton bomb.
Yeah, the aerial blast one though is the one that actually like goes off in the air, like before it hits the ground. And then you've got the one that doesn't.
Above ground.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean,
creates that's what it takes to create a vacuum above.
Exactly. Yeah, you need to create a vacuum.
Yeah, it's the destructive powers. It creates a vacuum with the explosion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, thermobaric explosives are extremely fucking crazy, bro. Like, But they're basically like the idea of a nuke is the same thing as a thermobaric bomb, but like nukes in the sense of atomic theory, bullshit. But nukes in the sense of like a thermobaric bomb, where you ignite the actual medium by taking out another part of the medium, so there's only hydrogen left. Completely theoretically possible to do, because they literally do it by controlling what the medium is. If that makes sense.
Yeah, these are very high heat generating explosions, the way I perceive them.
Well, yeah, it's not just the high heat; it's the collection therein, or addition therein, added, of changing the medium to be something highly explosive, creating a vacuum and sucking out every individual instance in the actual atmosphere, removing all the moisture, and then injecting what you want in the said atmosphere, i.e. something that's highly explosive, in the form of gas, and then boom, that gets ignited. Yeah, so usually like the Moab, for instance, is like a 4-stage explosive. It explodes on the outside as it uses a shape charge Monroe effect to bore through into the actual place. That creates a vacuum outside, then it sucks all the air out of the actual tunnel, or should I say the bunker, and then it inserts its own charge. At the same time as inserting its own charge, it inserts a new form of gas. Now that area is lower pressure, it sucks all the gas from the pellets that get injected, which is a highly explosive form of gas, and then a few seconds later, the fourth part of the compartment creates a high flash heat point, which then explodes everything in the medium. Theoretically, big enough bomb, you can do this outside. You can do this outside, theoretically speaking.
It sounds they do pretty much what I was reading about these nuclear explosions, which actually I don't know 100% they are nuclear, but there are kind of explosions they have which generate very high electromagnetic pulse. And
generate a lot of heat too. That's how that mushroom cloud forms.
Yeah,
Because all of the heat rises up.
But
Massive amount of
in these explosions, that EM pulse, what is actually doing, that electromagnetic field is so powerful that it makes all the metals turn into a hot gaseous state. Like it makes them explode. All the metals around it, around that explosion, will explode because they are like in a electromagnetic induction process.
So they're vaporized.
Yes, instantly. So if you have like a building with steel concrete, iron reinforced concrete, you have metal inside the walls, and that metal explodes inside the wall, so it destroys all the walls, everything.
I'm sure large explosive devices do exist, but not nukes as we're told. Not nukes as we're told they do.
Me too.
100%. 100%.
No.
Yeah.
Now,
these
I've looked at all the old footage, and like especially Castle Bravo. It's a real interesting one because I think they did make a fireball that was absolutely massive, but they also were pumping tons and tons and tons and tons of hydrogen rapidly to create that fireball.
Yeah. I have the
like a 10-story building worth.
yeah.
Wow.
Well, listen, I have the theory that there's it's not even a theory really. It's something that definitely exists, which is high flash heat points that are selective in what they remove out of the medium. I.e., they can broil out all of the using not just a high flash heat point, like using electricity as well, for instance, right? Hydrolysis, like literally, like you can autonomize fuels as well, make them like when I say autonomize, I just mean make them even smaller than what they were, right? You can do that at the same time as you use forms of electricity in the medium, right? And in doing so, you effectively move all the moisture out of the air, right? Move all the moisture, burn all the oxygen out of the moisture, right? And then create a vacuum, right? In the center, you're going to drag, after the vacuum has obviously happened, you're going to drag a lot of the thing that mostly wants to get in there, which is going to be the hydrogen, right? So this is really sort of like, that's just my theory on it anyway. There's no reason why it wouldn't work or make sense, like, you know. But yeah, you're all right, meme. They literally use like double, like a 10-story or 20-story building's worth of hydrogen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a big monolithic building in the Bikini Atoll, and they had pipes running for miles to this thing. It was there was so much hydrogen there. They called it the hydrogen bomb, and it's like that is what it was. It was just hydrogen. It was and it looked like a sunrise, is what it looked like.
Basically, yeah.
When hydrogen explodes, is one of the fastest explosions.
Well,
And
hydrogen
also-
is supposed to be the most volatile substance that we know of,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's interesting. Didn't know that.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Good to be back, I guess.
You can, for example, do this electrolysis. So you get this hydrogen, oxygen gas, and you will have bubbles of it at the surface of the water when you do electrolysis. And if you light them with a lighter, you will hear them. They are very loud, bang explosions. Even despite that, those gas bubbles, they're quite small in size, you know. And to have bigger bubbles, you can use a little bit of dish soap in that water.
Interesting.
I got a question for you guys. If correct me if this has already been smashed on this stream, but what are all you geniuses thinking about this ranty globe proof?
He's an idiot.
What's going on, bro? Can you
if you
explain it to me? Because I'm
uncrop
an idiot too.
uncrop the
It's a
picture.
black swan. It's literally a black swan.
I haven't seen it. What it is? Yeah.
What did you say?
Me?
Sorry. Yeah.
A prominent guy that used to have a flat Earth channel, young fella, has apparently decided that he's a globe earther now because of some sort of picture that's come out or something. Anyone?
It took him a long while to come out of it. It took him a while to come out with this picture, didn't it? Did you not notice?
Okay.
I can elaborate on it if you want. Give me a second and I'll do it. All right.
Cheers, bro.
I'm trying to find the image. If anyone has the image, the cropped one and the uncropped one, that'd be great.
I don't know that one.
Are you talking about Ranty Roundtable? Ranty?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
Yep.
Who are you speaking of?
It's Uncle Ranty, mate. He's not someone you're gonna know, lad. Are you new to this argument? Like, you're not even a flat earther, right?
I mean, not exactly.
Not new to the argument, or not exactly a flat earther? I'm confused.
Not exactly a flat earther. Or,
Yeah.
You know, I've mostly just heard on YouTube that flat earthers are idiots, and I have to leave again for a minute.
We're idiots. We're some of the best educated people I've ever met. Have been in this server. Some of the most intelligent people, in fact, I've ever met are here. Can't quite say the same for the majority of Globers I've ever met, but you know.
I would like to think that I'm one of the most intelligent people I know in my local town, and I can barely speak in here.
Yeah.
Stick around. You.
Well, I've been around for a long time, youngster. I'm 65 years old and have a college education, and believe me, I've seen a lot of things in my life, have a lot of real good life experiences, have learned a lot of things, and the globe model makes absolutely no sense to me. And the flat earth definitely makes sense because we can actually measure it. We can actually go out and with our own two eyes and with real instruments, take measurements, take observations, and see and prove that it's observably and provably flat. And I wouldn't just say that because I've been around a long time, and believe me, I've been around the block more than once.
Yes. He's always slag.
I want to know, does this new picture, does this mean NASA is going to stop lying about their images and space fakery? Or does this somehow
No, it doesn't mean
gas
that.
pressure without a container? Does this do any number of other things that don't make sense about the globe? Is one photo and you're switched back? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. There's too many other mitigating things that he knows about. It doesn't make any sense.
He's full of shit, mate. He's never been a flat earther.
No, it's sad because he gave one of my favorite flat things that he said. One of these shows back in the day was about the tower for the BBC having to be tall enough to reach far enough away, 100 miles away, and it's like it had to be line of sight, so it had to be that tall to be line of sight, and that means it's flat. There's no other way around it, and I love that. And he brought that up. Someone else, and he made it, you know, he broke it down and made a graph out of it. There's no way you can come away from that. It just doesn't make sense. I don't know.
Ranty's whole thing of becoming a Globan doesn't make sense, mate. It's all bullshit. He's chatting shit.
Obviously, been a shill this whole time.
But a damn good shill. I mean, he converted a whole bunch of people, or I don't know, converted, but you know what I mean. Like he.
Yeah, I know. I've watched his show more than once.
It'd be like if QE, not that they're the same, but it's just like someone that Renty had his own channel talking about flat Earth, and then you go the other, it's based on one photo, like that negates all of the other stuff.
That's
all of the other stuff.
Why would
I tell you what it is.
died? That just doesn't.
Back in the days, you could make money with flat Earth videos. Now it's being censored, so you can make money only from the globe perspective. So he switched back to anti-flat Earth videos.
That's all you want.
Yep,
Hold
I'm
on,
good.
okay?
Okay, come on, Lena. What are you doing? Look how sexy you look. He's so sexy, Lena. I bet you get all embarrassed.
Yeah, just had a neighbor come over tell me how sexy I am.
Damn straight, brother. Fuck's sake.
Language.
Surprise, surprise, your mic was unmuted when the neighbor came over to tell you that, eh?
I forgot. Did you hear it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
What are you waiting for, bro? Go get her.
Oh, I could do that in a heartbeat, but you know, she's my neighbor, and I'm not the kind of person that's just going to do a one night thing or whatever like that. That's disrespectful, in my opinion.
Hearing this,
you know, she's a good girl, and I just wouldn't disrespect her like that. Even though I could if I wanted, but I'm not going to.
Man, if she's a good girl, you definitely go for that. I say it.
Well, she's a friend. She's a friend for sure, and you know.
That means she's a flat earther. Doesn't mean that she's a believer. Doesn't mean that she's a fucking. You know what I mean? You got there's so many other factors, mate.
Forgive her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't easily forgive her.
Forgive her for what?
Like you
I answered the door. I answered the door in my boxers. I got those real tight ones that go all the way almost down to your knees. Those real tight, like silk ones or whatever, the real expensive ones. And I just answered the door like that, and she's like, "Woo!"
Did she have a package, or did you have the package?
Yeah, she has a package.
What? She's got a dick.
I'm so glad
Sorry.
I started eating right now.
Oh, yeah, I forget there's.
For some reason in my brain.
Yeah, you'll be alright, lad. Don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry.
Yeah, should I? I didn't think I should be hearing this. I think I'm too young.
Well, that's why we asked your age.
What did you hear?
Well, you got a dirty brain then, buddy. And that must have come before you came here.
There was no profanity or no, you know, nothing like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
only euphemisms.
Yeah.
Which your
Okay.
brain must have failed in the rest.
That's right.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I get
I'm
that
right.
dirty brain from my cousins, so yay.
Your dirty brain is your own, though, man.
Yeah.
You know it.
Well, back to what I was saying about me hearing about flat earthers being dumb on YouTube and stuff like that. But, you know, I don't exactly believe that. I think.
Well, it'd be
I don't
impossible.
believe that.
Listen, 1 second, dude. It'd be a very dumb thing to say that flat earthers are stupid, right? Do you want to know why?
Why?
Because majority of flat earthers, guess what they were before they were flat earthers?
What?
Globers.
Globers.
Amazing, right? No, what I would say is this, dude. I've never spoken to a glober that actually knows as much about the globe as majority of flat earthers, right? So it seems to be the case that the majority of people that believe the earth is flat tend to end up being people that thought it was first a globe and then learnt more about it. As in they looked into it a little bit more than the average person. It just seems to always be the trend. right? I personally was never really a glober per se. Not really invested in this globe, as it were, so-called globe.
I visited NASA space centers. I've seen Star Wars. I probably know more about Star Wars than anyone else here. I love space, all of it. It's all fantasy.
Oh yeah, I forgot you were a proper space nerd. You were, weren't you?
Who was Admiral Thrawn's lieutenant?
Dang it. Frick, I forgot. Dang it. I love Star Wars and I forgot this crap.
No, I never read Star Wars other than a few comic books. So I know who Admiral Thrawn is, but I never read Shadows of the Empire.
I read every Star Wars extended universe book up to about 1999 or maybe 2000. When I was really into it, when the prequels came out, I was like, "Oh, I'm done with this crap."
All respect to you, bro, but you are old.
I'm 40,
bro. We've been looking into I for longer than you've been alive. I've been looking into how the government's been lying to us.
Probably. I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, all of you guys combined are just way older than me.
Of course, but...
And the government's been lying to all of us since before even us. Before you, before us, before the oldest person here.
Think how much further you'll be ahead when you have the knowledge we can give you at your age now.
I think, like, if
Let me just put this 1 second, dude. I've got to go, but let me just put this in perspective for you, right? IQ probably doesn't really mean shit to me or anyone else in this room, but dude, I've got an IQ of 168, right? So yeah. So and I'm telling you, most people in here have got genius level IQs. I know that Meme, who's in here, is a genius. I know that for a fact. I know Goldrockin is for a fact. I'm only going to speak about the people I definitely know to be geniuses. I know the Fuzz.
Who's a genius?
Get me get as well is someone that's genius level IQ.
Are you talking about me?
Jimbo as well, Fuzzy as well. No, I'm saying that the majority. I'm just telling you right now that people can say we're stupid, but by the measurement systems of the very world we live in, right? IQ purports to be one of the most efficient ways of measuring someone's acumen level in terms of just what they're in terms of what intellectually speaking, right? Of what they're able to take in, their ability to recognize patterns, and all of the above, right? Not necessarily a test of what they actually know, but the ability of what they could potentially end up knowing in their ability to understand said things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Telling you, I meet more geniuses in here than people that aren't, and I rarely meet geniuses in real life, and I'm continually having to dumb my fucking self down just to exist in life, right?
Okay.
I never have to do that in here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ever. I even speaking to someone like yourself, right? Somehow you found your way to this place, right? This is what people seem to forget, is that the people that seem to find their way to places such as this already automatically, a majority of them, anyway, not all, a lot of them are more intelligent than the average person on the street because they're seeking out such a place to speak to people. What does that mean? That means that the individuals that are coming here are seeking out a way of speaking to people via voice and have a more in-depth conversation. Just by the way that this platform is set up, it allows for that. The people that are choosing to do said thing usually are people that are above average intellect, right? So it's a bit of a reification fallacy, obviously, as well, that everyone here is incredibly smart. I would say the people that are here that are flat earthers are probably smarter than most of the flat earthers that are on Facebook.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I kind of figured that because they're only covering the people on YouTube are only covering the ones that are the dumb ones and the ones that make fool of themselves, because that's the ones that gets them views and makes them money.
See, this is what I'm trying to say, kid. If you can understand that concept, all in all, you can probably understand how fallacious of it is as a statement that all flat earthers are stupid and retarded, right? This is just a fallacious statement at its heart, because people like myself are not being allowed to debate the people that are apparently debunking us but actually strawmanning us all at the same time, right? They're not really debunking anything we say as people or as individuals or even as a group on this server. You know, they're not debunking what we say. They're debunking fake representative arguments of our own that are presented by other people that clearly don't have a fucking clue, right? And I would say the majority of the people in here that have got big voices, right? So the moderators here and the gold members here, and even the silver members, right? In this server, I would say we're the people that have been in this argument from the fucking beginning, right? And we're the people with the best arguments, and we're the people that get ignored in terms of when we ask for debates. You know, I've asked for debates of, you know, Professor Dave, Simon Dan, all of these people. None of them want to debate people like me. They don't want to debate people like Witsit. They don't want to debate people like QE. They don't want to debate any of the people here. Meme, like in India, all of them, dude. There's Battlemod. All of these people here, right, could literally destroy them. All the way down to our silver members, dude.
Yeah.
Do you know what I
Not
mean?
everybody.
Even our silver members. Mate, the majority of
FTFE's begging to debate me.
Well, listen, dude. That's why I said silver members. Like you're valued here, but you've not been here for as long as some of the silver members, right? So like,
okay.
you see what I mean? Like the moment your arguments are probably up to the level of a silver member, you'll be a fucking silver, bro. You know what I mean? So, like that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, we're the ones being ignored, though, right?
I agree with you on those fronts. I do wish I was a genius and I wish I was smart, but
no, you're clearly smart.
Oh, you have potential and you are gifted. Trust me.
Yeah, don't beat yourself up. Don't
Dude, you understand? Do you know most people would have turned around and said, yeah, exactly. Tell by your behavior, and you actually understood what I was talking about then as well. So a lot of people would have been like, word salad, don't understand what you said because you said some big words.
I mean, I don't. It's. I know I am above average. I want to know.
Oh yeah. By the way, dude, I wasn't saying you were a genius when I said meme. I was talking about the moderator.
Yeah. I was confused. I was like, Then you started talking about that. Then I'm like, nah, he ain't talking about me.
No, yeah, I was talking about Mimus Aurelius, one of our admins. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get confused very easily. I think people think I get confused very easily because I always ask why or how when they try to explain something, and they hate it when I do that. So,
well, yeah, maybe
why this thing right here.
You want to know about it deeper, right? I want
to know it deeper. Like, how did this happen? Why did this happen? What is going on? Stuff like that. I want to go deeper. Which I think
digging with that.
I think digging into something is the right thing to do, and forming your own theory about it, and looking at others' theories, and looking at the facts about it, and looking at the things that it does, fact checking those facts, and also making your own facts about it is very important to me. And learning about something is very important to me because you can take that knowledge and it can help you in future situations and in your life if you know a lot of information. It can get you very far in life.
So here, there's something that I'm going to do, dude, right? I'm going to send you this. I'm going to put it in live stream voice text sec. This is something that will help you out in your life forever, right? So another thing, correct categorization of terms. This is something that will help you out massively. So for instance, people would have you believe that looking into the stars, astronomy, that field of science, right? Oh, it's not a field of science. So, see what I'm trying to say? So that's what I mean. So I could insert it's a field of science when actually, with science, what you need is experimentation, right? And science is directly anything that's in congruency with the scientific method, meaning something that can be tested, i.e., experimented on, right? That can fit within the confines of the scientific method itself. Meaning being experimented on, right? You have so an experiment has a framework to it, right? And it has constituent parts to it as well. Okay, so you have variables, right? But one of the key things inside of it to determine whether or not something can even go into the realm of science, right? So, for instance, let's say take the theory of gravity. A scientific theory is different to a normal theory. A scientific theory is something that first has experimentation done on it, and off the back of said experimentation, you have a logical framework that fits within coinciding points within the theory itself that have experimentation behind them to validate the cause of the effect that was saw and why you experimented on said cause and effects, the hypothesis test, that is, right? So scientific theory is a basin or a basis, right? Meaning you have a couple of things that are experimented on that are involved inside of the overall theory, right? But gravity itself cannot be experimented on, meaning the reason why is because it itself cannot be manipulated, so we cannot validate it scientifically, not under the scientific method. Then as well, a theory itself that would use gravity, let's say, or an experiment, let's say, that would use gravity as one of the variables, well, you can't do that because you would first have to validate gravity as an actual thing before you could even use it as a variable. So the various apparently so-called scientific theories that use either gravity as a variable in their own experiments, or even the very theory of gravitation itself, right, cannot be even categorized as a form of science because it isn't something that's been validated using the scientific method. This isn't to say, however, that things that haven't been validated under the scientific method do not exist, right? This is simply to say it's a categorical error to explain it as something that is in the realm of science itself. Okay. Anyway, can you see the live stream voice text, dude?
Where? Can you send me a ping there so I'm not blindly looking for it?
Yeah, it's literally right above this VC check-in, VC live stream room.
It says live stream voice text.
Text, yeah.
Yes.
You found it? It's got the post of like a fake flat Earth model that was made by that guy who keeps flashing up on the screen.
Yeah.
Or should I say it was in his video, not made by. Right, so I'm going to post something, right? This is easy for you to actually go through because it's something you enjoy. These are called Mr. Spock's lessons in logical fallacies. I would say just in terms of like your life in general, learning logical fallacies will really help you out. What they are and how to properly attach them to things that you filter things through the said lenses. If something doesn't seem quite right in what someone's saying, for instance, information you're receiving, let's say they're begging the question, for instance, right? They're committing a fallacy such as begging the question. It's like, for instance, where they're trying to assert something, right, as a fact, when the basis of the very fact they're trying to assert hasn't yet been established, right? Just little things like that are gonna, that's not the best way to say that, but starting on faulty axioms, things like that. Just important to learn. And that is in a direct, video that you can. These videos you can look at, basically, is what I'm trying to say, and they'll be interesting enough to you to like hold your attention as well, dude. Because it's fucking Star Trek. Let's face it.
Yeah.
Begging the question and affirming the consequence, like my favorite one. It's the best. Like if you.
Yeah.
So much of proving the globe involves.
You cut out. You cut out, my friend.
Yeah. So much of proving the globe involves affirming the consequent. It's all over the place. It's crazy. If you can recognize that, you're 90% there.
Little dude, would you say you're on the fence or a globe or a globe skeptic? I can't really give you the globe Earth role. I'm just trying to think of a way that you can involve yourself here and not get so easily banned. If you're in like the lobby and stuff.
I would say I'm more of a person that is looking for truth in certain subjects.
I can give you the direct realist tag.
Trying to get you a tag so you can access more stuff.
Yeah, he's only trying for the Discord. It's not like you have to label your whole life on this this tag.
Yeah.
Right. Right. He's just trying to give you a tag so that you can access everything this server has to offer.
Whoa. Okay. I myself don't really think I have that much potential. Just because of my memory and stuff.
Yeah. You're asking the question. As long if you actually are asking the question,
just put you on the fence. Fuck it. Let's put him on the fence. It's just easier. It can always be fixed later, dude. It's just you seem like a cool kid. I just don't want you to accidentally get like fucking banned for like saying 2 words on accident a little bit wrong in the lobby or some shit. That's all it is. Do we get a lot of trolls? That's
you
all.
were saying I was asking the question about what? What was it?
Just the fact that you're asking questions means you're like looking into this. And if you start asking questions, if you go down this rabbit hole, you will become a flat earther eventually. If you're honest with yourself, you will be. You can't. I thought this was the stupidest thing I'd ever heard of, flat earth. It was the dumbest. Like, of course, it's negating all these other real conspiracies that are happening, and it's stupid. And when I actually looked into it one day, and I was like, oh shoot.
I do understand that. What was I going to say? Dang it, I forgot. Like always, yay.
Don't worry, it will come back.
Yes, it will. I love your accent, by the way.
Thank you. And this is
He's just a
very
Romany gypsy.
outrageous information in regards to the mainstream media or the educational system narrative.
You know what? Frick the media. I don't care what they say. I don't believe anything they say, politically or anything. Like, I've been taught from a young age, don't listen to them because they are liars and they will feed false information into your brain because they are just dumb. And I've seen the facts on how they're acting and stuff like this, and it's dumb. I hate it. I absolutely despise it. I'm getting political now because I'm really deep into politics.
Yeah, dude.
Sorry.
Let me just wait there. Let me just correct you on one thing. The media are not dumb. That's one thing I'll say. But you are right.
They're not dumb.
They say a load of dumb shit though. But you're right. They are not. Do you want to know what they are? They're game theory 101 experts, which is what I would say is people that are able to manipulate people's emotionality to elicit a response. Okay.
What they're doing is just honestly evil, but they have either a genius or a lot of smart people behind their schemes.
Or they're extremely dumb.
They do.
Exactly right. It's either one or the other.
A lot of geniuses hire a lot of dumb people to run their schemes.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
And they think it's real.
The
Most
reason
of the people at NASA actually think that they landed on the moon. Only takes 5 people at the top positions to then filter out anything they want for everybody else. I'm making up 5, but it's like it would only take a few people, and all those other people cheering, they're all just being fed information thinking that they're part of the team.
politically. Sorry.
And politically,
continue.
here's the other thing. Well, the reason I was going to say is because you said you're into politics. You think that that countries are behind the scenes not working for the same team, and they just have the dividing lines of the chess piece, like they're all working behind closed doors and in open. They create problems out in the open and they solve the problems behind closed doors in and amongst themselves.
That might as well be. And also the media, they know there's a majority of more dumb people out there than smart people. So, and also people are gullible. So, dang it, I had a good wording in my brain and you kind of interrupted my train of thought when I was trying to listen to you.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. They know they can manipulate people, and they know they can make something. If something happens, they politicize it, make it bigger, and then they start all of this crap over, over and over and over again. Like with Black Lives Matter, with Antifa, with all of this other crap that's going on, and you see they they make it bigger than it is. They made COVID bigger than it is. I mean, COVID's big, but they made it
About
bigger.
the shape of the earth.
They usually make it what it is, not bigger than what it is. They're the problem.
Yes.
You think that
So
storming the Capitol happened because a bunch of patriots wanted?
no, that was all
people
Antifa.
in. And they all So it's all a stage. All of
It
it.
is. They did that. They did all of that stuff. They cheated in the election. They did all of this stuff to get their way and to pass their narrative. They did all
What
of
do you
this
mean?
stuff.
What do you mean? No, but you're not thinking too. You're thinking too small. You said they
Yes.
cheated in the election. They created the election
They created it, and also Biden
for
cheated in
themselves.
it.
It's called a selection, dude.
Right. Yeah. They're the ones in charge of counting the votes.
Yes.
They didn't need to cheat. They're the ones in charge. There is no voting. They are in charge. The illusion of our choice to vote is an illusion. Right. That means nothing. Right. There's no political thing. It's just all these countries all decided none of us can go to Antarctica freely. The first video I started watching was about Antarctica, and all of these countries who are supposedly at war with each other all throughout the Cold War all decided, no, let's leave the penguins alone. All of us agreed? Yes.
Right. It was more than just preserving
I
the
worded my
penguins.
things
It was
completely
more
wrong.
so
I'm very
like,
sorry.
preserve the environment. And now look at the world that we live in, right? It's all bogus.
Mm-hmm.
It's all, it's all part of the agenda.
It is. It really
And a
is.
part of it is to disclose, the globe Earth, not the truth, the flat Earth. I think there's a direct correlation of people being awakened to flat Earth and all this stuff that's happening in the world right now.
I'm sorry for wording that wrong. They didn't. I worded that completely wrong. Sorry. I said it wrong. Yeah, I tend to explain things wrong. I'm sorry.
There's no such
problem
thing
with
as
that.
the wrong
That is
answer.
humane.
You're probably just being misled or something like that, but there's no such thing as being wrong. You know what I mean? You gotta stick up for yourself.
To make mistakes is humane. To recognize them, superpower.
Yeah, you make mistakes, and if you recognize those mistakes, you can build up on those mistakes and make them better, and make sure you don't make that mistake again.
Yep, that's a pretty smart statement, dude.
I feel no smarter than I already feel, which is pretty dumb.
Yeah, but we all have a lot to learn. I mean, I wouldn't consider myself smart by any means, but the fact that I can learn makes me, it pushes my longevity. So just be a lifelong learner. You know what I mean? And take everything that you learn or everything
And
that you
use it to your own advantage and to others' advantages. What?
Yeah, take it all with a grain of salt, dude.
Yes. But how would you do that exactly?
Question things. Be a lifelong learner and do things for yourself. Don't take the word of authority to make that, decision for you. Just do things for yourself.
Yeah, that's the essentially my thinking. I'm not just going to take what some guy says and just say, "Oh my gosh, this is true," and "Oh my goodness," like most people do. Well, not most, but some people do, which that's just dumb. And when you can think for yourself and actually dig into things, now that is what I call an actual smart person instead of a person that believes everything they hear on the TV or from our quote-unquote president. So yeah.
Yeah, but when you do that, the herd will call you a blasphemer.
Yeah, but you know what? Who cares what they think? I know exactly what's true about everything, and they don't.
Following
Well, not
the
everything,
herd.
not
Yeah,
everything,
and
but
so
most of
just
the
knowing
stuff.
something and being able to demonstrate it to others is a whole nother ball game, right?
Yes.
Right. So you can just know the truth. That's one thing, but can you demonstrate it to others? Are you spreading the good word, or?
Yeah, that's another ball game, and you also need to know how to explain it. That is one thing that I lack, unfortunately.
Well, the gift of speech.
Is not with me, unfortunately.
Yes, it is, but you have not worked with it yet. Still have to pack your luggage.
So essentially, learn more about it.
Yes.
The art of speech.
Yes.
Yeah, I definitely have to work with my speech a little bit. Need to know how to word things and what not to say. I have a problem with saying things that do not need to be said and starting something that never should have happened. Definitely irritating. My father's gotten irritated at me.
Nobody is born a good pedagogue.
Right. If you want to talk about the legwork, right, that it takes for someone to, make a articulate argument about something, like that's on you. You know what I mean? And so, yeah. And it starts with being inquisitive and asking questions, and yeah, you're on a good track.
Yeah. Asking questions is a big thing because if you start asking questions, you start looking into stuff. There is some things I don't question, but I mean I should. And also I do not outwardly. I don't question them outwardly. I question them inwardly. Like how does this like if you get what I mean, like through the mind, like how would this work? If you get what I mean?
Yeah. And keep in mind, remember what I said, most of the people have been even longer than me, but for longer than you've been alive, you've been looking into how they've been lying. It gets crazy. It only gets, here's the thing, here's the fun thing. And flat earth is not the end of the line. This is the beginning of the conversation. You can like kind of wipe the slate clean in a way and start over, and you can now rediscover the world around you. It's fascinating. This is the beginning, not the end, if that makes sense. Yeah.
So do you guys believe? Do you guys believe that that everything revolves around the Earth?
No. That's a quick no right there.
The sun and moon.
Continue. Sorry.
No, I was just wondering. You answered no.
You answered with a hard no. So, like, what's your
what do you mean everything?
So like if the sun and moon, if the sun isn't as far as they say it is, are you guys saying like the sun and the moon revolve around the Earth?
Well, you just snuck right in there, and you said if it's as far away as they say it is. What do you mean?
No, if it isn't as far as away. So if it's rather close, if it's close.
Yeah, well, in the north, you can see it 24 hours a day, sometimes right around you all day.
So that means it's spinning above.
Right, yeah. I actually got a question for Just a Meme Boys.
Yes.
So when you have a hard no, very hard no, when you're at
what?
You cut out
the Earth. Sorry, the Earth and the Moon go around the globe, or is it the opposite way? Like so, Or are you geocentric centered? Sorry,
I believe everything revolves around the Earth.
To be honest, to keep my respect here, I'm going to say I don't know.
Well, in the heliocentric model, everything revolves around the sun. But in the geocentric model, everything revolves above the Earth, not around. This is a very important clue here, because some people will say that everything revolves around the Earth. That means the objects we see in the sky are much further away than the Earth is, you know. But actually, what we see, what we perceive, when we look at the sky, we perceive as being above the Earth and not outside of it, you know.
That's one of my main issues with the ballers is this, right? That they don't seem to understand that we don't have the ability to just like leave and look at things in an orthographical perspective, right?
That does say something to me.
Say again,
like something did come to mind. I don't know how to put it in words, but like when you were saying that the planets when we're looking through the sky look like above us, that would only be there exactly if the world is flat. The planets would have to be above us. But if it's a globe, then you can see them just about anywhere. But if they're revolving around us,
well, we cannot see the entirety of it.
Not necessarily. Because what if the Earth's on stilts, right? Imagine the Earth's like on a foundation or whatever, right? Yeah. If you think of it like that the Earth is geocentric, unmovable, right? It's the center of the universe and everything revolves around it, right? Okay. And then if we don't have any curvature, right, it can't be a ball, right? So like I was brought up a geocentrist, meaning that we were the center of the universe. Everything revolved around us. That's not for me to say that I'd never thought of the Earth as a globe. I just thought of the Earth almost like as a globe, but everything revolved around us, and we were just like kept there in stasis by some force we didn't understand. Not gravity though. But if we are a flat Earth with a foundation, right, geocentric Earth, right, you know, the celestial bodies around us, we don't even know that they're physical, dude. Right? We don't know anything about them. We can't validate anything about them. Right? Fact of the matter is the people that no, right? So like NASA have never even claimed that anyone's ever even really been to space. When you look at the narrative correctly, they say something like 26 men at the most have ever been to the moon, even, and the moon is now placed inside of our atmosphere, according to that person, that authoritative body on said subject, i.e., NASA. Right? They say that the moon is in the actually so the atmosphere itself extends out to double the fucking distance. Sorry to swear. Sorry, double the distance of the moon.
Yeah, right? I don't exactly like swearing.
Sorry, come again. You're a little bit muffled.
I don't exactly like swearing. It's unnecessary.
Yeah, no, all right, dude. Look, don't worry about it. It's cool. That's why I apologize. But yeah, so the atmosphere itself extends to double the length of the moon away, right? So when that's the case, yeah, you have to understand that. Come on, what is space? Right? What do they define space as? A 10 to the 17 negative Torr vacuum. I mean,
a vacuum. You know,
yeah. So when they're telling you that, right, just by mere definition, if no man's ever gone further than that, then we cannot say for definite what said planets are. You know, they can claim to have all of these so-called satellites out in these vast reaches of this privation, right? You know, somehow they've sent rockets out to these places. Remember, a vacuum is devoid of gases. So again, the question again comes down to how did they get the rocket up there? How did the rocket then even navigate in said medium? Because we have the issue of, right, the radius. How do you derive? How do you find out the circumference or size of the Earth to use orbital mechanics in order to slingshot a satellite or a rocket outside of the gravitational grab of the Earth itself. Well, to do that, you must first then need to know the radius of the Earth or the circumference in order for you to be able to do a parabolic turn in said rocket around the Earth to gain enough speed to leave said gravitational field. And then once said rocket has left gravitational field and then exited into the vacuum of space, which is a second law of thermodynamics violation anyway, because it exists next to our pressurized system, right? We know vacuums essentially, well, not vacuums suck, but we know that the pressure that's higher here will seek to push into the vacuum. It would seek to fill the void, right? So then, once it's in said void, even though it can't get in there, once it is in there, how are rockets then navigating? Because they don't have any medium to push off of in order for them to navigate. So what they say about what the stars even are, these parent material objects, right? Again, like we see the stars and the sun disappear at the horizon, right? As if it were to go below us, right? Well, why don't we see the ISS disappear at the horizon? Why does it always disappear instead of the 9 o'clock position? 9 o'clock's the horizon, let's say, yeah. But it disappears at the 10 o'clock position in the sky.
Wait, what was it? I didn't exactly.
The ISS does. It disappears, not at the horizon.
What is the ISS?
The International Space Station. Sorry, dude. The satellite that apparently revolves around us all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, dude. I'm not familiar with just the normal.
That's cool, dude.
Letters to shorten it.
That's alright, dude. Sorry about that.
It's fine.
It's presumptuous of me because everybody that usually comes in here is aware of said things.
I should have known. I should have known because someone has actually told me that. But no, my memory's messed up. So I have my mom's memory. I hate it. Continue though.
So when we sort of put those things into alignment, i.e. the idea that can't even get into space, and then once we do, right, we can't really verify for ourselves what any of these things are, right? You know, all we have are theoretical pieces of data, you know, telemetry data, for instance, or infrared data that's interpreted by computers to build up images. We don't even really technically collect any real photographs in the medium space of any of these planets because you can't do so. You can't take photographs of these objects while you're in space, right? The capability is simply not there, right? Some of these things don't have enough battery power to operate anything on that level. Okay, this is only, I'm going only by what they tell us, right? You know, we don't have things like, you know, satellites, right, that are sent out, right, that turn around and live look at our Earth and then send us the actual images of our Earth, right? We don't even have that happening. Obviously, we have the International Space Station 24/7 apparently looking at our Earth in low Earth orbit, right? But the issue with that is that realistically, the group that own it actually own the biggest green screen in the world as well. So, like, you know, and we have all the mock-ups of the ISS literally underneath water, with the capability of filming in all of these different scenarios. Like, this is the main issue, right? Overall, is when we have these different various authoritative bodies that tell us everything about the world, it always fits into the narrative and perspective that they need. And it always seems to go and coincide with the narrative of sci-fi, i.e. these are the people that tell us that we need to escape this planet and spend lots of money to maybe go to newer planets, barren planets, in fact, that are freezing cold, impossible to even live on, right? Or they're boiling hot, impossible to live on, right? And that we need to have this as an option because this place is likely to fail us someday. Well, the issue with that is that we're going to somewhere that is going to be 20,000 times worse than what this place will be in 20,000 years, right? We're going to be trying to escape this.
That makes no sense. Why would you go to a worse place? Why?
I don't know, and surely it would be cheaper to sort out this place. You know, we have the issue of global warming, for instance, right? The issue of global
warming, I believe.
Yeah, well done. See, I knew that already.
You see, it doesn't make any sense. The world always goes through changes.
Thank you. So again, we've only been accurately studying weather, right? For how long? What, like 70 years or something like that, right?
Yeah.
We don't know anything about secondary cycles, right? Do we? We only know about yearly cycles.
The scientists that have been wrong for the last year think they know what the weather will be like in 100 years. They're dumb. And, they're just pushing the narrative of, okay, just listen to these people, just do all that. So people will listen to their own narrative. That is what they're doing.
But do you want to know why, though? It's because it sells, right? Like, media pushes the thing that is scary. So, i.e., we have to have a problem. We have to have a way of fixing said problem. And to know how to fix said problem, you have to listen to said news channel, because this is the place that pushes the so-called fix and also the narrative.
And
the cure.
People will donate money if they set out donations. People will donate to these things, and that will give them money. And other things might give them money. Other contributors to that.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right?
Well, yeah, of course, dude. And like, think about this. Like, they're telling you what's going to happen, right? As well, and you're hearing this in your day and age. Think about the lies. I'm 27, right? So I remember when I was a kid, right, being told that like they're going to cut down the whole Amazonian rainforest, right, and then saying that if they did so, it would affect how all of us breathe. And then now they're admitting that actually that's a lie, right? That actually all of the oxygen, in fact, converted in the Amazon is actually used in the Amazon and doesn't ever come anywhere near my lips, right, in the UK. So, like, they... And that was a massive, and I mean a massive, charity project. As in, like, this was something that was pushed as a party line for a charity for a very long time.
I remember that.
All of this stuff is for money, and we see all this. They push, like you said, they push the narratives that are the scariest, so they will get money. They want to also put their own narratives on you, so they can push these narratives that are scary, so you will contribute to it and give them money. It all makes sense now.
There's
want
a big
power.
narrative going on about space travel, and we even have a space force now. But we all know that's nonsense, because they're just trying to, cover up the fact that the Earth is flat.
It's power, not money. Money buys power.
Yeah, money is money is.
Carla, DMs. Carry on.
It's
And it's
still
like
your
immediately
duty
they have to
as
put
a
out-
young man to
What is it?
save NASA. It's your duty to save NASA, because you see, NASA is using rubber O-ring.
It's my duty to say
Yes.
how? Dude, I'm not that smart.
They are using these rubber
don't underpin
O-rings,
yourself like that, buddy.
and they are not effective below 80 degrees Celsius. And in the shadow of space, you have minus 200 degrees Celsius. So rubber fails minus 80. So you have to
You're kind of cracking up, and I don't know exactly what you're talking about. I know you're talking about NASA, but the other things are kind of a mystery.
Yeah, you're coming in a little bit low, get.
Engineering and mechanics to learn to save them.
Yes, I want to become a mechanical engineer, and it was like a flight. It was aircraft. I was wanting to design aircraft and stuff.
Pilotless is the way to go if you're thinking about ideas for the future. Pilotless aircraft, right? That would be the way to go.
I think the human brain will be and always will be the most powerful machine you'll ever.
100%. But you do realize that most planes, let's take for instance the F-22 or the new Sukhois, right, the Russian ones, they're all fly-by-wire, meaning that they use actuators and input, right, where you do move the controls yourself, right, and by doing so, you effectively move actuational arms via computers providing electricity to them, right? And that will move the flaps and wing and the trim and the yaw and the pitch and the roll will all be effectively incongruent.
And also these things. Oh, sorry, I did not mean.
Well, no, I was just saying. Very quickly, I'll just say, right. So, meaning that, i.e., you can have a man on the ground, right, controlling the plane because it doesn't change the method in which the plane is actually receiving said input for the flight's instruments, right?
Yeah, and also these things would sell for money, and people would buy those.
There's different applications to it. That same sort of application on the most high-tech boats that the Coast Guard uses, because they have 4 seats in it. If it were to capsize, then anybody could input it into any one of those seats, right? So there's a lot of different applications to that technology.
Just to mean, boys, are you having trouble hearing certain individuals?
Kind of, because my phone is charging. I'd be
Right.
earbuds.
So listen, I'd say that probably hearing me because I've got quite a good microphone. But you're coming through a little bit tinny and a little bit like you're in a basement or a bathroom. Might be.
I am in my room.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying that's what it sounds like. So if I was you, maybe like close the call and come back in just quickly, or I can move you to a different room. That's why I did it. Yeah, I thought you were struggling to hear people. All right, let's see how this sounds.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, you sound a little bit lower than you were before, but like, just do a testing.
Test.
You may do testing. Right, so whoever it was that was previously speaking that he was struggling to hear, would you like to maybe reiterate what you were saying, or let's see if he can hear you? No? Alright then.
My guess it was probably on my part, but I was just basically saying that, what you're talking about, fly-by-wire, and it's not only used in aircraft, it's a technology that's used in vessels on the water as well.
Oh, it's used in many different ways, yeah.
Reasons, so.
1 second, dude. Just the meme boys, can you hear him now or not?
Yeah, I can hear him. I could hear him, just not the other guy very much.
Get, would you like to just do a test?
Maybe I'm a little low. Test.
How was that?
I still can't hear him very well.
If you click on his name, it's called Get, and see if you've got him turned all the way up.
Those volume stuff.
Yeah, it might.
I think I know.
Might test.
Yeah, it's Get. Yeah, we hear you, Get. Don't worry. I'm just making sure.
Yeah, yeah.
The
not too
only
much of a
thing I
problem.
would like to touch, he said before that the human brain is the most advanced machine. But I have a question.
Not memory-wise, but
yeah.
Yeah, not
Which
memory-wise,
organ?
no.
Which organ from the human body has the most neuron cells?
What is defined as neurons?
The neurons are the cells inside the brain, they say, which make all that network connections and your thoughts go through.
It would be the brain.
No.
If that's
It
what
will
they
be
say.
the stomach. The human stomach has
For some reason I was
the
thinking intestines.
biggest number of
Intestines
these
in my
cells.
brain.
Yeah.
You're talking about
hunger?
axons and dendrites and all that stuff?
Yeah, I don't
Well,
know very much about that, so...
he's
that
not
was
talking
something-
directly about that.
Yeah.
It's actually the thing that reads those things, but not not those things.
Yeah.
The stomach's got
We
the
feel-
microbiome, right? So
Yeah.
it's constant. A lot of the time when people have got acid reflux, for instance, they think that they need to have alkaline to fix it. Well, sometimes the acid reflux is actually a causality of, let's say, information they received that it shouldn't have received. Right? That's the microbiome is something that reacts, right, to things. Like when we chew chewing gum, we feel like we have empty stomachs when we chew chewing gum. because we start to produce saliva, and saliva has certain enzymes in it that reacts with our microbiome in our stomach.
I have I have problem with acid reflux.
Mm. Is
Well,
it
it's
acid
more
reflux or
just acid reflux, normal. I don't think it has anything to do with informational stuff. Because I'll take any information I get, but some information you don't want to know, and I never want to know, like sexual stuff. But,
Don't talk about the information that you have. It's the information that your body is receiving.
not your brain? This is why it has neurons in it, right?
Yeah.
I'm not on about not on about what you've been told.
Like it gives you the ability to process information.
Yeah. The information pathways.
Okay.
So I'm more on about like when you eat a certain type of food, it tells your microbiome, right? The stuff in your stomach, okay? What your stomach is made of, the very things in your stomach, the various things that's made of. When you eat certain things, it gives information over to it. Let's say you're allergic to something, the information it will receive could maybe give you the reaction of like an irritable bowel, for instance, right? Because it doesn't like the information because it doesn't sit well with it.
I see
the rest
why
of your
that
system.
would be a thing. Because every time, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but every time like, I eat junk food or something like that, I burp it up.
Very good.
Because my brain, because my stomach is telling my brain that it's bad, maybe.
You gonna say something?
It puts you in a trance when you eat junk food. It's very relaxing because the stomach has a mind of its own, and hunger is a very powerful drive for the human.
Hunger can cause people to do things that they usually would not do.
Yeah, exactly.
It
And also the
it can
heart.
cause wars, it can cause riots, it can cause civil wars, it can cause, like in France, it caused a civil war. Caused a few, I think.
Yeah, we all feel that our conscious is inside our head, conscious. But that is not entirely true. We make decisions in life with our heart, with our head, and with our stomach also. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
not all
that makes so much
decisions are
sense to me now.
driven by the head. Yeah.
That just makes so much sense. I mean, most things are processed by the brain, but
yes,
some things are processed by other things, like
the brain.
Heart pumps blood
the brain
and
is
stuff like
very
that.
much. The brain is very much like the hard drive for the conscious.
Yeah, it's for information is stored, and that's. I think it's one of those. It is one of the most important parts of the body.
Well, it's the thing, right? So, like, let's say the stomach's taking in information, right? It transmits it up to the brain, right?
Yeah.
And it's like that. It's like that, right? You punch a wall effectively, right? You cause blood vessels to be crushed, right? Those blood vessels are crushed. Potentially, you could end up punching another wall, or potentially parts of your bones may have had fractures in them, right? Depending on the damage therein done, your body has certain reactions that it needs to make back. It processes the pain, right? These pain receptors tell you that you're doing too much with your body, meaning, oh mate, you just punched a wall, your hand's hurting because guess what, you caused enough stress to maybe cause damage, so I need to let you know of that. This is a self-preservation measure.
That you need to stop using that limb.
Yeah, or you need to stop punching walls, for instance, right? Now, for instance, right, you've crushed enough blood vessels and stuff like this, or you've maybe done a hairline fracture, your hand will swell right up, right? In order that you can't move it so much, in order that the restrictive movement means that you don't end up making a hairline fracture into a full-on fracture, right? These types of information are processed, sent back up to the brain, and obviously as well, let's say it's a bad injury that happens as you're also receiving information that tells you that your whole life is in danger by an even bigger threat, for instance, right? I.e., someone's trying to kill you, well, your brain will no longer make said things not available to be used, right? It won't allow you to feel pain. It will inject and infuse you with things like adrenaline, dopamine, serotonin, acetin, noradrenaline. All these things will go up through the roof, right? As in a way of allowing you to even use more functionality of, let's say, your muscles to a higher extent than what you would usually be able to, in order that you actually survive overall. It will actually sacrifice secondary limbs to save the overall limb, meaning the brain itself, right? So now it's like, right, we might get destroyed fully. Now I don't care if you break your feet and your hands and your knees and elbows, right? So the brain will allow you to do so, right?
So if your life is in danger, your brain will do anything in its power to make sure you do survive, but it sacrifices what is really not necessary.
Well, whatever's needed to not die.
Whatever's needed, yes, that's the
essentially,
right word,
effectively, yeah. So like, at any one given time, right? Well, and it could even allow you to for instance, it could allow you to sacrifice some of your back muscles in order to save your mother. If your mother is the thing that provides food for you, right, or is worth more than your back overall to you, because remember, these are your choices, right? And this has been effectively proven as well, scientifically speaking, right? Like we've done experiments using this exact thing. When people believe, let's say, that one of their loved ones is going to die while trapped underneath a car, right? The person flips over the car. Okay, then when they take the person outside of this, right, they might not even end up damaging their body because they may have done it in the correct alignment, all these types of things, right? But if they take them out of this environment later and they find out how much force it would have took or how much strength they would have needed to flip said car in the way that they did when looking at the scene, they take them out of this a few months later and they say, well, you're willing to do a test and see if you can do anything similar to that. And then there are people that can't even move 1/10 of the weight they did that day, right? So then we find out things, neurologists find out that apparently our brain only allows us to use like 20 to 25% or sometimes less than that even. This is where some people seem superhuman compared to others comparatively, right? They may have conditioned their muscles in the sense, like, why a 40-year-old man of the same weight as a man who's 20, because sometimes the 40-year-old can be twice as strong. Maybe not twice as fast, but twice as strong. But that's just because the muscle that he has, right, is conditioned, meaning it's not so easily that it's going to snap. So the brain allows him to use that muscle in a much ferocious, or should I say, in a way that it entails that overall he has a lot more strength. But neurology, like I said, found out that, not just neurology, but just common sense, as it were, also knew this beforehand, before it was confirmed via neurological scientists and also confirmed via testing and experimentation, that people effectively have a certain amount of output that their brain will allow to go to their muscles, right? Because it's to preserve them. It's just to preserve them. But if there is something that occurs, i.e. your child's going to die, or you want to save your friend, or you need to save yourself, your brain will allow you to effectively, if need be, rip your muscles to pieces and your bones to save said thing that is more valuable.
Because you said it in your mind that because of the emotional attachment and you and the brain, how can I explain this? Being connected to that person and you're emotionally connected to that person.
Yeah, it could be emotional, but it could even be utilitarianistic, right?
Yeah.
As in, like, your brain's like, well, you're not even that good at, like, let's say you're a 10-year-old kid, your mum falls off a cliff and there's no way you're strong enough to hold her. Your brain will probably give you a surge of adrenaline that is unlike any other, allowing you to do whatever you want with your body, because it's probably understanding that actually, effectively, you probably wouldn't be able to feed yourself as well as her anyway. So you're better off with broken, should I say, torn lateral muscles or something like that, right? It's probably better that your lats are torn for 6 months and you're bedridden, because this person's the one who provided every meal for you. Your brain knows all this information because it ate every meal that came from her hand, right? So you just sort of need to think of it like that. Like, it's not necessarily always an emotional reason. The emotionality part can come into it because our emotions are still, again, what power the chemicals that allow for us to override our physicality.
And I didn't just mean emotional.
No, I know you didn't. I'm saying, think of it. You are right, though. Emotional is involved in it. I'm just saying, I know you knew it was more than that. I'm just saying, just to make sure
Yeah,
it's more than one.
yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
You know, if anyone ever says you're not smart, I'm going to slap the living heck out of them.
Well, people come in here and they call us retards. Within about an hour, they're like, "Yeah, all right, you're not retards."
I mean, this
Yeah.
is just Crackvillain you're talking to. Imagine if you talk to us like one of us smart people in here.
And I'm talking to more smarter people than myself.
Yeah.
I love talking to smarter people than myself. I'm very energetic when I'm talking about stuff. I'm talking to people that are smarter than me and actually know information, and I'm just listening. You know, it's fills me with energy. It gets me jittery. And also nervous that I'm going to say something dumb, and then they think I'm dumb, and then
Nah, you don't have to worry about anything like that, dude. Like, that's the point, right? People that ask questions are people that are always awesome. Understanding that you can learn in a situation, believe it or not, is probably the biggest skill you can have. Knowing that you can learn. Like, mate, I learn new things every day because I've got an attitude where, like, I'll even learn things from people like yourself, even. You know what I mean? You can be humbled. You can be humbled by anybody. It's that simple, right? I see attributes in people all the time. They might not be as intelligent as I am in certain ways, right? But then they're like 50 times more intelligent than me in lots of other directives, right? There are lots of different ways of looking at the world and ways of looking at skill sets and all these different things, right? And ultimately, because of that, cross training is sort of like one of the main things I've noticed that goes on in here. Is like someone that we're basically like, I learn things from people in here all the time where I'm like, wow, like, just because we understand that we can learn from one another, we actually do, and then we're teaching each other things about things that we might not have ever had the acumen to start off on a good foundation of it, right? But like now you've got a good foundation, all the rest is sort of just history after that. You can just learn and learn and learn. Cross training is ultimate. Exactly.
I think everybody has something to teach everybody, and everyone has something that they can be taught from everybody. Everyone has a lesson to be taught from and give a lesson to. If everyone just treated themselves as a teacher and everyone else as a teacher as opposed to otherwise, then I think the world would be a better place. Everyone can learn everything from something, from somebody.
Yes, and that's, I think, is a very good thing. I wish that's how things worked, but unfortunately, no, that's not how things worked or work.
And also,
you also have to be careful
see
about
everyone.
who the teacher.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Also, you have to see everyone just as special and unique as yourself.
I'm not that unique.
You are. I'm telling
Well, everyone
you.
is.
You've only been indoctrinated to think that.
Yeah.
You've only been indoctrinated to think that from birth.
Do you think someone could replace you to your mother?
Everyone is unique in their own way, but I'm not
exactly
unique in like brains and stuff.
Well, you're not even developed fully yet, dude. So like,
yeah, right. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Every time anyone who thinks they have it all together and says their ducks in a row doesn't. It's all a lie. We're all made
No, they're foolish, is what it is.
Yeah.
If they think that they know everything, then they're dumb. If they think that they got all their stuff together, then they're foolish and maybe dumb. Yeah. I've been called wiser for my age, but I don't believe so, and I've been told by others that I'm not. That don't not to believe it. Not that I'm not. By my own family, I've been told I'm wiser. I'm also been told I'm smart and stuff. But even by my own father, he said I'm above average. Just by talking to me, he can tell, he says.
Yeah, that's very good. Is encouraging you, You know, it's nothing bad, but you keep on this good path. Never go astray.
Yeah, you're here, so you are above average.
Yeah.
No one here is average. we're above average crazy here.
And also, where did he go? No. Frick, I forgot his name. He had like the 2 crosses at the end of his name.
Crack Villain?
I was gonna ask him to be my friend. Sad.
Yeah, just send him the request.
Actually, he sent me a request.
That's great, then.
Yeah. I'm cool with that. I deeply respect the man. Just the stuff that he
You
was
know, the only belief we accept in here is the belief that God exists and is above us. That's
God
the only belief
does
we
exist.
accept. Yeah.
God does exist, and He did create all of us. And if those who do not think there's a God, they are foolish, because of course there has to be a creator. There cannot just be a Big Bang and there you go. There has to be a creator to every single thing. There cannot just be this miraculous thing that happened.
Yeah.
The only reason they created the Big Bang Theory is because they don't want there to be someone over them.
The big lottery.
Do you know who they created the Big Bang? Do you know who they are?
Nope. All I
Would
know
you
is there's
believe it was a Catholic priest?
Are you kidding me?
A Jesuit Catholic priest.
Yeah.
Wow.
Fanatics.
The Catholics are dumb. I don't like them.
It's all part. Well, all these religions are part of their divide and conquer strategy, to divide the world into mindsets in different ways, and to utilize the very buildings most of the time that defy most logical building techniques that we could even do today without $1 billion.
Yeah. You guys are incredibly intelligent, and I'm glad that I joined this server, and I'm glad I'm able to speak
We
with
are
you.
glad to have you here also.
Given how young you are, gives me hope for the future.
Yes.
Truly.
Me too.
I am, I was going to say my age, but I'm just very uncomfortable saying it.
No, it does. You're younger than I am, so that doesn't matter. It's all good. It's just, it gives hope for the future that there are people out there that aren't falling for this nonsense every day on TV and in school. It's just, it's a whole new generation of people.
It's the way I've been. It's the way I've grown up. It's the way my mindset has developed. It's the way I've been taught by my father. It's the way my religion works. It's those 4 things that make a person. It's those 4 things, and also their beliefs and how they act and how they're made to act and how God makes them is really what forms a person.
True.
Yeah, I would imagine it would be.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
You always let me fuzzy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll say it. The globe model is actually pure belief. It's fanatic.
Everything.
They ask you to believe it without proof, without measurements, and without the possibility to demonstrate. So
I think people only believe that because they were taught, and because the people that are like the experts tell them that that's true. If you know what I mean.
Yeah,
but
the teachers that. Yeah.
It might be true. It might not be true.
Well, but but if we go to validate it and it's not true, well, we can't just say, well, it might be true. We just have to. So most of the things we can't even validate, and the things that we can validate come up short. It's a big problem.
I just got this message about some kind of This is weird.
And when you say people get taught, sorry, they're not. Taught is the wrong word. Indoctrinated is more the appropriate word in this context.
Yeah.
Because, it's like you wouldn't say people were, kids were taught to believe Hitler was great. They were indoctrinated to believe Hitler was great, right? This whole history that we have that we're supposed to be, what we were taught is the main problem, and we're taught by government mandate school systems that we're forced to go to, and so that's part of the big problem.
Yeah.
For
Both
example,
of my parents are
at
teachers.
your age, when you go to your, I don't know, playground or so,
Dude, I'm not that.
You can see there children much younger than yourself, like from kindergarten, and those children, when they go to kindergarten, those educators, they show them a ball sphere, the globe.
Wait 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead again.
So,
I had to write a message.
The educator is showing to these children the globe, Earth, a sphere. And what all those children want is to take that globe and touch it and play with it. That's what they want when they see it in the educator's hands. They don't reason to ask, how do people live in Australia upside down or stuff like that,
Yeah.
Because they're too young for those questions.
Yeah.
And then the educator is giving them this globe and is telling them, pass it from hand to hand to all your friends, colleagues. So they do this. And when you get to school, when you are actually a bigger child, and you start asking questions, you already speak fluently and stuff, the teachers take you like you have by default all this knowledge. So how can you ask such stupid, silly question?
Yeah, I just realized that when most kids believe in the solar system before they believe in Santa Claus.
Yeah. Because
I've believed in the solar system my whole life. I will not. I won't deny it. I mean, I won't deny it.
Yeah, for 35 years, so did I.
Me too. Yeah. So did I.
But it's still something that is still in me. It's just I don't know, and until something is proven, I don't know.
Well, check it out. Remember my example of Hitler and the kids, right, being taught. If you were one of those kids that were taught, would you grow? Once people are showing you that he's not such a great guy, you go like, well, I hear you, I get it, but it's what I was. I mean, I was brought up to believe this, so until I just don't know. I mean, I hear what you're saying, I do, but at a certain point, that argument is not going to work anymore.
Yeah, I know. It's probably not going to work anymore. I do agree with you. But I don't know. I truly don't know. And I really, really like to hear you guys. And,
well, how long have you been here? 20 minutes, an hour or two? Or have you been here before? You think you're going to undo all of your lifetime's worth of...
with different people.
Okay, cool.
They also said I was
It's
cool.
Going to take time, was my point.
Yeah. It's just, I'm young. I know I know my opinion is not all the way developed, and I don't know everything about the opinion I'm trying to construct politically.
No, nor should it have an opinion yet. Like it took people years sometimes to come to terms with this, to undo everything, to come at it with a different angle. It takes a long time, per se.
Yeah.
Depending on who you are, obviously, but you're not going to do it in a couple weeks, right?
Yeah, I see that. I know that's impossible.
Yeah, I listened to probably thousands of hours worth of debate and people talking about it before I even joined Discord to talk about it. And even as I did, I still sat back. I just wanted to hear it, listen to it as it happened. Then I finally would speak up after 6 months. It took a long time to fully wrap your head around, and we're still trying to wrap our head around exactly what's going on. So you're right on track.
I prefer to listen to the information other people are talking about and learn about that information, then talk about it. I would prefer to do that, but most of the time I don't, because I just I want to talk. I'm a talker, so.
No, totally.
At your age,
the only reason I would ever speak up is if I had something that I hope would elevate the situation, or have someone maybe understand, or ask a question I hadn't heard being asked.
I see.
At your age, you're in school and
I'm homeschooled.
Yeah, but you're learning this. That's even better,
Yeah.
So you must learn about these sciences, and if you will focus on electricity, electric world view, you will gain a much better understanding of reality. Because, for example, in ordinary school, what they teach for the down vector, which is called gravity, is actually at MIT, one of the most prominent universities in USA. They don't teach gravity at physics classes. They teach incoherent electrostatic acceleration between two Gaussian planes instead of gravity. Why will they do that? They don't deny gravity in MIT. They say that gravity exclusively belongs to astrophysics. So they still push this doctrine and narrative, but they just don't accept it in physics classes. And also, if you look at Coulomb's laws, you will see that they are very much alike gravity formula.
I see that.
Electricity is something very interesting that you should ever look into for the way the world works. It's one of the coolest things. But that's another thing. Well, just real quick, remember before when you said one of the begging the question or like affirming the consequent, if you can ever recognize that in a conversation and be able to call that out for being a fallacy, that's a great thing to have. The other thing is if you can just recognize the difference between science and pseudoscience, you'll go a long way. Like that, you can instantly call something out as pseudoscience, and no one can argue with you because that's pseudo. If you can, show me the experiment. Oh, there's no experiment. You didn't do science. That's pseudoscience. And that alone will take care of so many things in life.
Thank you for that.
Even the heat transfer is caused by electricity.
Yeah. Believe it or not, like when I was a little kid, my favorite element, well, I called it an element. I still kind of believe it's an element because I don't want to believe that it's not. Don't judge me. But
Lightning was my favorite, like, to make up characters with lightning powers and stuff. And it still is my favorite. I favorite electricity. I've always loved electricity. Electricity is something that is amazing to me, and it's cool. And just things that you could do with it, and the potential with it in the right hands is just amazing. And how you're wording it, how it could be, is just it. That's really cool. So yeah.
Take your time. Learning will last an entire life.
Yeah.
There's no need to rush because life, as you already believe, is eternal, forever. It lasts forever. So there's no need to rush.
Yeah, there is no need, but
Everything
you can always.
you learn, you have to do it very good, always.
I do have memory problems, though. That's one thing that will set me back, but I can try to overcome that.
Oh, no problem with that. Repetition will help you. And
Yeah, but I have ADHD, so it's hard. I need more. How can I say?
You mean to help with your focus, attention?
A focus, attention, memory.
Yeah.
I need more patience. I do have patience a little bit, but not much compared to you guys probably. I just need more. What is that word? I do need more experience.
I can give you an advice, which I will recommend you to look for pure EPA. You can find it on mind1st.co.uk.
Could you send me in DMs?
Yes. What is your name?
It's just the Meme Boys. Because I'm just a meme. Nah, not really.
I wrote you the link. This
and
is a website they sell
where should I take
fish
this
oil.
Where should I type it in at?
In Google or any web browser.
I can put it in Safari. That's usually what I have.
Yeah. So this is a fish oil extract. They say that when you eat fish, it makes you smart. People say this for thousands of years. It's not a yesterday say, you know. And these guys in the UK, this company, they make the most pure oil, eicosapentaenoic oil. And this is the oil which actually helps the neural cells in the brain make connections it helps them make good connections and strong. Whenever a neural connection is broken, that means a memory loss.
Really?
Yeah. And
what
you
causes
see,
this?
a bad diet and other metabolical affections causes for these neural connections to be established like weak connections, poor cables, bad wires, and
Yeah.
they won't last long. So they will cut off and they will break. So you will forget. And also you lose focus, attention, patience,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and if you take this is a food supplement, but these are clinical grade, you know, this oil, and I myself have purchased this and tried it, and they do work wonder. I can guarantee you that they will help fix your entire body metabolism. Like any affections you have internally, they will help fix it.
What would help fix it? Sorry, I'm paying attention to something else and I'm
They
trying to
will
listen to
help
you.
you learn. They will help you learn much easier, much faster. They will help you
The fish stuff, or like the stuff on this
control
link.
your focus. They will help you like memory and the way your body working.
Thank you. What was it?
Yeah. Because of unhealthy diet, we can have a lot of body imbalances. And
I
what
see.
this oil
My
does
mother
is
has a
fixing
lot of.
all this. Yeah.
My mother kind
And
of.
I've seen also how I got to buy these pills was I watched a documentary in the 90s and in UK they made an experiment in a school. They tested this oil on children which had issues at school focusing and paying attention. And
Yeah.
once they gave them this food supplement, in 3 months, those children started taking books and reading like an entire library. In 6 months, they developed such an intelligent vocabulary, like very rich vocabulary. In less than 1 year, they all became like A+ students,
Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, I gotta get some of this. But
Yeah.
am I naturally gifted, you think?
Yes, we all are gifted, but you see, this world is defiled. This is the biblical word, and I know it's not a nice word, but this is the truth. And once you eat something bad, it's not going to do any good. I mean, simple logic, right?
Yeah. Very simple logic.
Yeah. And it's also very important to know the man from which hands you are eating from. Today, people just buy from the supermarket, which supply food made in all these corporation super factories where they hire these people, they pay them badly, so they don't work with happily at their workplace, and just by